I chimed in with the haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No. Is that emo?
Yeah,
I would say
absolutely.
so.
Oh, it is emo.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I said. And people were like,
tragedies. Yeah.
Even if some things aren't the standard emo, if it's like adopted by the emo culture, I feel like that makes it emo as well.
okay, let me see. Let me think. Is this emo? Is this emo? Stubbing your toe on the side of a chair.
No, that just sucks.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I am going to video game myself. This is literally it. This is the point. This is why I don't, this is what it is. This is, you don't have any other fucking situation where you have a shit ton of cyber stalkers that get together, congregate in a fucking Reddit and like upvote this shit into oblivion out of fucking context. Look at this. Talk about my dad and shit. This crushing wind has got me down. Wish I could get out of this town. Wherever chatters go when I start to game. Surrounded, but I'm so alone. I'm so well known, but no one knows the isolation of this online fame. I chime in with the haven't you people ever heard of? Closing a goddamn door, trying to watch the band's Warped Tour in the state of Arkansas, and it's taking me back to Ohio. It's taking me back to where lovers go. And if I stub my toe, is it emo or does it just suck? My privacy is sacrificed. My every word is analyzed. The line between adoration and obsession. The constant chase for content. The shock of cruelty from faceless names. And if I fail, will they understand? And if I fall, will they lend a hand? Crushing weight has got me down. Wish I could get out of this town. Wherever chatters go when I start to game. I chime in with the haven't you people ever heard of? Closing a goddamn door, trying to watch the band's Warped Tour in the state of Arkansas, and it's taking me back to Ohio. It's taking me back to where lovers go. And if I stub my toe, is it emo or does it just suck? It just sucks. What's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, but it's kind of doomy and gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. That was People Farm Stupid People on Twitter for $3 in revenue with clips like this by Cam Kardutzian. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast, and it is currently 71 degrees and hazy here in California, Los Angeles, and otherwise, that is otherwise sunny in California, Los Angeles. But I'm alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. I hope all of the boys, girls, and MBs in the community, outside of the community, are having a fantastic one, but I'm live and alive nonetheless. Folks, don't ever sing again. Excuse me. You think it's taking me back to Ohio? It's taking me back to where lovers go. Do you think that that's not a bar? Are you proud? I'm on the clock. I'm proud of you, dummy lady. Oh my God, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. My neighbors just knocked on my door and asked what their weird ass music is. And if I could turn it off, please. And you should have told them that they just don't understand that it's not a phase. Okay. Folks, I ended the broadcast after another phenomenal WUKONG expedition. Okay, another phenomenal Wukong expedition. And honestly, it was phenomenal. A lot of people missed it because, you know, there's a allergic reaction to gaming in this community, but it's all right. It's all right, baby. We're still gonna do it. Okay, surprise HasanAbi in YouTube. Oh, I saw this already, but it's a fire TikTok. Anyway, folks, weekly inquiry and comments regarding Bleach anime. I have no comments on Bleach anime. I'm in the middle of my shit. What I watched, great stream, sir. Thank you. It was fantastic. Wukong is an incredible game. I'm really enjoying it. I played it last night after stream. I played offline. I tried to do my Steam Deck, like, casting to my Steam Deck, basically remote play. It's very hit or miss. It's very hit or miss, but overall I greatly enjoy it. I've been enjoying Wukong. I went and did some like side quests because there's like 91 bosses on the game. Obviously, if you play, use Sunshine and Moonlight instead. It's faster and lower latency. What is Sunshine and Moonlight? Is that like a Steam Deck remote play alternative? Because I will use that. Get Moonlight. Got it. Okay, thank you for that. Because honestly, Chiaki, fuck. Chiaki is actually significantly better. Chiaki is actually significantly better for Steam. Like, Chiaki is the third-party application on Steam Deck that allows you to connect remotely to your PlayStation 5, and it is unironically one of the best fucking things. It's like a third-party application, and it's so good. It's incredible. It's better than Steam Deck's remote play, which is like actually inconsistent, surprisingly, or I guess unsurprisingly. So I much prefer any alternative. If there's any alternative out there for the remote play, which you said Sunlight, Moonlight, I will. Chiaki was coded with Moonlight and Sunshine. Okay. Costco guys are frauds. Wait, what? Why? Do you not have bad input lag? On remote play, I do. On Chiaki, it just entirely depends. Like, if I'm in the shitter, there's like certain spots in my house where I don't have enough Wi-Fi, I guess. Great job beating Tony to target. That boss was frosting my flakes for longer than I'm willing to admit. Yeah. Hasan Minhaj interviewed Bernardo Sandernista, which, you know, I would like to do that as well. I think I should do more stuff like this, like sit down shit like this. Anyway, what would you do if you had the power to shrink other people to an inch? There would be a lot of motherfuckers getting shrunk. Like most politicians, most settlers in Israel, most of the war criminals in the Israeli war cabinet, and also in government. Some commentators I will not name, you know. I'd shrink them. But yeah, I think there's a lot of people that would get a lot of people will be getting shrunk the fuck up. Did you see this Hulk Hogan clip? No, I have not. Oh, is this the one where he's like next to a Nazi? Yeah. Anyway, where was I? Oh, personal news wise. Yeah, I played Wukong, went to bed, woke up early, played some b-ball. I realized I forgot to upload a basketball like fitness post that I usually do, and that is because I was on a call for Debate Lords. Austin got interviewed by NPR. Yeah, he called me after his interview by the NPR where he demanded a ceasefire and an arms embargo. Proud of him. They grow up so quick. So, you know, the huge. Kaya's still working on that massive bone. I know I took some of the bone pieces off there. What is this? Why do you like Hasan anyway? Why do you even like Hasan anyway? Me?
I love that he's thick as fuck, okay? Straight up. Thickest ass. Like, love that. Okay. Number 2, he's kind of funny and zesty. Okay.
Yeah.
He's very telegenic. He's very zesty. And last but not least, number 3, bisexual, ace, aromantic visibility. I love it.
The true Costco guys.
Hey everybody, so over the last
Wait, what is if Little Joel's coming after the fucking Costco guys? I'm about to come after him, okay? Stick to your own dang lane, Little Joel. These guys they're offering a fucking moment of light and they are a shining bright light in a sea of darkness. Oh, he defends them. Okay, good. I was about to give him one boom on the boom meter, like, which has never been happened before. When is the CBS interview pre-DNC coming out? That was an NBC interview, and I don't know when it's coming out, but yeah. Hasan with the shrinking power is about to make him even littler, Joel. Yeah, for sure. All right, folks, let's blast off. There's not much else to talk about in terms of personal news. Nothing else going on in my life. I'm just working. Burning the midnight oil, baby. You already know what it is, okay? Just straight up. Themasius, thank you for the playlist. Let's blast the freak off and let's keep it going. Let's keep the momentum going. What was I gonna say? Nah, bro, you gotta see this shit ain't sweet, huh? Oh, I did see this, yeah. I did. He's brilliant. He's a fucking auteur and you don't understand it. So shut up. Any collabs soon? No collabs on the docket. I've been trying to get the FaZe boys to do another ball stream this weekend, but the problem is we haven't been able to get the access necessary to the courts. But once we do, you know, I'll figure that out. But anyway, New York Times piece when Megaphonics asked like 8 more times this question that I have no answer for. Please. There's apparently a Trump town hall moderated by Tulsi before the Harris WALZ interview. Oh my fucking Lord, that's incredible. Okay. When are we doing the census? Maybe tomorrow. I was thinking we could do the census tomorrow. Yo, how much do you weigh? You big as fuck. Currently 226 pounds, baby. Or no, 228. I actually dropped some weight. Very excited about that. Post convention, I had a little bump, just like Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris got a post convention polling bump. I got a post convention baby bump. You know what I mean? A little pregnancy. Okay, a little MPreg. So I thought I skyrocketed up to like 236 or something. It was all water weight. And I'm back underneath the 230 barrier at 228 as of this morning. Very excited for that. Which is kind of crazy because it's like 228 pounds is like is massive, right? But for me, it's like it's the skinniest I've been in years, you know? How are you lighter than me? Very carefully. Unbelievable TikTok I came across the other day. I don't really like this guy that much. The Sifu, the guys who ball in the fucking water. It's like my least favorite type of Chinese talk. Even though I love Chinese netizens and I love China talk, is that one I don't like as much. I don't like the series. Maybe because they're like not playing basketball well and it like triggers me. All right, we'll look at it in a second. Let me blast off. I'm 5'8" and I'm like 10 pounds over you. That's crazy. Yeah. All right, we'll do it. Hasan Minhaj talks to Bernie about ceasefire. Okay, Kamala lead widens. Americans broadly want weapons halt on Israel. Not playing basketball well, brother. We have seen your streams. Yo, you're just talking shit at that point. You know what I mean? I love when chatters will be like, listen, I love talking shit to my content creators, so I'm just gonna fucking say shit. I mean, I'm not like the best basketball player by any means, but I think I'm a pretty decent basketball player in general. Not only that, but it's like that. It's like talking shit about my WUKONG gameplay. You know what I mean? It's like it's objectively good. I'm objectively good at it. You know what I mean? I'm not bad at it. I'm actually pretty fucking decent. All right. I've been cooking up these goddamn bosses left and right, and it is becoming kind of undeniable if we're being real. If we're being really real, it's just I'm cooking and I'm booking. Themasius, I got your playlist. Thank you. Way better than average. With all due respect, Hasan, you are not good compared to Twitch chatters, sure, but a hooper, nah. Dog, you can say that all day, every day, but I play against people, and ultimately, basketball is a game about putting numbers, okay? Putting up numbers. And it seems like I've yet to, like, obviously a fucking, like a D1 athlete would easily clear me, okay? In terms of basketball. But like most people, including other fucking hoopers, I hold my own against pretty fucking well. I hooped against like real certifiable ballers, people who literally played in college. I was a decent benefit to my team in the starting five. Hasan defending his game and basketball. Hasan, you're pure butt at basketball. I play against NBAs. Okay. Sure. When are you going to work on the vertical? I mean, I think I'm too old and also too fat to just fix that at a certain point. I would love to hoop with you. Okay, dude. Okay. Well, you can't be chirping at me and then being like, chatters who leave the stream whenever they see a basketball court on camera have an opinion on their basketball skills. Yeah. Prove about beating Flight on stream. I would love to beat Flight 100%. That's not even a question. Okay. When I say fat, I just mean like heavy. Okay. When you're heavy, it doesn't matter. Chat, you have to remember it can be muscle. It can be straight bone. It can be water. Okay. But I'm a heavy motherfucker. For me at my size to have hooper physique, I would have to be like under 200 pounds. Okay. Like I would have to lose muscle mass. I would have to lose a shit ton more fat. Like we're talking about, what do you mean old LeBron dunking at 40? How can you compare me to a fucking alien, dude? LeBron James was literally dropped into Akron, Ohio from space. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? What a comparison. Literally a freak athlete, the top scorer in the NBA historically, and you're comparing me to him. You are comparing me to Himothy, okay? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, scientists don't fucking understand how LeBron is capable of playing at the competitive level that he's playing at for 21 fucking years straight. You're out of your goddamn mind. I swear the moment HasanAbi talks about his hoop game, this Twitch chat instantly becomes 800% more athletic. Yeah. Hasan Minhaj talks to Bernie about ceasefire. KAMALA lead widens. Americans broadly want weapons halt on Israel. Trump tries TikTok at Arlington Cemetery. Twitter calls NPR story fake. First CNN interview with Harris WALZ and WUKONG in between. Get in now. Okay, twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay. Keizo can dunk. Stop making excuses, buddy. There is 0% chance Keizo can dunk. If he did, Yellowstone would erupt. Okay, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, that is the most insane thing I've ever heard. Okay. That's crazy. People will just say anything when it's a content creator that they like. You know what I mean? People, yeah, he's dunking Oreos in a fucking glass of milk, maybe. That's what he's dunking. Fuck you mean, dude? You are definitely getting banned. Wait, what? Why? Bro. I'm an Israeli activist and might have a chance to talk to a higher up at the Kojat, the IDF aid department. What should I ask? I will record audio secretly. Bro, don't fucking reveal that shit in here. You're going to get got. But, shit, I wish Time Without an Ovo was here. He would have a really good answer for you. Let me think. Hooping is how you get popular on BDBD. New Crash Dummies clip.
You think is wrong or right with your country?
You know.
Oh, this one was amazing. Yeah, I did the Crash Dummies podcast. It was fire.
As a Jamaican, you can eat pussy.
So is that right or wrong with your country?
So because in Jamaica it's wrong.
Oh, so in like the Jamaican culture, the sexual culture, you guys don't do oral sex on women.
Yeah, we don't do it.
You don't live in Jamaica currently, do you?
Back and forth.
So when you come to America, do you eat pussy then?
Just only recently.
How was it?
She liked it.
Wait, you didn't answer? I'm thinking. I'm gonna give you an answer for Kojat in a little bit. Okay, hold on.
So I guess I liked it too. Yeah.
Have you thought about bringing it back to Jamaica? Like the eating pussy thing?
This man talking about he's like bringing spices back to
Yeah.
The great vagina trade.
Yeah, I did it to my girlfriend back home.
The timeline's not making sense. You got a girlfriend, but
No, he was training. He was training for his girlfriend.
He was trying to make himself right for his girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
No, I'm joking. She wasn't like asking like, where'd you learn to do this?
She did ask. I was like, I just want to experiment with you. So yeah.
So you lied to her.
Bend the truth.
That was so good. Bend the truth was so fucking. It's such a bar. All right, bro.
what do you
It
think
was bar, absolute bar. Bend the truth. That guy who knew who you were was also a funny call. Yeah, it was awfully suspicious that the only dude from their community that knew who I was, when asked about what's right or wrong in your country, his answer was white people. The one guy that like knew who I was literally the guy that they called in who was like anti-white unconditionally. Oh, I'm never beating the allegations, dude. Anti-white racism allegations. As a Caribbean American from New York, I know like 6 motherfuckers like this. It was amazing. The anti-Semite, anti-Indian one was the funniest. Oh yeah, that was hilarious too. That was fucking hilarious. The dude who was like, yeah, they're getting everyone but black people is getting money. Yeah, there were really good combos on there. Anyway, I highly recommend the episode. Like I said, it was like, honestly, it was one of the probably the podcast that I've laughed the most. Like as far as like appearances goes, he went, that's why everybody named Patel. Yeah. I'll just say it like this. In terms of podcasts, like I obviously do a lot of these things, right? I do a lot of these collabs. This was the collab that I laughed the most on, like unconditionally. I just did not stop laughing. Speaking of anti-Semitism, you'll never believe what I saw on Twitter. It's literally brand new invented levels of anti-Semitism. Kaya, place, you already know better. You know better, baby girl. What the fuck is this? What is this? The world owes this man an apology. 18,000 likes. I would love to know the truth. Was he a puppet of the Jews all along? Maybe it seems feasible. No, that is fake Jewish propaganda. He was literally funded by Swiss banks, the same banks that are financed by Jews. Dude, when you're such a Nazi that you're saying Adolf Hitler was compromised, that's fucking awesome. Like, that's, like, who's your guy then? Like, who's your guy then at that point? Wow. Wow. He's like the guy. That's your GOAT, dude. What do you mean? Like, how can you be better at being a Nazi than Adolf Hitler, dude? That's crazy. I can't believe the Nazis have their own version of the left comms. Yeah, no, literally. Oh my God. Oh my God. My son showed me a video about leadership and it definitely put the DNC's hard right turn into perspective for me. I think the kids will find this very educational. I'm not watching a CGP Grey video. He's notoriously anti-react and also hates when people watch his videos. So I'm not going to do that. Saw this TikTok, no words needed. Oh, this is a pretty powerful TikTok. It's a good TikTok. I mean, a very different vibe than what we were looking at currently, though. We were just cracking some jokes, dude. Some of you motherfuckers always have to do this, okay? Some of you motherfuckers always have to immediately be like, hey, listen, I know we're laughing right now, but let's talk about the ongoing genocide. It's like, bro, come on. We'll dive into it, man. We're going to dive into it, okay? Calm down. You've programmed me. I reflexively told someone place when they're being raucous and wild. They have brain worms. You were right. It's a mental illness. Oh my God. They're transvestigating Hitler. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh, this is so sweet, dude. This is incredible. Like, these guys have... Oh, this is funny, dude. This is fucking awesome. These guys are literally just... They've run the table. They have arrived at, like, a need for a super Hitler, okay? They're like, no, dude, we already got Hitler, okay? It's time for a new Hitler, an Omega Hitler, okay? I mean, this is kind of like when when fucking Jackson Hinkledink was talking to Sneeko, and he was like, yeah, I don't fuck with the Nazis because they were gay and trans. Yeah, the Nazis were F words, dude. They were all gay, dude. That's why I don't fuck with the Nazis. Like, bro, that's why you don't fuck with the Nazis? Like I feel like there's a bunch of other shit that you could point to, you know, before you get to that stuff. Bro, my fucking Apple iPhone is just on a different level now. It's like, oh, you can't charge now because there's water detected inside of the fucking charging station. And I had to do a emergency override. I said Apple iPhone. That is the oldest thing I've ever said. God, I'm so fucking old. Anyway, let's look at this funny TikTok that I make a weird appearance in. POV, a Trump supporter forgot to log out of his YouTube channel at a hotel. That's amazing. Guys, he was subscribed to Ashley Tisdale. I kept that one. Dude, honestly, that's how you do it. That's how you fucking do it. HasanAbi W influence, finally meeting the person that inspired to become a creator 2 years ago. That's how you do it, chat. That's how you change people's minds. What was your favorite food you had in Chicago? Don't ask me that question. I feel like Keith Lee the way I'm talking about Chicago food, okay? I'm about to get fucking canceled. Chicago is literally one of the best food cities, and I did not get to experience even a single fucking fraction of that. I guess the best one I had was the double burger that I had at that one random tavern that we walked into because I had to piss. Like, I didn't have time because I was at the fucking DNC, so, you know. Chicago food is trash? No, it's not. Chicago food is not trash at all. Come on, dude. It has the most Michelin star restaurants per capita on the fucking planet, dude. There is incredible shit out there, like that Filipino breakfast spot that I really wanted to go to. I wanted to go to Au Cheval. There's so many goddamn places, dude. That Filipino breakfast spot lives in my mind, okay? It occupies a permanent space in my goddamn mind. Oh. Anyway. Yeah, Kasama, I think is called. Yeah. It's actually, I'm currently mad at you for not eating a Chicago dog. I did. That shit is ass, okay? I'll say it. Chicago dogs are fucking ass. What the hell is a celery salt, dude? Dude, I'm not trying to have a healthy snack, okay? Why the fuck did you take an unhealthy snack that is delectable, that is delightful, that is delicious, and then put celery salt on it like it's fucking healthy? It's got healthy taste and none of the fucking healthy calories. Anyway, Chicago dog, no. Okay. New York dirty water dogs stay on top. I'll say that. That's number one. Number two, and I'm a pickle boy. Like, I love pickle. I love savory shit. Okay. And I still did not fuck with the Chicago dog. That's number one. Italian beef is not as good as a Philly cheesesteak. The fuck? The fuck just happened? Something just fell. That was scary. Anyway, it's just not as good. Okay. The Italian beef is not as good as a Philly cheesesteak. I'll say that too. And last but not least, deep dish pizza, not as good as regular slices. And you can get mad at me all you want, all day, every day. There's obviously like phenomenal fucking food in Chicago. But in terms of like the picks, like the city picks, it's not that good. The city is great. Love the city. I'm a fan. But overall, I think like, and there are incredible fucking places to eat in the city of Chicago. I unfortunately missed a lot of it. But this is why I don't like guys from New Jersey. Why? Because we got two good tastes. Like, what do you mean? I did get Italian beef. It's fine. It's all right. You ate tourist food? I ate like the shit that people say is like Chicago food, you know? But yeah, that's it. Emma has a new banger gym edit TikTok. Oh, I saw this morning.
I don't know
Yeah.
what you kids are up to, but I do know one thing. Laws are threats made by the dominant socioeconomic ethnic group in a
It's a
given
good
nation.
TikTok.
It's just the promise of violence that's enacted. Police are basically an occupying army. You know what I mean? You guys want to make some bacon?
I'm an advocate for working out, not because you're going to go and like kill fascists or whatever, but I'm an advocate for working out because it's good. You should do it. It'll make you feel good.
Yep. This is one of the first TikToks I saw today. Yeah, and I commented, I'll own it. Just walk 5 miles because of you, actually? Hell yeah. All right. You have to have Brandon Lee Mulligan on the pod and stream. He's an amazing dude. This shit's annoying, dude. He just keeps telling me emergency over. I keep having to emergency override to fucking charge my phone. Sir, I have a fitness question. What did you do to prevent injuries when you went from not working out to back at it, particularly hip flexors and such? Oh my God. There's so many different workouts you got to do. Like stretch a lot. There's also a lot of movements that you need to do in terms of like you have to identify what muscles, what part of your body doesn't have enough muscle mass, because everything works together. And oftentimes injuries happen as a direct consequence of one, not adequately stretching, and two, doing a weight that your like major muscle group is capable of lifting, but there might be some other muscle groups that you're using to stabilize when you're doing the exercise that are unfortunately too weak. For example, my serratus is too weak. I had to constantly do still to this day, I have to do active warm-ups to activate certain muscle groups when I'm doing like upper body push day. Okay. That muscular imbalance is what causes many people to injure themselves. Okay. That's something that you got to consider. We have to work against that. Is that a Korean War vet hat behind you? My grandpa served as a medic. That's why I asked. Yeah, I served too. Do you pause on exercise on the Apple Watch when you're setting up the weight or not? No, dude. Can you rate their form? It's just Will dancing. Okay. Come on. Let's get to the fucking news. What are we doing? I can't believe I'm saying this. There's a Georgia rally upcoming with VP Kamala Harris, okay? Scheduled at 2:30 p.m. Trump is also holding a rally, or rather a campaign town hall in La Crosse, Wisconsin. That is at 4 p.m. Pacific. But before that, let's get started. Harris and WALZ are returning to the campaign trail. What's going on there? Polls are actually showing that the Harris momentum is growing. There is a post-DNC bump, and you can see it now. Here's a Quinnipiac national poll showing Kamala Harris at 49% to Donald Trump's 48%. In their full release, Kamala Harris is up 2 in a multi-candidate field with RFK on the ticket, up 1 in a two-way. Okay. So we are going to be paying some close attention to all that good stuff. Okay. Anyway, what will they learn from this? On that new Quinnipiac poll, 49% say Trump would handle the Gaza war better than Harris. Of course they are. You want to know why? Do you want to know why they say that? Because Trump keeps saying, I'm a fucking peace candidate. Okay. I'm a peace candidate. And people keep hearing that he's a peace candidate. People keep hearing the point that he keeps reiterating over and over and over again, where he says, no new wars under my administration, which is obviously a fucking lie, but it doesn't matter. Okay. No new wars under my administration, and is obviously a fucking lie, but it doesn't matter. People literally remember that, and then they look at like Ukraine and they attribute that to Biden. They look at Gaza, they attribute that to Biden. Kamala Harris has an opportunity to separate herself from the Biden ticket on this issue. Okay? Are Americans low-key stupid? Americans are high-key stupid. They are high-key stupid, not low-key stupid. They're stupid as fuck. Harris's message wasn't working. Yeah, I saw this. Harris kept most of Biden's team in place, but the main architect of the Biden campaign messaging strategy, Mike Donilon, has fucking finally left and returned to the White House. So we shall see if this changes the pace at all. Okay. But you have to understand something. We're going to be looking at that Quinnipiac poll a bunch, okay? Why wouldn't they hear Trump say that he wants Israel to finish the job? Because, and this is very important for a lot of people to understand, if you have some level of charisma, people literally make up what the fucking policies are in terms of what their personal opinion is. And this especially works when you are not the fucking current president, so you are not currently responsible for the onslaught. So some people look at Trump and think in their minds that he's going to be much better than Kamala Harris and Joe Biden on Gaza. Some and better in terms of like he's going to stop the fucking fighting, okay? Some people look at it and they think, "Oh, he's going to go extra hard and then they're going to end up he's going to give Israel all the tools that Israel needs to finish the job and then the fighting is going to stop." Okay? This is a pretty normal part of politics. A lot of Americans, especially in the Republican Party, a lot of people that vote for Republicans don't actually associate the real negative consequences of the legislation that they're signing on for. This is a well-documented phenomena, okay? You need to understand this. This is something that plagues American politics, and it's something that plagues politics in general. People genuinely think, "Oh, I'm voting for this guy because this, right?" They don't really think what the policies are going to end up. They don't really consider how those policies are going to end up harming themselves. A great example of this is obviously on the issue of abortion. There are plenty of Republicans that voted for the Republican Party. They didn't really care about abortion rights being restricted. And now they're like, "Oh my God, this is actually devastating. What the fuck?" Because all of a sudden, there's no way you can message out of it. Everybody now knows you are responsible for all of the women in places like Texas, in places like Ohio, that can't get fucking ectopic pregnancies dealt with. The medical procedure is an abortion. And now they're in a panic state because Republicans shut that access off. They are responsible for it. They have to fucking live with that reality. Do you understand? Yeah, Missouri, Amendment 3, enshrine a right to an abortion. Yes, no 34%. Yes, 52%. President Donald Trump, 54%. Kamala Harris, 41%. Okay? Josh Hawley, 53%. Lucas Kunce, 42%. So you need to understand something, okay? You need to understand something. Americans do not make smart choices when they are voting. Part of that reason is because neither party truly represents their best interests, so politics just gets divvied out to team sports. A lot of people think, "Oh, I'm voting on harm reduction on the Democratic Party side," but ultimately they're just voting on team sports. Harm reduction is just a layer of moralizing that you are tacking on to why you're making the decision that you're making. So in a way, it's both the dumbest people that don't vote, and it's also somewhat the smartest people that don't end up voting, even if they recognize why they're not voting, or why, even if they recognize it or not, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, like, I wish more people would get activated to go out and vote, but the reality of the matter is, until either fucking side, and this is specifically the Democrats I'm talking about here, okay, until the Democrats actually actively communicate to broad majorities of the public that if voting for the Democrats will actually genuinely improve their lives, improve their material conditions in a meaningful way, and that the Democrats are actually on board with genuinely improving their lives in a meaningful way. Easy to communicate, easy to understand, responsive policies, right? Until that happens, most people are not going to fucking go out and vote. Okay? IDF reservist mental health officer ousted from role after social media comments. How do you have so many viewers while having so many L takes? What's your secret? I'm hot. That's what it is. Yeah. It's just like, I think my secret is what you consider to be an L take. 3 months down the line, you will consider to be a W take that you thought about all along, except right now you're resistant and hostile to it. But when it does become the reality, okay, because oftentimes I am right simply too early, okay? There are times when I'm wrong, of course. I'm a human being after all. But oftentimes I'm right. I'm just too early to the fucking game. And most people are inherently hostile to change, inherently hostile to and resist any sort of like change in communication. So they just operate on fucking vibes. And then 12 months later, suddenly hate you and splinter off into a hater community. Of course. Yeah. I suspect this is already a person there. You know? Good response. I mean, you're pro-Palestine, it seems. So I don't know why you're fucking what you're considering to be an L take here. And you're anti-smoking, as am I. So I don't know what's going on here. All right, but let's get back to it. Trump is a dream for the status quo. Every push to make the liberal pass common good policies turned down by if you don't vote for us, vote for him. It's the same in France as 2012. Yeah. Do you think voting because of harm reduction is bad? I don't think voting because of harm reduction is bad. I do think, however, that most people don't vote on that basis, and the Democrats don't do enough to actually engage in harm reduction. The harm that they're reducing gets smaller and smaller every election cycle. And that is partially because harm reduction is the only fucking advocacy that they engage in within their own base. And that's really fucking stupid, because you're just missing a massive, massive amount of people that you could be activating, bringing out to the fucking polls. You know? I mean, I don't think that's true with respect to labor or trans LGBT rights. Yeah, again, notice how you're not saying that about immigrants right now, because the Democrats have dropped that from their policies, right? So like last election cycle, you would say that, you would say trans and LGBT rights, and then you would also say immigrants, right? Like Republicans are doing horribly poor things with immigrants. Like Democrats will protect immigrants. Notice how you don't say that anymore, because they shut that communication off, because they themselves are now pushing for a right-wing immigration bill. So every election cycle, they just like pick and choose another thing that they are going to capitulate to the right on. And I personally find that to be unconscionable. I personally find that to be immoral. And I also personally find that to be disastrous. Notice how you're not also saying, well, what about Muslims, right? Yeah. What about Muslims? Because that was another good one that you could use if you only cared about harm reduction, right? Oh, Trump will be so much worse on Muslims. Trump will be so much worse on immigrants. Okay, but you're that doesn't mean that this gives you an opportunity to be fucking harmful yourself, right? So that's it. There is obviously issues where the Democrats are genuinely better than the Republicans on. That's abortion, protecting the medical decisions that people make. And that's a huge issue. Problem is, you know, when you got Trump at the top of that ticket, it seems to me like obviously in a place like Missouri, people are still voting for abortion, but also simultaneously voting for Donald Trump. Okay? Chomsky made a good point about voting, and that's something you just do, and then you get back to the real work of organizing and growing a movement. Yeah, it's that voting is still the least consequential, most significant thing you can do, for sure. And I understand the argument that Chomsky is making. Even though he is 850 years old, he was there when democracy was invented. He knows a thing or two about that sort of thing, right? However, having said that, a lot of people don't operate on that basis. This is what I'm simply stating. It's like harm reduction over and over again is not going to carry you across the finish line, okay? Harm reduction didn't carry the Democrats across the finish line because you can't out-compete. You can't out-harm reduction argument your way out of a bad candidate or a bad campaign. Hillary Clinton demonstrated that reality, right? So that's precisely the reason why I always say, like, you know, you could say harm reduction all day, every day. This is not one of those communities where that shit's going to fly in general, because I'm analyzing the actual policies and the impact that those policies have on people's lives. I think that the Democratic Party should drop that as well. They dropped the identity politics stuff, and I really do hope that they'll drop this shit eventually as well, because it would be a significantly better way to argue, a significantly better mechanism to draw out more support, more popular support, get more people to vote for you in states where people have completely lost confidence in you, the Democratic Party, if you were to actually advocate for direct policies that help people's lives, okay? The direct policies that help people improve their material conditions. That's what politics is. What are you going to give me at the end of the day is a real simple question that people must ask. And the Democratic Party's response can't simply be, well, we're better than the Republicans, marginally better than the Republicans. You know what I mean? It's just not, it's not going to work. And it doesn't work. Demonstrably, it doesn't work. I don't know the reason why they do this, but Harris is gaining on all the good polls, and then there are right-wing pollsters deciding to fuck the averages, Lamau, and then Emerson with a random grenade. Yeah, the thing is, Kamala Harris gaining on all of these good polls simply does not carry her across the finish line. If you recall, these are still within the margin of error. That's number one. It just simply shows that momentum is on her, is favoring her at this time. None of these polls actually show that Kamala Harris is definitely winning tomorrow. Okay? This is something that you have to remember. Now, obviously, post-convention bumps don't necessarily immediately lock you in. If that was the case, Dukakis would have been president. You know what I mean? Like, I think he got like a 12-point bump after the convention. Obviously, it didn't fucking matter. So, even with all of that, even with all of the, like, I obviously do care about polling. I'm not going to fucking sit here and be like, oh, it's 2020, polls were misleading. I'm not going to say that. 2016 was the last time that polls were like definitely off base. This shows momentum. That's a good thing. However, even if they showed a massive increase, right, post convention, for example, it still wouldn't necessarily mean all that much in terms of like what things may look like come November. Okay, I am a poll believer. As in, like, I do look at polls. I look at and analyze polls on a regular basis come when the election cycle comes around. But having said that, you know, it's not the end all be all. There are examples where people are doing well post convention, get a big bump after convention, and then they end up losing. There are examples where obviously you don't see a massive bump post the convention and you end up winning. So why do you think so many down ballot Democrats are polling so much better than Harris in the presidential race? Is that the down ballot Republicans are just worse? In some instances, that is the answer. There's a lot of untested or genuine failures on the Republican side. Untested in the sense that, like, they have no fucking long-term tenure that you can point to, like Carrie Lake, who is a fucking freak and a weirdo, and like she's gonna get absolutely destroyed in Arizona. You have that guy, the troop that was exploded in Nevada, for example, who's not even from Nevada, but he's like running. Like, you have a lot of people on the Republican side that are untested, that don't have any sort of like policy that they can point to, or don't have any tenure that they can point to. They don't really have like a built-in infrastructure for canvassing, and they're just fucking running, and Trump likes them because they're freaks, right? And that is actually part of the reason why in some of these races, the down ballot races are actually performing better than the top of the ticket. Having said that, however, okay, the other reason is, in my opinion, the other reason is because the Kamala Harris campaign is not doing a decent enough job separating themselves from the Joe Biden campaign. They have done that with like pricing, right? They've done that with grocery prices, but they haven't done a clean break on a lot of other stuff, including but not limited to Gaza. Okay, there are still a lot of things that are unpopular with the Biden administration that the Harris ticket has not actually communicated their way out of. I personally suspect the immigration part of the equation is also a big deal. But of course, polling doesn't show that. Well, it's because it's an untested narrative, because the Republicans have never counter-messaged or even tried to drop it. Now, of course, that is an issue. They have not tried it, and it might be too fucking late by the time they finally come to their senses, okay? When they finally come to their senses and decide, like, maybe we shouldn't be running in this, like, fucking super right-wing immigration policy shit, it's probably going to be far too late. So we'll see, okay? Nate Silver has an interesting take. Latest Nate Silver forecast, Trump's chances of winning are up +5 electoral votes, with Harris is at 272, Trump 266. What? Who is favored to win the presidency? Chance each candidate has of winning the electoral college or the popular vote in 2024 presidential election, and our best predictions on the outcome based on 40,000 simulations of our model. Harris's electoral college victory probability is at 47.3%. Trump is at 52.4%. But the popular vote probability, Harris is at 63.8%. The predicted electoral college, the predicted electoral votes that she arrives at is 272. The predicted popular vote share is at 50.3%. Wait, I don't understand how this works, though. Check his PA analysis. It's in one of your tabs. Yeah, I want to see what Pennsylvania looks like, because this race is going to come down to chance of winning is based on Nate Silver's model. Predicted electoral votes is based on just polls. His model thinks Kamala should have had a much larger lead in PA than polls are showing. It's cooking her in his model. Yeah, I think this race is going to obviously come back. This race is going to come down to Pennsylvania. And obviously Trump knows that. They're playing defense in places like North Carolina. They're pumping a little bit in places like Georgia. But ultimately, I think it's just, Pennsylvania is the major part of this problem. And she's showing another problem. It's been a while since we've seen a poll showing Harris leading in Pennsylvania. A high-quality poll showing Harris ahead in PA would make a big difference right now. Weird update today. Harris ticked up slightly in our national polling average, but lost ground in our forecast and is now less than 50% against Donald Trump. One reason is that the model's convention bounce adjustment, which affects the forecast, but not the average. There's a large population of Arabs and Muslims in PA. The Gaza genocide could lose it. 170,000 registered Muslim voters. Kamala Harris needs every fucking vote she can possibly pick up. And what I find very frustrating about this, beyond the fact that every time I say at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, you guys fucking perk up. And it annoys me, and it like fucks up my flow, even though there is a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. When you get one free Prime subscription a month, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. What's really endlessly frustrating about this, what's endlessly frustrating about the Kamala Harris campaign strategy so far is that there are votes waiting to be picked up. There are votes waiting to be picked up. There is momentum that they can add to the Vibes campaign. However, the areas that they are going after, where they're going after, the people that they're trying to win over to their side are unimaginably stupid. One example I will give you is this. Okay? I saw this earlier today. Let me see if I can fucking find it. Okay? Let's see. There's one thing I wanted to show you. Where the fuck is it? Hold on. Where the fuck is it? God damn it. Oh, here. This is the what I wanted to show you. Looks like some marginal voters don't have to try very hard to get meetings, huh? Says Edinger Mentham. Here it is. Haley Voters Working Group. Thank you to the Harris campaign for joining our group for the third time tonight. We've appreciated your engagement and the time you've shared with us, respectfully discussing how to win over Haley voters on the fence. I am losing my fucking mind. What are you doing? What are you doing? There are hundreds of thousands of people in every single state that you are currently either barely defeating Donald Trump on or losing to Donald Trump on, depending on which poll you're looking at. And they are straight up going after a group of like 50 fucking voters of a candidate who has endorsed Donald Trump. Please stop doing this. What the fuck are you doing? Are you fucking insane? What are you doing? Who's running the fucking show? Monkeys that are just like fucking hitting cymbals? Is that what's going on? Just a bunch of fucking animals up there just playing with fucking dials? Who's doing this? Who's doing this? What the fuck? I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. Holy shit. And it's additionally strange because, and I will keep repeating this over and over and over again, the original momentum that happened from Biden losing the election to Donald Trump to Kamala Harris having a chance of defeating Donald Trump, that only happened because they did progressive shit, okay? They responded to public pressure, and lo and behold, people like that sort of thing, okay? Making it seem as though you have a commitment to the democratic process, turns out, makes people feel pretty enthusiastic, okay? What the fuck are we doing here? This is old school, dumbass, I want to lose bullshit. Kaya Place, you know better. You're looking back at me right now, thinking you did some shit. Okay, good girl. The only reason they're doing this is because the coalition will hold once the genocide in Gaza gets worse, and two, we go to war with Iran and China. I guarantee it. Democrats care more about genocide and capitalism than winning elections. Nothing new here. No, dude, that's crazy. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Also, I'm talking to the fucking voters here. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, how do you end up doing something? How do you end up making decisions that actually are bangers, okay? And you immediately get this big boost. You get this response. So many people doubt your ability to finally fucking like take this bold step forward and actually get like noticeable and immediate changes in the way that people fucking view the campaign, and then you just go, okay, we're done. We did enough. Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. This does not mean that the Kamala Harris campaign is going to fucking lose, okay? I'm not saying that at all. They are doing very well so far, okay? They're doing very well so far, but that can fucking change, okay? While they have the foot on the gas, they should be pumping it even harder instead of trying to desperately cut away at this momentum. WALZ is outstanding, best VP pick of my life. I know, that's why I don't get it. I don't get it. Why the fuck did you do that? If they had went with Josh Shapiro, okay, I'd be like, this is classic Democratic Party shit, you know? Classic. They went with what they perceive as the safe choice, even though it's not a safe choice. But what they perceive was like the calculated safe choice.
Okay. Somewhat conservative governor in a key state that they have to win. It's a must-win state. And they didn't do that. They didn't fucking do that. They went with WALZ, which locked them into at least messaging around progressive policies. So I don't understand why the fuck they're like not continuing along with that, like with that agenda. Haas, what don't you get? Dems want to win, but in a certain way because they run by their donors. It's fine. Okay. Modeling your election strategy off of likely Republican voters is insane to me. Okay. If Kamala loses her followers, will 100% blame Arabs and Muslims. They'll take off the mask and start saying the most racist, dehumanizing shit you've ever heard. I can already feel it. I mean, they're already saying that. They didn't pick the guy for VP who was massively popular in Pennsylvania. Yeah, dude, you're right. You're right, dude. Massively popular in Pennsylvania. Like, he's popular, dude. I wouldn't go as far as to say he's massively popular. He ran against a fucking freak. Hasan really thinks everybody's obsessed with Gaza. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm losing my fucking mind. Please. This is not what I'm saying at all. You guys are so fucking annoying because you don't care about it. Okay. I care about it, but that's not the argument that I'm making. There are people who care that would be on board with the ticket, but that's not the only thing that I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about like moderating your messaging on the issue of dealing with the economy. You know what I mean? I wasn't even fucking talking about Gaza in this situation. You're the one who brought it up because liberals are fucking gross. Okay. Just such little freak bitches who just desperately want to fucking lose. And in that stupid fucking death spiral, they want to point their fingers at like other people. Oh, it must be the Muslims. It must be Gaza. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. That's not what I'm talking about, okay? That strategy worked so well for the Dems last election cycle that Trump gained 20 million votes. Yeah, I'm like, I'll literally be talking about fucking healthcare. I'll be talking about like genuinely actively communicating policy prescriptions to people's like people's problems that they perceive in their day-to-day lives and like running a campaign on issues like that, okay? Not like a boring, annoying, nerdy Elizabeth Warren style campaign, but like a closer to a Bernie, like a populist campaign where you're like, people are suffering, we're going to solve it, okay? We're going to put more fucking bread on your table. We're going to make sure that it's easier for you to have a roof over your fucking head. We're going to solve these issues. Okay. If they did that, people would respond to it. People would respond positively to it. And it's crazy to me that like there's Democrats in here who turn around and go, oh, well, actually, you think everybody cares about Gaza. First of all, why are you openly admitting that like Americans are selfish, bloodthirsty fucking losers when there's a goddamn genocide happening and they don't give a fuck? Secondly, you're objectively incorrect. Obviously, it's not the most salient issue for a lot of Americans, but plenty of Americans, like broad majorities of Americans, want to fucking stop the fighting in Gaza, okay? So shut the fuck up. You're objectively wrong on every aspect of this conversation. Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand why you can be so wrong and so confident in how fucking wrong you are. Ain't nobody's here saying like, oh, the number one thing that Americans care about is like the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I never said that. I don't believe that. Okay? Because that is objectively not true. But according to the CBS poll, 61% of Americans oppose weapons aid to Israel's assault in Gaza. 77% of Democrats and 63% of self-identifying moderates reject U.S. weapons aid to Israel. 77% of the under 30 demographic oppose weapons aid to Israel. 75% of Black Americans, 66% of women, 56% of white college graduates. This is not like, this is just an easy gimme, okay? It's just waiting right there. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of voters across multiple fucking states, especially when you are in margins of barely fucking getting a victory in a lot of these key states that you have to get. When you say every vote counts, and then you fucking turn around and go, but not those votes, well, then every vote doesn't count. That's an easy dub. It's sitting right there. Fuck. Fuck me, dude. Like, it's just right there, dude. It is right there, okay? It is right there. Easiest dub of my life. Okay? Easiest W of anyone's lives is just standing right there. It's like marijuana decriminalization or legalization at the federal level. It's a thing that the Democrats could just do tomorrow and people would be on board with it. Okay? It's one of those things. It's like, it's just there. And they never hit that button, ever. I don't know why they're so scared of hitting that button. I don't know what the fuck the problem is. I genuinely don't understand it. It's like a free vote situation. Okay? This doesn't mean that it's like the number one issue. Like, out of all of these people that are polled, they're not saying they're not going to vote for Kamala Harris if she doesn't get this done, okay? Nobody is saying that. But having said that, there are Kamala Harris, the closer she is associated to Biden on this issue on Gaza, the worse she is going to poll on this issue, the worse she's going to hemorrhage votes. Biden and Kamala Harris right now are seen as objectively unpopular on Israel. Objectively. How would you understand how interlinked? How do you understand how interlinked we are with Israel and now understand why Kamala won't break away from Biden on this law? Shut the fuck up, liberal. How do you understand how interlinked we are with Israel and why Kamala won't break away from Biden on this? It doesn't change my opinion on the matter. She has to do this, okay? What do you mean? She has to do this, and I'm going to keep repeating why it's a good idea to do this, and hopefully someone will fucking listen. All right? I don't know why you just... Basically, what you're doing in this situation is like, I would rather be cynical and right, okay? And just, you know, not even talk about all of the major reasons for plenty of fucking liberals that are even in this community that might have not heard the electoral calculation that I am presenting to them, okay? That is the reason why I don't talk about this from a morality standpoint when talking about Israel in terms of why the campaign should move in this direction. I talk about it as a bloodless, sociopathic electoral calculation. Why do I do that? Because there are plenty of liberals who are very afraid of Donald Trump winning the election, but they don't give a fucking single shred of a shit about Gaza. Okay? That's it. That's the reason why I'm doing this. Chatters, we're doing electoral politics. I don't know why some leftist chatters act so smug. Exactly. There is, I've said this since early October, okay? There's an electoral analysis here that favors removing the unshakable bond we have with Israel. There is a State Department continuation of your like American hegemonic superpower status argument to make. There's a pro-CIA, pro-State Department argument to make in terms of like reanalyzing our relationship with Israel. Okay. There is a pro-Israel's continuation of the apartheid argument that I could make if need be. Like I can make a liberal Zionist argument. It literally does not make sense. That is why I'm saying it is pure zealotry and fear. That is the only reason. It is pure ideological zealotry and fucking fear. Fear of the unknown that is stopping It's not like some secret thing that they're aware of that you don't know about, okay? It's not like the Mossad blackmail operation. All of a sudden, we're going to see Joe Biden's like dick pics leak because he like made the right decision or whatever. Like, no, it's not any of those things. Sometimes the truth is that simple. Ideological zealotry and fear. That's it. As a reminder, chat, AIPAC is not unbeatable and is not so powerful as they want you to believe they are. Exactly. They've dumped 100 million so far. Okay? I mean, I would take a peek. Yeah, we're not going to see Joe Biden's meat anytime soon, but you already know it's big, okay? Hunter Biden's cock is relatively large. His brother's penis is relatively large. He probably has a fat one. Let's be real, okay? Another fucking big hog having president who had to drop out because of his unpopular war. LBJ was the other one. All right. Anyway, having said all of that, let's get to Harris and WALZ returning on the campaign trail.
For the White House, Vice President Kamala Harris and Tim Walz hitting the road in the battleground state of Georgia for a second day as Donald Trump gets ready to blitz critical swing states. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, is on the trail in Savannah, Georgia. Mary, good morning.
Hey, Wick, good morning. Well, the Harris campaign sees real opportunity here in Georgia. They are hoping to expand the map, put this key state firmly back in play, now with less than 70 days to go. This morning, Kamala Harris is gaining ground in the critical Sun Belt states. Harris and running mate Tim Walz boarding their campaign bus in Georgia, a state where Donald Trump has been leading. But this morning, a new Fox News poll shows Harris now up by 2 points. That poll also suggesting she's closing the gap in Arizona, Nevada, and North Carolina.
Remember, all of these are within a margin of error, okay? All of these polls are within a margin of error. I'm not just saying this because, like, I want to fucking be a naysayer. I want to make you, like, not feel excited. Everyone is doing brass summer. Everyone's lived the fuck up. Like, this is not, it's good. This is promising if you are a Kamala, if you're a Mamala fan, okay? If you're riding with Mamala, it's promising. Don't say remember 2016. It does not. No, we're not talking about 2016 here, okay? I'm not saying these polls are cucked in the same way that the 2016 polls were. That's not the argument here. The argument here is that they are still within a margin of error, and therefore, this does not spell a broad victory in the way that you think it does, especially when you factor in Pennsylvania, okay? Remember that. Remember that when you look at these numbers, okay? Yeah, margin of error is plus minus 3.
In battleground Georgia, a state President Biden won narrowly in 2020, Harris and Walz reaching out to rural voters, hoping for a repeat victory. In Hinesville, greeted by the Liberty County High School Marching Band.
My previous job to this was, of course, public school teacher and coach, which I wear with pride.
Walz leaning into his own rural roots in Minnesota. His experience as a social studies teacher and former high school football coach now central to their campaign message. The ticket then stopping for barbecue in Savannah, out shaking hands and snapping selfies. Harris, well aware she can't just rely on those urban centers like Atlanta in a race expected to be so close. Trump also hitting key states, targeting the Rust Belt. Today in Michigan and Wisconsin.
I mean, yeah, this is a good way to look at it as well, for sure. Individual national polls. Love people reacting to the polls when you can just look at this holistic picture instead, courtesy of Vote Hub, that shows A/B rated pollsters only. Okay. National polls, not a measure you're looking for, then look at state polling instead. Battleground state polling averages. It's still within the margin. Okay, it's still within the margin. And it's promising for Kamala Harris's campaign, but you have to understand, it is absolutely still within the margin of victory or defeat.
Before heading to must-win Pennsylvania.
Just because of the way votes total, most past the 270 involve PA. To win without PA, you would have to win most of the rest of the swing states. Yeah, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, and Georgia. Doing that and losing PA is pretty unlikely. Yeah, there is no pathway to victory where you win Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, and Georgia, and then fucking lose Pennsylvania. That'd be insane.
Now here,
like you would have to run such a good campaign in all of those other places, but such a bad one in Pennsylvania. I don't know how the fuck that would happen. Law is going to be the Selena Meyer election.
Here in
Stop.
Georgia today, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will sit down together for their first big interview of this campaign. They have been facing criticism for not doing a formal press conference or an in-depth interview. And then looking ahead to the coming days, Harris is expected to be spending a fair amount of time in debate prep. Of course, her first face-off with Donald Trump coming up right here on ABC on September 10th, with just 12 days away.
That will be a pivotal moment. And Mary, while we have you, tell us about this criticism Trump is facing about a recent visit to Arlington National Cemetery. His team accused of recording video in a prohibited area. Veteran families now reacting to this?
Yeah, so this video shows the president visiting some of the grave sites of some of the 13 service members who were killed in that attack on Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. Trump trying to highlight Harris and this administration's handling of that chaotic troop withdrawal, but filming in this area of the cemetery is prohibited just for this reason, to not politicize the military.
This is such a funny thing that he did. He is such a clout-hungry social media demon, dude. I'm not gonna lie. This is my favorite Trump story of this election cycle so far. At first, I didn't cover it because I was like, who gives a shit? And then I read into the details, and it is hilarious, okay? He went to the fucking Arlington National Cemetery. That's where all the fucking veterans are. That's where all the soldiers are. And he did that so he could fucking... he did that so he could cut content where he's like, Biden is so bad, he killed 13 of our best veterans. Kamala Harris killed 13 of our best veterans, okay? And he went there with the Gold Star family of like one of the parents of like one of the dead vets, right? And of course, there are like major reasons as to why you're not supposed to be doing this, because apparently, you know, you just can't do that. You can't do a photo op at the Arlington Cemetery. You can't do a campaign op at a cemetery in general. Okay. But I love that the people that work at the cemetery were like, you can't do that. And he was like, nah, it's fine.
Terry, now, some families like that of Staff Sergeant Ryan Knauss say they give Trump permission. They say it's sad to restrict how the fallen are honored. But overnight, we heard from another Gold Star family, the sister of Sergeant Andrew Marcassano, who died by suicide in 2020 after 8 tours of combat. His grave is also shown.
Yeah, one of the graves that was shown in the fucking TikTok is the dude who killed himself. Breaking, the U.S. Army has a new statement out at the incident at Arlington and real Donald Trump. Of note, they confirmed that the parties were told of the laws against political activity and that an employee was pushed aside and filing charges were on the table. Oh my God. This is worse than when Scrub Daddy Girl on TikTok went to Mexico and scrubbed all those headstones for content. That's what I'm saying. This is my favorite genre of like insane TikToker nonsense. Like Trump is doing Scrub Daddy Girl shit. Like it's phenomenal. We're gonna do it. We're gonna I'll show you the U.S. Army rebukes Trump campaign for incident at National Cemetery. He's a TikTok girly, dude. He's a TikTok girly. Let him thrive. Y'all are fucking, everyone's against him, even the army, okay? Trump's gonna come out and be like, fuck the army. And all the vets are gonna be like, hell yeah, brother, you're right. I hate the army. It's gay now and woke. Oh, it's so sick.
It's so fucking sick. Okay? It's dope. I'm fully on board with this, okay? I'm fully on board with this. It's the John McCain controversy all over again. To be fair, a lot of vets hate the U.S. Army. Yeah, no, it's awesome. I first of all, as you guys know, I don't give a fuck about like how this is sacrilege. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. I don't care that it's like I don't care that it's like considered sacrilege to like do this sort of thing. Okay, I don't. But a lot of people certainly will be in their feelings about it. But it is funny as fuck in general that Trump did this. The worst part about it is that, like, yeah, he was, his staff were being rude and annoying to the fucking people that work at the cemetery. That's bullshit. Reposting. Oh, they're doing it already. Reposting to trigger the hacks at the army. GOP political strategist, combat wounded Marine, Pittsburgh native Chris LaCivita. Fuck the army, baby. Woo! Fuck you guys. It doesn't matter. None of this shit matters, okay? Republicans own patriotism. The primary reason for rules about filming is to preserve the idea that the military is politically neutral. They're doing a big crackdown again on that, at least. That's what my cousin told me. Yeah, my cousin. Yeah. I get it. I get why those rules exist, okay? It's just funny. And no, it doesn't fucking factor. Like, Greg Stoker posting Biden doing the same thing does not obviously factor in a similar capacity, considering that he was a fucking vice president considering that he was a vice president and not like actively campaigning or some shit, okay? This doesn't mean you can't literally take pictures at the fucking cemetery, dog, as a person. Like, Trump has also been pictured at Arlington before when he was president. The difference is during an election cycle, when you're actively trying to cut campaigning footage at the Arlington cemetery, then it becomes a political problem. Bro made a TikTok. Now, I still, again, don't care necessarily, but for all of the context enjoyers and for all of the, everybody does this shit, okay? Just, something to consider, that it's not the exact same equation at all. Speaking of cousin, my 4-year-old saw me watching you, and now she calls you that boy and your cousin. Some really good news out of the Biden admin, and I hope that Kamala Harris is shouting this during her campaign stops. We don't give a fuck, but a lot of people do, and this makes it bad for Trump. No, they won't. It'll be the old, it didn't happen, and if it did happen, it wasn't that bad, and if it was bad, the other side has done worse, and if not, then free speech. Not a fan of context, to be honest. No, I'm just showing you, like, Biden has been pictured the fucking cemetery, so is Donald Trump. The difference is, like, it wasn't a fucking campaign material that they were cutting. That's the major difference. It doesn't mean that, like, you can't fucking film a president or a vice president ever at the Arlington cemetery. Of course, every goddamn elected representative has had that moment in the past. All right. Love this story, though.
In this Trump video, and she says, quote, "We hope that those visiting this sacred site understand that these were real people who sacrificed for our freedom and that they are honored and respected accordingly." Now, the Harris campaign has responded to this. They suggest this behavior is just typical for Donald Trump. They say it shows that he's only out for himself, but J.D. Vance firing back at that criticism, using some charged language, saying that Kamala Harris, the sitting vice president, quote, "can go to hell."
Now to a growing controversy in the presidential race, and it has to do with this picture right here on your screen of former President Donald Trump at Arlington National Cemetery and an altercation that occurred on the grounds there.
Bro, they made him do the thumbs up. That's crazy work, okay? When I saw this photo, I couldn't believe it. Like, that's crazy work, man. That's nasty. That is nasty. Insane pic. They're all smiling. They're smiling, and they got the thumbs up over the grave of their family member. What? What are we doing? I think this genuinely shows like the idolatry surrounding Donald Trump. Okay? Like, where these guys actively think, I mean, they're actively more excited at the prospect of of genuflecting the dear leader than like the actual context of the situation. Dying equals L, posing for a photo over dead people, W. Yeah. Oh, it's so sick. And I think like if I'm not mistaken, I think this guy killed himself too, so they were like more mad about that too. Where they literally were like where they just like posted up throwing the thumbs up over the grave of like another fucking soldier too, like that can be seen in the photo. Isn't not reading the room kind of the Republican MO? I mean, Donald Trump is goated at reading the room usually, but this is one of those situations where like he doesn't give a fuck. At the very least, it makes it extremely clear it's a campaign thing. He's not there to pay respect. Oh yeah.
Involving his campaign staff. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vice President Kamala Harris prepares for a big moment with her running mate Tim Walz in the battleground state of Georgia today. And our Nancy Cordes has made her way to Savannah. Nancy, good morning. This is a first for the Harris-Walz campaign. What do we know?
That's right, Tony. It is the first sit-down interview that Vice President Harris will be doing since becoming the nominee. She's going to do it jointly with her vice presidential nominee, Tim Walz. She's going to do it here in Savannah, where she's also holding a rally at the end of a two-day swing through the part of the state that is typically not a target for Democratic nominees. Southeastern Georgia is Republican territory, but Vice President Harris and her running mate Tim Walz are rolling through anyway. Polls show Harris has pulled even with former President Trump in this battleground state. And her campaign says 35,000 volunteers have signed up in Georgia since Harris became the nominee last month. So far, she has stayed mum on the controversy over her opponent's visit to Arlington National Cemetery on Monday. Defense officials tell CBS News that some Trump staffers got, quote, aggressive, both verbally and physically, when a cemetery official tried to prevent them from bringing a campaign photographer onto the grounds. Federal law prohibits election-related activity in the cemetery. The Trump team insists their cameraman was invited by the family members of Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover, and Hoover's family agrees. They all posed with Trump at Hoover's gravesite Monday. But there was another headstone in the picture belonging to Master Sergeant Andrew Marchesano, who died in 2020. In a statement to CBS News, Marchesano's sister said her understanding was that...
Yeah, he died in 2020 by killing himself. Is crazy, dude. This is a crazy story. Like, we haven't even watched the TikTok yet. We've only done the commentary around it. We gotta watch the TikTok because they filmed the TikTok. They filmed the fucking TikTok, dude. That's craziness. Let me see. Does anyone have it? I mean, he posted this. Chris La Savita posted this. Oh. Assaulting graveyard workers over this shit feels like it should be a big deal, but nope, not in the U.S. No, not in the Trump era.
We lost 13 great people. What a horrible day it was, man. We didn't lose one person in 18 months. And then they took over. That disaster, the leaving of Afghanistan.
Kino cinema. Oh, it's so good. My goat.
I'm so grateful to be here today with you, Mr. President.
He's pumping, dude. He's pumping those tiki-takis, dude. Look at that. 9.5 million, dude. You can't fucking hate this shit. It's sad the media won't show this. Brother, what are you talking about? The media definitely is showing this nonstop. Gotta hit him with a follow. Bro. Oh, Chatter said Trump does one podcast with Logan Paul and thinks it's a good idea to visit dead people and film their content. Yo! There's so much to be said about this. I'm going to run it again. I got to run it back.
13 great people. What a horrible day it was. We didn't lose one person in 18 months. And then
We didn't lose one person in 18 months. We didn't lose one person in 18 months. And then they took over this disaster and they killed 13 of our best soldiers.
Then they took over that disaster, the leaving of Afghanistan.
Trump said,
"Don't you give up, nah, nah, nah. I won't give up, nah, nah, nah. Let me love you, let me love you. Don't you give up, nah, nah, nah. I won't give up, nah, nah, nah. Let me love you."
oh my God. Oh my God. It's peak, dude. This is God clown show. Peak clown show. Love it. Love it. Live in La Vida Loca, except for those guys. They died. So RIP to them. That's craziness. That's fucking craziness, dude. That's a lie. One of the guys in my ex-boyfriend's unit died in Afghanistan in 2019. Yeah.
I wake up to 5 for my yard.
Funeral food would be so good, I'd be forgetting who the fuck died.
Is a warning.
Oh, so good. So fucking good. Here's also JD Vance's response to this. The absolute goat of charisma. They're saying generational run. Ron DeSantis was the theory. JD Vance is the praxis. Okay? They're saying no one has had this level of charisma, this kind of aura before. Okay? In the opposite direction. Let's take a look at Jebediah Vance.
You guys in the media, you're acting like Donald Trump filmed a TV commercial at a gravesite. He was there.
He did do that. He did. He just did a TikTok commercial, which is objectively lamer. objectively lamer. Guys, he didn't film a TV commercial. He filmed a TikTok. Which makes it funnier. Come on, man. Come on, man.
They are providing emotional support to a lot of brave Americans who lost loved ones they never should have lost, and they're happening.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Bro. Listen.
Do y'all remember when Charlie and Dixie D'Amelio came out with chamber in this Burger King bathroom? All to clean
Donald Trump
together.
Donald Trump doing. Donald Trump's been doing this shit, dude.
If I seen, my stepdad has passed away, and if I had seen somebody making a TikTok using a scrub daddy and some homemade egg cleaner, filming it for views, I'd be pretty pissed.
Wait, I want to play some of the original ones, dude. This is obviously one of our faves on the broadcast. We gotta play one of the scrub daddy. One of my scrub daddy favorites. Does anyone have any good ones that you just know off the top of your dome? Why can't I just find a good one? I know Jarvis talked about that. Hold on. We just want to original.
Let's clean a random grave. Who do you think is buried here?
Let's clean it and find out.
I have so many questions. How old is this grave?
It looks like it's been here for 500 years.
How did this grave get so dirty? Look, there's a tree growing out of it.
I love plants.
This transformation is extremely hard for me, but I believe everyone deserves a beautiful grave.
Okay, so I did some research.
A woman is buried here, and she has 2 brothers, just like me. I need to make her family proud. This is so satisfying. I wish I could live in the graveyard. Are you ready to find out
I wish
who's
I could live in a graveyard.
buried here?
The ones where she like actually finds more information out about the person and then
Maria
says,
Lugo Texador. She died on the 19th of January, 1990.
I get to do this work because you support and follow.
"That's me. I support
I'm
him."
at the graveyard at night.
Oh, this one's
Cleaning this abandoned grave for free. I have so many questions in my head. What happened? How did this grave get so dirty? Who's buried here? Her name's Bienvenida.
Wow, her name means welcome in Espanol.
Wait a
Yes! Wow. Her name means welcome in Espanol. Wow. Folks.
Wait a minute. Her grave should be welcoming too. But right now, this is the dirtiest grave I've ever seen. That's so unfair. Everyone deserves a beautiful resting place. Bienvenida died on July 23rd, 1980. Her star sign is Aries.
My best friend is an Aries.
I wonder what Bienvenida's life was like. Does she like chocolate cupcakes? What killed her? This transformation is a lot of work. I
What
might be here
killed
all
her?
night, but it's so fun.
Ooh, a little bug.
Thank you to everyone who supports and follows.
Wow. Yeah, she also put a little shovel move action in there too. Did you guys? That was a
Bienvenida
classic
died.
one.
Our sign is Aries.
Yeah, see? She makes the shovel move too. Respect. Please tell me is rage bait. Anyway, I respect it. I respect their work. Make her wait, what is this?
Addicted, don't know what the fuck I'm on. I can't stop it when I feel it coming on. Make her disappear just like poof, then she's gone. Addicted, don't know what the fuck I'm on.
performing Lady Killers 2 by G-Eazy for President Lyndon B. Johnson. Oh, that's crazy. Anyway, like I said, am a big fan, okay? Openly a big fan of all of this. Openly a advocate for everything that happened here. I will be voting for Donald Trump after this Arlington cemetery process. What a fucking story, dude. Oh my God. Never let a crisis go to waste, okay?
That the Trump campaign staffer did not adhere to the rules. We hope that those visiting this sacred site, she said, understand that these were real people who sacrificed for our freedom.
The altercation at Arlington Cemetery is the media creating a story where I really don't think that there is one.
In Erie, Pennsylvania, Trump's VP nominee, J.D. Vance, sought to shift the focus to Harris.
And she wants to yell at Donald Trump because he showed up. She can go to hell.
Ooh.
That is pretty unusual.
He almost got mean. He almost said she could fuck herself. Ooh. 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 Fuck, man. This is... Oh. Gary Peterson with another banger. Wait, what? It was my honor to take Roger Stone out of town for his birthday. What the fuck? Okay, stop. I don't care about Gary Peterson memes, okay?
Language for the campaign trail, and the fact is that Harris hasn't yelled at Trump for going to Arlington. She hasn't said anything about the situation at all. A Harris campaign spokesperson did say yesterday that the situation is pretty sad, and he said it's not unusual for the Trump campaign.
Oh my God. Oh, this was fucking crazy. JD Vance also, again, generational run, generational talent. Obviously, many people are wondering how he does it. Okay. Many people are wondering what the JD Vance method is. Okay. How does he do it? How does he go and get booed during a speech at the firefighters convention? Why is it that like he constantly keeps putting himself in this position where like you can immediately look at the VP pick on the other side of the race and recognize the genuine differences in the way that normal humans receive these two separate VP picks? We already know this. We already watched it with JD Vance's donut shop altercation. Okay. Where I will be playing that and then side by side compare it to like Tim Walz making doing an order at a local establishment. Let's just watch.
So Vance just addressed the Firefighters Union convention in Boston, and Walz spoke to that same group yesterday. One of two major unions, I should point out, that has yet to endorse in the presidential race. Talk about the difference both in their message and in the reception.
The politics of organized labor have been really interesting in this race because what we saw in this race, what we saw in the last race, frankly, was in many cases union leadership backing Democrats and union members in some cases voting for Trump. It's always been an area where he's been stronger than traditional Republicans have been. Here, in the case of this dueling appearances at this firefighters union convention, we saw Tim Walz give a directly pro-labor address yesterday. Now, both he and Vance included elements of their own personal story, their own personal experiences with firefighters, with EMTs, tried to kind of humanize their messages. I think it was very clear that the Walz approach yesterday was more effective in the room than the J.D. Vance approach today.
Yeah. Here is Tim Walz, okay? Fox News carried part of Tim Walz's speech to Firefighters Union in Boston where he attacks Trump and highlights the dangers of Project 2025.
He blocked overtime benefits for millions of workers. He opposed efforts to raise the minimum wage.
Let's watch how Walz. Watch how Walz talked. RIP Twitter in Brazil. Oh, is that why people are talking about how Twitter is down? Do I have that many Brazilian chatters?
Even proposed slashing budgets for federal fire service programs. Those are just simply facts. But look, it's not just what they've done, it's what they're going to do. This is the big thing. One of the goals of their Project 2025 is to screw the middle class. making it harder for workers to collectively bargain, allowing employers to drastically cut overtime or eliminate it, slash taxes for the ultra-wealthy by imposing a national sales tax on the rest of us. Look, I've said this, I'm an old-time football coach. If you draw up a playbook, you plan on using it. Project 2025 is a plan to reshape what America looks like, moving away from the middle class and putting it right back on the oligarchs and the wealthy at the top. He said he's going to repeal the Affordable Care Act. That thing is pre-existing conditions. Those are things that make sure that our family gets health care. And for many of our families, and I know you don't get to participate in it, but your families do, my mom does, Social Security and Medicare are life-saving programs for them. Instead of funding those programs, they talk about cutting them. So here, this is what I always say. If you got $1 billion, you don't give a damn if your Social Security check shows up. But if you're like my mom, that's how you pay for your food. That's how you pay for your heat. That's how things get done. So that check, pretty damn important to protect it. Again, use their own.
The fucking room is shaking, okay? The walls are sweating. My man is quaking, okay?
This is a guy who told his friends down at Mar-a-Lago, and this is a direct quote. Look, all of you are rich as hell. We're going to give you a tax cut, while telling workers that wages are too high. That says it all. And again, if you're confused on where you're going to go, think about what impacts you, your life, and your family the most. So let me tell you exactly what Vice President Harris and I will do when we get elected. As president, then President Harris will sign the PRO Act, making it easier for unions to organize. We'll protect Safer Grant program. It's good to see you say this. If you have to spend any time thinking if you want to support the PRO Act, that pretty much tells you where you're at, because that's a pretty easy one. Same thing with the Safer Grant program. We know it's essential to helping serve and protect communities, especially as we starting to see intensive heat waves. We'll keep fighting to protect your retirement benefits, lowering taxes for working families, and finally making corporations just pay their fair share. They're doing fine. They're doing fine. They can pay their fair share. Look.
So, seems like that was broadly received as a overall very popular speech. Okay? People like that a lot. Okay? People like that speech a lot. Let's hear how JD Vance was received in that same fucking room. Does anyone have the actual clip of JD Vance just getting booed? Because that's the one I want to show you. Just straight up getting booed, dog. Not a good look at all. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I. Oh, here it is. Here it is. It was in the docket. Here it is. JD Vance. President Trump and I are proud to be the most pro-worker Republican ticket in history.
Now, President Trump and I are proud to be the most pro-worker Republican ticket in history. And I want to talk about why we're fighting for working people, why we're going to fight for unions and non-union alike.
Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. Bro! Come on, dude. It is like what is going on? How does this keep happening? How does this keep happening? Here's a longer video of JD Vance getting booed by the firefighters group.
JD Vance.
When he first comes up,
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Well, Semper Fi, guys. We got some. It sounds like we got some fans and some haters. That's okay. Listen to what I have to say here.
That's crazy. Insta booed. Insta boo. I would kill myself. Yeah, like if JD Vance actually had a soul
and hadn't had that sucked out of him by Peter Thiel, as he was Peter Thiel's blood boy, okay, if he hadn't done like Illuminati rituals to get to the position that he's in right now, he would feel really bad, okay? But because he is exactly that like bloodless, soulless, sociopathic monster that is constantly trying to be a fucking carpet bagging ladder climber, he doesn't have any of that, okay? He doesn't have any of that. So he will not be killing himself. Okay?
I'll make my pitch. I want to first say thank you to Representative Jimenez for the great introduction.
He attempted to do a human joke as well.
Republican and Democrat conventions we just had. It says a lot who each party chose to put up on that stage. At the Republican convention, we were featuring everyday American workers, and of course, we had Hulk Hogan. And while it's tempting, and I'm sure it would make some big headlines, don't worry, everybody, I'm not going to try to take off my shirt here.
Oh. Remember the way, CNN is airing the first clip of the interview right now. Okay, we're going to look at this real quick. Oh shit.
Values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include
4 hours
holding
and 57 minutes remaining
to deadlines around time. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act. We have set goals for the United States of America and by extension the globe around when we should meet certain standards for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. As an example, that value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border. My values have not changed.
So, Phil, that is her sort of broad explanation of some changes in policy and what she would do as president now that she is running at the top of the ticket in 2024. But as I said, we did talk about some of the specifics, which you'll see tonight.
Dana, you mentioned wide-ranging. I don't want you to give it all away. Obviously, it airs at 9 p.m. tonight.
Don't give it all away.
What else, kind of top-line people, did you have an opportunity to speak to them about?
Well, we talked about, that was just domestic policy. We talked about foreign policy. But, you know, because she has not sat down for an interview yet in this very quick, very unprecedented race that she is running, how did that happen? The fact that we were even having this conversation wouldn't have been a thing a little more than a month ago because she was running for re-election as vice president. And I asked her about the phone call that she got from President Biden when he announced on that Sunday, July 21st, that he was going to step aside and not run for re-election. And she told me that it was maybe TMI, but that she wanted to tell me the story of how that happened. So you have to wait, Phil, for that TMI for the story.
Can I ask, Dana, just from an observational perspective, you covered Governor WALZ. I think you covered him in the House. You covered Senator Harris, Vice President Harris. As you noted, this has been a whirlwind, and they're in the midst of a crazy sprint right now. What was your impression of them when they sat down as they went through this interview?
Well, they're just getting to know each other, as all candidates.
Boo, this stuff is so fucking boring. I don't care about like the vibes, dude. Oh my God, they're carrying. Okay, here is a couple predictions I'm making about this interview. Considering that Dana Fash is talking about all the vibes, okay, I suspect that they said some unhinged shit about Israel on this interview, okay, as in like unhinged pro-Israel shit. If they talked about it at all. No, it didn't go well. No, it went well. I think it went well. I think this interview, they carried a lot of water.
Just a senator and a House member, but it is kind of the getting to know you stage. But they do seem to have a comfort level with one another, and the big question is going to be how they translate their connection to the voters and, most importantly, the policies.
Like she says she's going to kill more Palestinians or some shit on this interview, okay?
Especially on the question of affordability, the affordability crisis in America right now.
Speaking of whirlwinds and sprints, I believe that's been your week as well. Dana Bash, we appreciate you unveiling the first sound of this interview.
Yeah, I'm unveiling the top of the hour ad break right now. Okay, that's my suspicion. That's my suspicion. I've been saying since the WALZ pick day we're just going to run this shit on vibes alone and try to girl boss Brad Summer their way to the win. Yeah, we'll see. Dana Bash is one of this country's leading Zionists. She was a major Zionist. She was on a major Zionist organization board. Her first husband was the CIA chief of staff. The fact that they picked her for this first interview is bad, to put it mildly. Well, the fact that knowing all of that about Dana Fash, knowing what she has said in support of Israel since October 7, I suspect that considering that she is angling this interview as like a relatively positive experience, I suspect that Kamala Harris, if she were asked about Israel at all, probably says some unhinged ultra-Zionist shit. Okay? That's how you keep the interview in an uncontested, non-adversarial capacity. I get her mixed up with the one that married to Alan Greenspan. No, that's the other one that looks exactly like Dana Bash, but is like tinier. I forget her name. Okay. The tinier one that looks like Dana Fash. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. How are you still looking for clues? What do you mean? Oh, Andrea Mitchell. Yeah, exactly. Andrea Mitchell is the other one that looks like Dana Fash, but isn't. Okay. They're hiding Harris because her personality is probably genuinely repulsive. WALZ balances that out, but the more we see, the less excited people will get. If one more person tells me that there's a fucking new Bernie Sanders interview with Hasan Minhaj about the ceasefire in Gaza, I'm just going to fucking go directly into WUKONG. Okay? I'm just going to dive directly. Like, do you think I'm not going to watch that? Do you think I'm not familiar with what's going on there? Please stop. Like, I know, man. I know. Okay, shut the fuck up. I got news to cover. Please stop. As a WUKONG enjoyer, did you know about the Bernie interview? Yeah. Okay. Now everyone's going to be... I forgot. The number one chirpers in this community that are underrepresented, but overrepresented in the chat, underrepresented in general, are the fucking gaming watchers. Or those who enjoy the chirp for specifically gaming. I swear they are my downfall. I swear. I love them all, and I give them so much meat to chew on. But usually, it's so obvious that you guys love talking about gaming, but you don't love watching when the gaming is happening. Okay? That's it. Gaming frogs think they're the silent majority, but they're actually the vocal minority. Yeah, 100%. I mean, anyway, all right. So, getting back to the JD Vance, Tim Walz, same speech, like side by side comparisons. I want to show you obviously another fucking comparison that happened like last week that was really bad.
Hey,
but let's
don't take my word
first.
for it. Let's listen to some of both men over the last 2 days.
President Trump and I are proud to be the most pro-worker Republican ticket in history. And I want to talk about why we're fighting for working people, why we're going to fight for unions and non-union alike.
But I can promise you this. When Vice President Harris and I win this election, we'll have your back just like you've had ours this entire time.
So two things can be true at once here, Chris. Donald Trump can have a better relationship with union member voters around the country than many previous Republican candidates, but can also pretty regularly say things that drive a wedge between he and their support, like when he cheered on Elon Musk for his own union-busting behavior in that interview that they did on X. I think that's some of what's coming back to bite J.D. Vance, as he has to kind of go into the lion's den here and make a pitch.
Yeah. No, it's that for sure. It's that, number one. Number two, it's also because, obviously, they are in Massachusetts. Okay. And number three, Tim Walz is charismatic. J.D. Vance is not. Okay. Hold on. Let me find the clip real quick. So, let's take a look. Yes, we're going to talk about Elon Musk in Brazil too. Y'all are being fucking annoying. There's a lot of shit going on, okay? I'm going to cover all of it. Here is J.D. Vance trying to order donuts set to the VP end credits.
Okay, yeah. She doesn't want to be on film, guys, so just cut her out of anything. Appreciate that, man. I'll tweet you guys. I'm running for vice president.
I kind of want to watch the original one. It's here.
We really
Tim Walz and J.D. Vance on the campaign trail. This is better. Okay. Let's see how Tim Walz orders from a local eatery.
Did a little rally on the side when we had a little extra time. If you don't know, the iconic Nebraska restaurant is the Runza.
Is there anybody else in here? All right, one of the few. Okay. So we are. Let's see. We're gonna get. How many people, Nick? How many donuts do you get? I would get a couple.
Don't call it anything else except a Runza. The bread consistency, all of it really matters. I got the Swiss and mushroom. Is kind of a classic. The cheese is solid. You can be a little bit creative, but.
A couple dozen? Okay. I'm sorry, man? Okay, yeah. She doesn't want to be on film, guys, so just cut her out of anything. Appreciate that, man. I'm J.D. Vance. I'm running for vice president. Good to see you.
Okay.
I'm J.D. Vance. I'm running for vice president. Nice to see you. Just so bad, bro. So humiliating.
This is it. If you're going to go to Nebraska, if you're going to go to a Nebraska football game, if you're just going to be a good person, you stop at Runza. I think it's the bread consistency. I mean, making your homemade every day? Yeah. Get this guy on TV.
Okay.
Yep. And just a random assortment of stuff here. How long have you worked here?
I've been here since the beginning of July.
Okay.
For this year.
Okay, good. How about you, sir?
Almost TV for Runza. Thanks for the work you're doing. Matters. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Pleasure to meet you all. Wow.
Wow.
Okay, good. How long is it?
Everything.
Just everything, yeah. I mean, a lot of glazed here, some sprinkle stuff, some of these cinnamon rolls, just whatever makes sense.
Ma'am, if you don't
Whatever makes sense. Order whatever makes sense.
want to be on film, you're good. If you don't want to be on film, you're okay.
Yeah. How long has this place been around?
About 4 years.
About 4 years? Okay. How long have you been here?
A little over 6 months.
Okay, good.
Okay, good. Oh my God. Painfully obvious how who goes to these places genuinely and who's just doing it for a media op. Okay, but like, how do you fuck up ordering donuts, man? You're just failing to be a human at that point. You're not just failing the media op. You're failing being a human. Like, it makes no sense. Like, how do you fuck up ordering donuts, dude? You don't have anything locked in the chamber? Like, no fucking line in there? You just go, okay. He just sounds like a fucking alien. He sounds like a goddamn alien trying to, like, not give the game away. I don't get it. But yeah, he is consistently finding himself.
This process
You need to learn how to fucking cook.
of the juice and then.
Come on, honey. It's a baster.
What are you doing now?
Caramelizing the onions, Nina.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
No, you need to.
I need to learn.
Videotaping me. I'm trying to teach you. You're more interested in being a video.
Look at that.
Of course, Megaphonics has like deep cuts, dude. God damn, Megaphonics. I'm putting a shutdown on Megaphonics clips going forward. Not even relevant to the fucking conversation here. Just wanted to send one of his goddamn bookmarked Kamala clips. He has been on the Kamala train way too fucking hard, okay? Bro is a Kamala gooner 100%. Ever since he was outed as a mega donor for the DNC when he went to that San Francisco dinner where he paid $500,000. Ever since he went to that Kamala Harris fundraiser. Ever since he went to that Kamala Harris fundraiser and paid $500 for one plate, he's just been on the Mamala train, okay? Yeah. Chad, it's not real. He's lying. Yeah, okay. Don't be embarrassed now. Don't be embarrassed now. Whoa. He invited me as his +1. Can confirm. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was there. Can confirm. I was the dinner plate. Damn. Damn. More truths coming out. More facts coming out, dude. I was the fork? What? Oh my God. They weren't the fork. They were lying. Nope. I was standing outside. I saw too. Damn, there were protesters. There were protesters protesting the dinner outside. They saw Megaphonics walk through. Goddamn. I was his Uber driver. He told me to stop protesting. Okay. All right, let's continue. Let's continue. Harris tells Dana Bash on CNN she won a Republican in her cabinet. It's important. Oh my God. I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme. I'm Brian Kilme. Oh my God. I couldn't even read the rest of it. Okay. I saw you at Trump's gala event last year wearing your camo tuxedo. Fuck yeah, I was there, baby. Hell yeah. Prominently in display, dude. I'm fucking riding, dude. What do you mean? I'm one of the big donors. I'm trying to get that coveted Trump speaking engagement. It's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences. And I think it would be the benefit of the American public to have a member of the cabinet who's a Republican. Yeah, Obama did this too, and it was also bad when he did it. The Nikki Haley voter who endorsed Trump is so important to her. I'm losing it, dude. This is so stupid. Oh my God. They're going to fucking eke out a marginal victory off of this. And then liberals are going to be unbearable liberals are going to be unbearable as they bring about the fascist downfall of the United States of America. Okay. It's coming. Get ready for it. Yeah. Republicans run the table, routinely fucking call Democrats like pedophile monsters, communist vampires, or whatever the fuck. Then Democrats turn around and go, hey, you know those guys that are calling us like pedophile monsters? We should have one of their representatives in a key position in the administration. Okay? Why are you running against them then? Why? Why are you running against them? This is why I'm saying, like, they love Republicans, man. They want to fuck Republicans. They want to hug and kiss Republicans. What the fuck is going on, dude? It is so bad. It is so fucking bad.
To a crowd that clearly seems to be leaning one direction, regardless of what their official endorsement's been thus far.
Joining me now, former...
New polling shows voters trust Trump over Harris on key 2024 issue. Yeah, the polls that came out recently, by the way, look really fucking bad for Trump. Having said all of this, not the national polls where like Kamala is like winning, or I'm not even talking about like the swing state polls or whatever. I'm specifically talking about, where's Dave Weigel's tweet on this? Here, every issue question is closer than you'd expect. Harris is up 1 point over Trump on crime, up just 5 points on democracy, but Trump leads on economy and immigration down to single digits. Same story for a month. Biden was cooked. Harris is competitive. The one issue, however, that like Trump is cooking on is Israel. Now, I suspect that the Democrats would look at that and learn the absolute worst lesson from that, which is not to run into the Jeremy Corbyn problem and Jeremy Corbyn on Brexit problem and do this like wishy-washy bullshit and have a firm commitment to like a ceasefire proposal that they put forward, and also use the leverage that they have to get Israel to do the ceasefire proposal that they put forward. They're going to think, oh, it's because we're not aggressive enough in terms of defending Israel. Oh my God. Quinnipiac finds Harris ahead by a point on the issue of crime. Likely voters. 49% say Harris, 48% say Trump on crime. Russia-Ukraine war, 49% say Trump, 47% say Harris. U.S. Supreme Court, 49% say Harris, 47% say Trump. Israel, Hamas, war in Gaza, 49% say Trump, 45% say Harris. Immigration, 51% say Trump, 46% Harris. Preserving democracy, 50% say Harris, 45% say Trump. The economy, 52% say Trump, 46% say Harris. Gun violence, 51% say Harris, 45% say Trump. Inflation, 52% for Trump, 45% for Harris. Abortion, 55% say Harris, 38% say Trump. And climate change, 59% say Harris, 34% say Trump. Okay? I want to bring this back again. In the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza, 49% say Trump, 45% say Harris. Harris gets a massive advantage not being Biden. Biden was losing to Trump by 20 fucking points, by double digits on Israel. Okay? Double digits. Double digits. Why is it that people see Harris as better, despite the fact that she has basically communicated the exact same things that Joe Biden has so far? That is because people are wishing what her policy positions are on this matter, rather than actually analyzing the situation in the same exact way that people are wish casting what they personally think Trump is going to do with Israel versus what Trump is actually actively communicating. Trump gets a major benefit here for both Ukraine and also for Hamas and Palestine and Gaza and Israel because he's not the president. So when you're not in a position of power, people that support you will actively assume you are going to do, especially if you're charismatic enough, they will actively assume that you're going to do whatever they want you to do, okay? Whatever they believe is the right choice. This does not mean that 49% of people are saying, oh, Trump is going to finish the job in Gaza. And that's why they're like, oh, yeah, many people are just like really aggressive in terms of like their opinion on Israel, Palestine. Okay? That's not what this means at all. I need you to understand that. That's not what this means at all. Because if that is what that meant, actually, he is the president. You just refuse to acknowledge it. True. Okay? If that is what that meant at all, on the issue of what do you call it? On the issue of like Israel, Palestine, okay? I don't know why you guys banned that chatter. He didn't say anything wrong. Bad RNG girl. They didn't say anything bad. That was a misfire, I think. You're bad, Hasan. I am the baddest. I'm a baddie. Oh, this is the person that they're talking about? I thought they were... Oh, no. I thought you were... Bad Girl RNG is the one that got banned, I thought. Shut the fuck up already. Swing ya bank. Anyway. Yes, when people are polled specifically on Israel, they oppose weapons aid and Israel's war on Gaza. Exactly. Okay? So obviously, it is not that like many people personally think that Donald Trump's calculations on Israel, Palestine are that he is going to, finish the job, as in he's going to make the genocide even worse. It is the exact opposite. There are obviously the Republican Party thinks that, and they like that. They're Republicans. They're the most invested in Israel finishing the job, i.e. continuing the genocide, mass expulsion of Palestinians and whatnot. Having said that, however, there are plenty of people that literally are still factored into this percentage that most likely think, well, Trump's not the president. He says he's going to finish the job. I think personally he's going to do better than Kamala Harris would do in this situation. Now, do I fault them for this? No. Do you want to know why I don't fault them for thinking this way, even though they are objectively in the wrong? Because they are objectively in the wrong if they think Trump is going to be better. And I have reiterated this time and time again. Why do I think that people still have these opinions? It is because... Is that just speculation, though, on your end? No, it is not speculation on my end. Of course, I'm looking at the numbers in front of me. What are you talking about? The numbers show 77% of Democrats want to stop weapons transfers to Israel in an effort to get Israel to come to the table on the ceasefire agreement that we have put together months ago. Okay? 60+% of moderates also want this. Trump supporters want children to be lasered, but that would mean that Harris would still have a bonus on Trump on this. Harris would be defeating Trump on the issue of Israel Hamas. Okay? Looking at the actual numbers when polled on the issue alone, obviously, if one side is communicating that they want a ceasefire, the other side is simply saying, well, I'm not the president, Joe Biden started this, and also I'm gonna finish the job, then yeah, Trump should be winning. Okay? I mean, not Trump should be winning. Sorry. I mean, yeah, Trump, these numbers would make sense if there was an overwhelming amount of support for Israel to continue bombing Gaza. Okay? But there isn't. There's an overwhelming amount of support on the opposite direction on this issue, which means that there are people here that are saying Trump would do a better job in scaling back Israel's violence. Obviously, there are plenty of people in this base that, you know, think Trump is going to do a better job because they love Trump. Trump is going to do a better job because, you know, they're going to punish Gaza even more, right? But there's still plenty of people, obviously, that are being polled here, just judging by the numbers, that think Trump is going to be better and more peaceful. Why do they think this is a great question. Why do these people think this way, even though they are objectively wrong? It's because Kamala Harris has not separated herself from Joe Biden on this issue. She has not communicated anything majorly different than Joe Biden has on this issue. And as it stands, the issue of Israel is not a partisan issue at all. It is bipartisan, as a matter of fact. Our undying loyalty and commitment to Israel's genocide is bipartisan. This is why I keep saying Kamala Harris needs to actively turn this into a partisan issue, okay? She needs to polarize the base against Donald Trump. Yes, I mean that people want a ceasefire, and since Democrats won't advocate for it, well, Democrats are advocating for a ceasefire, but they're not doing enough for it, okay? They think the Democrats are too weak on this issue. They're too weak to fucking make Israel do our bidding. Do you get it? Yes, people are hoping that Trump will be different because he's not in power. This was the exact same phenomena that took place in 2016. This is the only angle that actually turns this back into a Hillary versus Trump style race in 2016. Trump still gets the benefit of not being president. Just like in 2016, he had the benefit of being an outsider, being able to communicate as an outsider, okay, against someone who he obviously didn't really try too hard, but successfully portrayed as a warmonger, Hillary Clinton. And even though he has been president already, and we know what his tenure looked like, okay, a lot of people are still responding to what he is saying. And what he's saying is he's a peaceful guy. He's the dove, that he's going to solve Ukraine. He's going to solve Israel, Palestine, and that no new wars happen under his 4-year reign. That's important to take note of, okay? Because you might look at the situation and understand that that's bullshit. I myself understand that that's fucking bullshit. He greatly escalated drone wars, didn't pull out of Afghanistan after saying that he was going to, okay, and now literally shits on Biden for pulling out of Afghanistan. But overall, what matters is how he's communicating to the public. He's communicating to the public that he is a peaceful dove. Stop sending me the Trump campaign. I know he's live in Michigan. We don't have to always fucking listen to what he's saying. I'm covering. It's the same thing that he's going to talk about as he's talked about a million times over. Okay, shut the fuck up. If Donald Trump keeps saying, oh, I started no new wars and I'm going to be the peaceful candidate, and Kamala Harris says, I'm going to have the most militant military, the most lethal military force you've ever seen, this is going to cause problems for her. Okay? That's it. Because Democrats will never win the Patriots. Okay? Republicans own patriotism. That's why Donald Trump could literally say, fuck John McCain, and still end up winning over a massive amount of veterans, end up successfully campaigning, okay? As the guy who loves America. That's it. Republicans in this country own patriotism. They own it. Democrats will never own patriotism. DNC platform now versus 4 years ago. The DNC quietly added language in their 2024 platform hinting at U.S. escalation against Hezbollah in Lebanon. It is similar to language the U.S. has used to describe Hamas, while it has unconditionally supported Israel's war on Gaza that has killed 40,000 plus. Okay? DNC platform now versus 4 years ago. The 2024 platform calling for Lebanon to be free from the grip of Iran-backed Hezbollah is a far cry from the 2020 version, which read, Democrats believe the United States should not impose regime change on other countries and reject that as a goal of the U.S. policy towards Iran. Do you think that there are a shit ton of voters that are like, oh, dude, this is exactly what I want. I want regime change in Lebanon. I want to wipe out Hezbollah. Do you think that there are likely Democrat voters who are like, oh, thank God there's a Republican in the cabinet? What the fuck are they doing? What are they doing? Having said that, of course, we go back to JD Vance and you remember that, like, obviously, you know, they're throwing as hard as they possibly can. So polling reflects that reality. But the Democrats are far too comfortable and racing to the bottom yet again. Terrible instincts overall. The Harris interview thing is weird. I don't think a particularly big deal, but if she inherited the very online Biden staffers who were media phobic and thought the New York Times was out to get them, etc., when the actual problem was that he was in fact way too old, that's not a great sign. Never seen both campaigns are like, wow, in this year? What? Tim Walz, a veteran? You don't think that would help win veteran votes? Oh, I can tell this person only started paying attention to American politics for like 1, maybe 2 election cycles. Okay? This is the endless Democratic Party gambit. Okay? They've done this so many times. John Kerry is a great example of this. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay? To the young chatters, if this is your first, maybe second election cycle, let me explain something to you. Okay? I have been carefully watching and analyzing the Democratic Party lose elections for 2 decades at this point, professionally for 1. Okay? Professionally for 1 decade, watching it as an amateur enjoyer of American politics for 2 decades. And time again, Democrats regularly put forward veterans in the South, veterans as like veterans as a way to like win elections, win veteran voters, and try to drum up the patriotic messaging from the Democratic Party. It does not fucking matter. Nobody cares. They will never consider the Democrats to be the true patriot party. They literally think that the Democrats are pussies and cowards. Okay? Amy McGrath got fucking cumstered and dumpstered by a turtle man with no like genuine base of support. They recycled the Kerry flip-flopper term on Kamala, but it's not going to work this time. Yeah. John Kerry ran as a huge military pig, and he was labeled as a treasonous soldier who betrayed and accidentally got his platoon killed. Yep. They said his Purple Heart was fake. Here it is. Megaphonics getting back on my good graces by sending me an actually good link for one. I'm confused on why do you have so many bots in your chat? Do you think that this is an attempt from the DNC to smear you for your Palestine takes, or is it just Amazon gassing you up? I'm confused. What? Bots? What fucking bots do I have in the chat? Yeah. Amy McGrath got 38.23% of the vote to Mitch McConnell getting 57.76% of the vote in the Senate election in Kentucky. They literally voted for a fucking carcass. Okay? They voted for a fucking carcass over this person who was a bona fide military veteran. You know, they pumped hundreds of millions, or not hundreds of millions, but they pumped a shit ton of money into this campaign. Okay? And they constantly beefed up her bona fides as a veteran, Marine fighter pilot. Okay? Kerry had 3 Purple Hearts, and that year at the RNC, they all wore purple Band-Aids on their cheeks in the crowd. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't fucking matter. I'm giving you an example of a man. Counterpoint woman? No. Okay? Bro, HasanAbi, to be honest, I have not heard Trump talk at all about the war in Gaza, Free Palestine, by the way, and I heard Harris, but never Trump heard him talk about Russia and Ukraine. Yes, that is part of the reason why we go back to this poll where Trump is like doing better than Kamala Harris on fucking Gaza, because he very carefully does not talk about Gaza. He rarely ever talks about it. And when he does, he says Israel needs to finish the job. He's also said something along the lines of Israel's losing favor in the world by continuing the way that he is. It's not that he doesn't care. No, it's not that he doesn't care. He just knows that he doesn't have to fucking say anything, and he can just go and get like Miriam Adelson to give him hundreds of millions of dollars, and then he'll turn around when he's in office, fucking annex the West Bank, just like he did last time. He uses Palestinian as a pejorative, okay? He's not pro-Palestine at all. But these numbers show that at least some percentage of people think he might be pro-Palestine, or at least better on Palestine than Kamala Harris in terms of like better to Palestinians. Because when polled on the issue on its own, people legitimately are demanding a fucking ceasefire. It sucks when candidates run scared and abandon popular progressive policies, but I think people need to remember what things used to look like. Here's a quick tour with me through the dark ages of the 2000s and 2010s. The classic Joe Manchin dead aim
federal
ad.
government.
I mean, yeah.
I'm Joe Manchin. I approve this ad because I'll always defend West Virginia. As your senator, I'll protect our Second Amendment rights. That's why the NRA endorsed me. I'll take on Washington and this administration to get the federal government off of our backs and out of our pockets. I'll cut federal spending, and I'll repeal the bad parts of Obamacare. I sued EPA, and I'll take dead aim at the cap and trade bill because it's bad for West Virginia. I'm Joe.
Yeah. Yeah. No, West Virginians don't need clean water. Famously, they're aliens. Here's Senator Blanche Lincoln in Arkansas.
Lincoln, and I want to show you what it's like in Washington these days. And your tax dollars, This is why I voted against giving more money to Wall Street, against the auto company bailout, against the public option health care plan, and against the cap and trade bill that would have raised energy costs on Arkansans. None of those were right for Arkansas. Some in my party didn't like it very much, but I approve this message because I don't answer to my party.
She said Arkansas? Wait.
Some raised energy costs on Arkansans. None of
I'm right. Hey, yo. Arkansans. Okay, yeah. She still got smoked. Here's a doozy from Senator Ben Nelson.
Drug dealers, gang members, and 500,000 illegal immigrants sneaked into America last year, compromising our national security and costing us jobs. I'm Ben Nelson, and I sponsor this ad because we need to protect our borders. My legislation would hire 10,000 new border agents, increase border patrols, and make it harder to hire undocumented workers. My plan won't completely solve this problem, but it's a good start.
To Washington's by Michael Bennett is a reminder of what the Tea Party wave looked like on the ground.
In this Washington, they spend money they don't have. In this Washington, families are looking for ways to get by. Here, the special interests have too much power. Here, people are looking for someone to stand up for them. This Washington is broken. This Washington is looking to get to work. I'm Michael Bennett, and I approve this message because I know what Colorado families are going through.
My goat. My fucking goat. Oh, guys, groomer's here. Doors open. Okay. All right, we'll get back to this in a second, but here, new polling shows voters trust Trump over Harris on key issues, like I said.
Today's going to be a busy day out on the campaign trail. The vice president is going to sit down for her first interview in over a month since she's been at the top of the ticket, along with her running mate, Tim Walz.
Meanwhile, Axios is calling out Harris, saying there are burning questions that the vice president needs to answer on her growing number of policy flip-flops.
Yeah, she's basically taking the Trump platform. Lucas Tomlinson joins us live. Hey, Lucas.
Well, good morning, guys. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. Vice President Harris sitting down for her first interview that will be taped alongside her running mate Tim Walz after weeks of dodging the press since Biden dropped out of the race. Now, a new Reuters Ipsos poll shows Harris leading Trump 45-41 nationally. She also has a 13-point lead among women and Hispanic voters. And this new Fox News poll shows Harris with a slight lead over Donald Trump in Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, states Trump narrowly lost 4 years ago. In North Carolina, Trump is up a point in a state he won back in 2020. And Axios, as you mentioned, Lawrence, out with what it calls the 10 burning questions Harris needs to answer about her record. I'll read just 5 of them. Price gouging. Could you define price gouging for the American public? Taxes. When you say only the wealthy will see their taxes increase, how high should they go? Immigration. What changed from you to shift from calling a border wall un-American in 2018 to now saying you'd sign a bill that ensures more of the wall is built? Inflation. What was the inflation rate when you took office? That seems pretty straightforward. Supreme Court reform. Will you ask any Supreme Court justices appointed by Democrats to resign after 18 years?
Here is a woman who is trying to break the ultimate glass ceiling, and she needs to drag Walz with her. I mean, even the Wall Street Journal said she needs a crutch. This is absurd. The woman's been in this race for 38 days. She should be able to do a solo press interview that's not edited.
And President Trump is back on the campaign trail today with stops in Michigan and Wisconsin. So it's a good thing Rachel's on set today, guys.
That's right.
That's right.
Wisconsin expert.
Right.
Thank you very much, Lucas.
Thanks, Lucas.
Yeah, thanks for booking it. It's really incredible that media organizations, because we only get one interview, have to get their questions answered by proxy. Everyone is putting up what they would ask the Vice President of the United States because she only has agreed to one interview.
As J.D. Vance said yesterday, is she going to show up to the debate wearing a blue suit and a red tie? Because there's so much that she has done to run from her record, run from her 3.5 years as vice president, and run to Donald Trump with strong on the border, his economic principles, as well as the immigration when it comes to building the wall and repurposing the $650 million that's still out there. Right. Now she talks about law enforcement. Just looking at the polls right now, it's not a major bounce for somebody that had the momentum of not being Joe Biden, momentum of naming a running mate, momentum of the DNC.
They're coping a bit. Okay, they're definitely coping because these polls don't actually look good at all. Okay. And like I said, these polls don't look good for Trump at all. Okay, there's no world where you can show this and then go, oh, well, you know, Trump is losing but not by a lot. Okay. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, it still shows that Trump is losing, right? Having said that, however, you can tell when Trump is not doing well by the way that he posts. Okay. If he's on a posting frenzy, you can tell he is not doing all right. You can also tell when he's on a frenzy if he's consistently talking about how the polls are fake and the media is fake and they're lying, which is precisely what he's doing. He's been posting like QAnon shit. Just, you know, he's been going nutty mo with it. Having said that, however, like I mentioned, this does not mean automatic lock, automatic victory for Kamala Harris. I will consistently urge, once again, for the campaign to not do these dumbass things that they've been doing since the DNC and past the DNC, thinking that they have this in the fucking bag.
All these battleground states are within shouting distance. Here you have the Georgia number. Right. And that's where Donald Trump is today.
Well, you know, Fox News came out with these Sun Belt state polls, and Donald Trump is still ahead, I believe, in the state of North Carolina, within the margin of error. But it's interesting. So as they do this bus tour through Georgia, apparently the strategy is the Democrats think that Georgia is actually in play. And they always win Atlanta. So what they're trying to do with this bus tour is they're going to go to southeast Georgia. They're the swing polls, right? Or rather the Sunbelt polls. And Kamala Harris just a little ahead of Trump. Goes to show you how much a difference it can make. Anyway, as I started to say, the Democrats can always win Atlanta, but they're going to the southeast because they're trying to lose by a smaller margin. And that could be one of the reasons why the Trump campaign and Trump's largest super PAC have spent more money buying TV ads in Georgia in the first 2 weeks.
Donald Trump, Fox polls are rigged and worthless. Here we go again. Fox News has released a series of polls in Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada, all of which show head-to-head race between President Trump and Kamala Harris well within the margin of error. However, that doesn't account for Fox News' own margin of error in their fall surveys. Compared to, oh my God, they're just fucking running the tape. Dude. For the record, once again, Fox News' pollsters are not like attached to the hip with the Fox News editorial team. They do have solid polls. This is a thing that I always have to remind people. Okay? So this doesn't mean that like, well, Fox is like on Trump's side and his polls, even the Fox News polls show that he's like doing poorly. Like, that's not what this means. Okay? Calm down before you make such assertions. That's not what this means at all. Okay? Having said that, obviously the polls look bad for Trump, and he's so mad that he's just like shitting on Fox News. Yes, Fox partners with GOP and Democratic pollsters. They are not. Their polls are reliable. hey man, this is confidential information. Well, he posted it on his Truth Social, so I think it's fine. This is a bit late, but Kamala's senior advisor was literally one of Hillary's in 2016. I wouldn't count on her for smart decisions. I think there is a crisis of talent in the Democratic Party's like staffer side. Legitimately. I think like all of the fucking all the failures have consistently gotten promoted. And that is the reason why they make these awful decisions where you're like, how the fuck is this going on? Okay. Like, how are they making these choices that are so antithetical to like what they've done so far in moments where it matters? Decisions like a 2-on-1 interview, no, that's not a bad decision at all. No, that's actually a good decision. That's a great decision. That's not the problem at all. The real shit is like saying that you want a Republican in your cabinet, saying or coming out with like a more aggressive stance on the military, thinking that you're going to pick up some like lost Trump voters along the line. All of these decisions are idiotic. Okay? They were bad. They were bad policy when it was Biden doing it, but it was at least a little bit more manageable in terms of the politics side of it, because Biden was capable of, as an old guy who had a track record in Congress as like being a relatively conservative Democrat, he was able to, one, captivate certain aspects of the Obama base, being Obama's vice president, but beyond that, was able to pick some of these like more conservative, college-educated white voters and was actually doing a pretty solid job while hemorrhaging all of the other demographics that the Democratic Party relies on in order to win elections. Okay? Kamala Harris is not Joe Biden. Kamala Harris is a younger black Indian woman. Okay? She should be running a very different campaign than the Joe Biden campaign. She should be running the 2008 Obama campaign, not the 2016 Hillary Clinton campaign, which was a failure, and not the 2020 Biden campaign. Or, I mean, I wish she was running the 2020 Biden campaign in terms of the immigration stuff, but like, she's not even doing that at all.
Of the Kamala Harris campaign than they spent in the entire year. So it does, and Brian Kemp told us, among other things, and has said, the road to the White House runs through Georgia. And this year, it looks like it does.
Yeah, it sure does. And so, of course, they're trying to, on Kamala's side, kind of pump their numbers up in rural areas. They're trying to run this like we're now for hunting and camo hats and pretend like they're, all down with that. We'll see.
That's so funny because that's literally what the failure of a candidate in Georgia did. What was her name? The one who was like married to the fucking CEO of the stock exchange or whatever. That is straight up what she did. No, not Stacey Abrams, dude. The white woman who lost. Kelly Loeffler. Thank you. That is precisely what she fucking did. And she got cumstered. Okay? She got destroyed. That is literally what Republicans do, by the way. It's always fucking coastal elite up jump pieces of shit that come back and they're like, oh, I love Georgia. Don't you hicks love this shit? Look at me. I'm wearing all denim. Okay? And she got destroyed.
See if that works. Here's Brian Kemp saying Trump is smart to just stay focused on the issues that matter. Listen.
I think what he's done in the last few days and what the campaign's been doing, talking about specific messages like he did with our.
There's another CNN interview clip previewing right now. Oh, God.
Next, in the Situation Room. Who starts? Go now.
Wait, what? No. Oh, they're previewing a fucking, they're previewing bits and pieces of the interview at the top of every hour when I serve a 3-minute ad break.
with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
And if you want to see the uninterrupted coverage, you're going to have to subscribe, chat, for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Sorry, it's not my fault that they're positioning this at the top of the hour every hour, you know, until the actual until the actual speech, the interview. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way.
Is off today. I'm Alex Marquardt, and you're in the Situation Room.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Let's get right to the breaking news on CNN's exclusive interview with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. We're rolling out a brand new excerpt right now. CNN anchor and chief political correspondent Dana Bash is joining us live from Savannah, Georgia, where she sat down with Vice President Harris and Governor Walz a short while ago. Dana, so what stood out to you about Harris's answers?
There's something very funny about following Obama's worst instincts
about a range of
and not his
issues,
best.
Including what is happening here domestically, particularly with the crisis of people not feeling that they can afford basic things, groceries, housing, and also the idea of what is happening abroad. And in addition to that, I asked her about one of the main themes from her convention, which was just last week. And she discussed there the desire to be the president for all Americans. Obviously, that includes not just her party, not just potentially swing voters who vote for her, but Republicans who don't vote for her. So I wanted to know how that would translate into the kind of people that she puts in her administration if she wins.
You had a lot of Republican speakers at the convention. Will you appoint a Republican to your cabinet?
Yes, I would.
Anyone in mind?
Yes, I would. No one in particular in mind. We got 68 days to go with this election, so I'm not putting the cart before the horse. But I would. I think it's really important. I have spent my career inviting diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences. And I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
Now, Alex, we have seen Democratic presidents put Republicans in their cabinet. Ray LaHood, who was a Republican congressman from Illinois, he became transportation secretary for George W. Bush. We saw Chuck Hagel, who was a Democratic senator, go into the Bush administration. But the question, obviously, is if she wins, which is still an if in this neck-and-neck race, what is she talking about? Is she talking about somebody like Defense Secretary or Secretary of State, somebody with a very, very important job when it comes to explaining the policies that she has? Or would it be somebody who, not to say that all members of the cabinet aren't important, but maybe has something that is more acceptable to the people who, if she wins, believe that they brought her to the dance? Alex.
And then, Dana, on the policy front, you asked Harris as well to explain her change of position, which she has been attacked for on some key issues like fracking. What did she tell you?
Yeah, I mean, that is the number one or one of the top attacks on her from Donald Trump and his campaign. They call her a chameleon because she has changed her position on a couple of big issues, particularly since she first ran for president, which was in the 2020 cycle. And so I talked to her about some of the sort of big ones, energy, as you mentioned, fracking, which is a huge issue in the must-win state for her of Pennsylvania, and immigration as well. Some of the things that she said during that campaign have changed and shifted as she has spent the past more than 3.5 years as vice president under Joe Biden. I talked more broadly to her, Alex, about how that should be perceived by voters who want to be sure that if they're going to vote for her, that the policies that she is saying that she would put in place now, if she becomes president, are not going to be changed again. And effectively, her answer was, I might have changed some of the...
Are they teasing this? No, are they teasing like a test poll? Make sure it's going to be a hit? No, they're trying to max out on people tuning into CNN.
Forced
That's
to
it.
with the vice president and with
They're doing a
the
promo
ticket,
while
earlier
simultaneously
today.
offering tidbits
Take us
so that
behind the
you
scenes.
keep
Of course, this was the
watching
first
throughout the
joint
day and
interview
not
that
just.
the Democratic ticket
I mean, literally,
has
we're
done.
tuning
What
into
was their
CNN to see what they're
dynamic like?
saying.
What were the interactions like
That's the
between
reason.
Harris and WALZ in the interview and on the trail that you observed?
They are getting to know each other. These are not two individuals who serve together in any real capacity. They obviously spent time together when she was interviewing for her running mate. They clearly clicked because she said that she wanted him to do the job. But there is a little bit of a new relationship vibe, since vibe is the word of the summer, going on between the two of them. But they clearly have a good connection, and that was obvious not just in the interview today, Alex, but I was with them on the trail here in Georgia. They're on a bus tour and in and around Savannah, watching them interact with students in high school and also with voters at a local barbecue shop.
And certainly a bus tour will put a new relationship to the test. Dana, I know that this is going to be a wide-ranging interview, hitting on all kinds of domestic and foreign policy issues. Really looking forward to it. So thank you so much for joining us. And you all can see all of Dana's exclusive interview with Kamala Harris and Tim WALZ tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, only here on CNN. Let's talk more about the Harris-WALZ interview that Dana just wrapped up with our team of political experts. Thank you all for joining me. Laura Barón-López, I want to start with you. That pledge that Harris made to have a Republican in her cabinet, talking about the diversity of opinion that is necessary. Do you see this as another example of Harris trying to reach out to many of those disaffected Republican voters?
Yes, I think that's exactly what it is, to reach out to those voters that voted for Nikki Haley in the primaries, even after she dropped out. And I was actually just talking to one such voter in Arizona, and I asked them what they thought about that, those comments that Harris made. This was a two-time Trump voter, a voter that no longer says that she's going to vote for Trump. She's a suburban woman in Arizona, and she said that she liked that Harris said that she thought that she wants to see Harris talk to moderate Republicans and make policy with moderate Republicans and show that she'll work in a bipartisan way with Republicans. But that voter also said that they still want to see more on Harris's economic policy.
And Alex Thompson, we did see at the DNC in Chicago several Republicans speaking on behalf of Harris, Adam Kinzinger, Olivia Troy, among others. When you take that with this promise that she made today, what does it say to you about this outreach to the Republican Party?
That it's a key part of her campaign strategy. I mean, essentially, she's being able to run only a general election campaign without a primary. And last time she ran the presidential primary, she ran to the left in order to try to consolidate the base. Now she feels very confident that she has the base of the Democratic Party, and polling shows very much the same, that Democrats are energized, that she has unified the Democratic Party. Well, if the Democratic Party is unified, especially because she's going against Donald Trump, then the next step then is to try to pick people that aren't part of the Democratic base, that are Republicans, that are basically people that maybe were like fine with the Trump presidency, but do not like him, do not think he is a good person, and don't want to see him as president again, and don't want to just frankly argue about him for another 4 years.
And Michael Hardaway, you heard Dana there talking about Republicans who Obama had in his cabinet, and you know, presidents who've chosen cabinet members from the other party, and yet President Biden doesn't have a Republican in his cabinet. Trump did not have Democrats in his. Why do you think the vice president is now making this pledge?
Well, there are some serious issues that we have to address together in a bipartisan way as a country in the next 5 to 10 years. We've got a $35 trillion national debt that we have to deal with. That has to be in a bipartisan way. You've got these international threats from North Korea and Russia and China. You've got chaos in Sudan and Venezuela and the Congo. All of those things have to be done in a bipartisan way. And Republicans are half of this country.
I hate everything. I hate so much. I hate everything that I'm seeing. I hate everything that I'm hearing. I hate the media. I hate the fucking Harris campaigns. Like, worst instincts possible. They are literally, bro, you're not going to comment at all. What can I say? This is basically a rehashing of every single fucking Democratic candidacy. They went so quickly back to their old fucking method. Like I kept reiterating that I was worried that they would start running scared. And when people were like, Hasan, it seems like you're very excited. When they chose Tim Walz, when they fucking swapped out Biden with Harris, you're like, oh, there's a lot of momentum. There's a lot of excitement surrounding this campaign. And I was like, I'm still worried that they will retriangulate to the center and they will run scared. The excitement came from the Tim Walz. The excitement came from the Tim Walz pick and what that potentially spelled for the campaign. Kamala lead widens Lamau. I cannot begin to explain how fucking stupid it is to, like, you know, douse yourself with champagne as though this, which is in my title, which is objectively what is going on, means that they're winning. Okay? Like, Kamala Harris's poll results show her still within the margin of error. Okay? And it's not a done deal without Pennsylvania regardless. I know she's live right now, post DNC rally. This shit sucks, dude.
Party of Georgia, for your friendship and your sisterhood. And to all the leaders with us today, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. I also bring greetings from our president and a great friend of the state of Georgia, Joe Biden. And let us also send our love to the great president from the state of Georgia, Jimmy Carter. So, Georgia, I love you back. I love you back. And we have 68 days to go until this election. 68 days to go. And I think you all have spent your time here, sacrificing all your other obligations to be here together, us as one community, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And I thank you for taking that time. And listen, so we're here to speak truth. And one of the things that we know, this is going to be a tight race until the very end. Okay? So let's not pay too much attention to the polls because we are running as the underdog. Okay? And we have some hard work ahead of us, but we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is good work. And with your help, we are going to win this November. We are going to win this November. Yes, we will. So look, Georgia, let me say, I'm no stranger to tough fights. Before I was elected vice president, before I was elected a United States senator, I was an elected attorney general, and before that, an elected district attorney. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. So every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I spoke 5 words. Kamala Harris for the people. My entire career, I've only had one client, the people. I stood for women and children against predators who abused them. I took on the big banks and delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure. I fought against cartels who traffic in guns, drugs, and human beings. And I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges. For workers who were being cheated out of the wages they were due. And for seniors facing elder abuse. And I will tell you, those fights were not easy. And neither were the elections that put me in those offices. But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. Always. And that is the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. We fight for a future with affordable child care, paid leave, and affordable health care. And on that last subject, let's finally expand Medicaid in Georgia so people can take their child to a doctor or go to an emergency room without going into medical debt. We fight for a future where we build what I call an opportunity economy, so that every American has the opportunity to own a home, to start a business, and to build wealth and intergenerational wealth. And a future where we lower the cost of living for America's families. So when I was Attorney General, I went after price-fixing schemes. And love you back. And I will tell you, when we get this done together, my friend, and when I am president, I will take on the bad actors who exploit a crisis to rip off consumers on everyday items. Who rip off consumers on everyday items like groceries. I will take on Big Pharma and cap the cost of prescription drugs and insulin for all Americans. I will take on the high cost of housing and work with developers to cut the red tape and build millions of new homes. And I will give 100 million Americans a tax cut, including $6,000 to families during the first year of their child's life. Understanding folks just need a little help from time to time, and it's not about just getting by, it's about getting ahead. $6,000 in the first year of a child's life to help pay for that car seat or the crib or the baby clothes. And unlike Donald Trump, I will always put the middle class and working class families first. I come from the middle class. I know what I'm talking about. And Savannah, but we got some work to do, okay? We got some work to do, because we know Donald Trump has a very different plan. He has a very different plan. Just look at his Project 2025 agenda. Right. If he is elected, Donald Trump intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. And he wants to impose what, in effect, is a national sales tax. on everyday products and basic necessities. And it will cost, the economists will tell you, it will cost a typical American family nearly $4,000 a year. So Georgia, on top of all of this, if Donald Trump wins in November, he intends to end the Affordable Care Act, to take us back to a time when insurance companies, we're not going back. We're not going back. We are not, we're going forward. And the reason we know we can't go back, to your point, the reason we know we can't go back on the issue of the Affordable Care Act, remember what that was like before we had the Affordable Care Act? Remember when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions? Remember
She's
what
getting
that
more
was like?
confident in her
Children
stump
with
speech, at
asthma,
least. That's correct.
breast cancer survivors, grandparents with diabetes. So yeah, we're not
How much is the
back.
Biden administration paying you to watch Kamala instead of Trump?
We're not going back. And we will move forward.
I care more about this because I've objectively listened to Trump's speeches a million times more than Kamala's speeches.
And it
I want to see if there's any change in her in her messaging, in her narrative.
the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And understand how
At least
we
it's not
got
people
here.
you accusing you for loving Trump for
president,
covering him this time.
Donald Trump handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, and they did just as he intended. And now, more than 20 states have a Trump abortion ban, including Georgia. In fact, every state in the South, except for Virginia, has a Trump abortion ban. And think about that. Many, with no exceptions even for rape and incest. That is immoral. Immoral. And let us all agree, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. And if he wins, Donald Trump will go further. He will sign a national abortion ban, you best believe. And he would create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. It's right there in Project 2025. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Simply put, they are out of their minds. Trust women. Well, we trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. And across our nation, in addition to that, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won fundamental freedoms and rights.
This is the other reason why I was watching.
Let me just say something. Hold up for a second. Hold up for a second. Let me just say something. Let me just say something. We are fighting for a democracy. Everyone has a right and should have their voices heard. I am speaking now, but on the subject, I will say this. The president and I are working around the clock. We've got to get a hostage deal done and get a ceasefire done now. So back to this election and Donald Trump. So in addition to the fight on the fundamental freedom to make decisions about one's own body, I have been traveling our country, and the people of Georgia know what I know. There is a full-on assault on hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, including the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe.
That's crazy.
From gun violence.
She's getting more pressure. It's good. It's good. Keep it up.
And an attack on the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. And we will fight against all of that, including the freedom to live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. Here's the thing. Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. Now, Savannah, the baton is in our hands. So we who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. We who believe in the freedom to live safe from gun violence will finally pass universal background checks and red flag laws. So much is on the line in this election. So much is on the line. And understand, this is not 2016 or 2020. Things are different. A lot is the same when we think about the issues, and then there is significant differences. The stakes in 2024 are even higher, because consider that the United States Supreme Court recently just basically told the former president that going forward he will be effectively immune no matter what he does in the White House. Now just imagine, well, the courts are gonna take care of that. We're gonna get them out of, we're gonna elect ourselves and everybody here in November. But I mentioned the Supreme Court ruling because understand what this means. Just imagine, before there was at least the threat of consequence, understand what it now means, and imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails. Imagine what that means when you consider he has openly vowed that if reelected on day one, he will be a dictator. That he would end the independence of the Department of Justice so he could have unchecked power and seek vengeance against people who disagree with him. He even called for termination of the United States Supreme, the supreme land of our nation, the United States Constitution. Think about what that means, and let us be very clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States of America. this. We are all here together, spending this time together because we love our country. We love our country. We love our country. And we know the privilege and pride that comes with being American. And I do believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country. That is how we realize the promise of America. Georgia, for the past 2 election cycles, voters in this very state, you who are here, have delivered. You sent 2 extraordinary senators to Washington, D.C. You sent President Biden and me to the White House. You showed up, you knocked on doors, you registered folks to vote, and you made it happen. You did that. You did that. And so now we are asking you to do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. So, Savannah, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, God bless you and God bless the United States of America.
We are so fucking right-wing as a country, dude. We are so goddamn right-wing. I will say our stump speech is very short and manicured compared to Trump's hour-long ramblings. I wonder how that plays out the voters. No, it's good. This is a decent stump speech. The problem, of course, is that like, in terms of like policy, in terms of what she's gonna do for people, she needs to add more shit to it. Okay. Overall, oh wait, I saw your tweet, but I didn't hear the broadcasters on the I didn't hear the protesters on the broadcast. What do you mean? Why do you think she stopped and said everyone has a say in this nation? Like this is a democracy. Is it Mir? Does she seem kind of pissed that the protest started a second time? Yeah, I don't think that the problem is. Oh my God. The problem is, I don't think they're factoring in to the equation that this is like not an issue that will go away with like, oh, we're doing a ceasefire. What more do you fucking want? Okay. Like, that's what she wants, obviously, to happen. She wants it to be like, we're working tirelessly. I think it's a fucking horrible idea to continuously align herself with Biden on this issue when Biden's dealings with Israel is objectively unpopular. Okay? Like, the American public do not think Biden is a good person on this issue. I don't know what more polling results you need to look at to recognize that reality. He was trailing behind. He was trailing behind by double digits on Trump on Israel. Now, Kamala Harris is still behind Donald Trump on the issue of Israel. And if she continues along this line of communication like Biden and I, she continues to run to Biden and say, Biden and I are working tirelessly for a ceasefire. She's cooked. This is the Humphreys dynamic all over again. This is the LBJ dynamic all over again. It's so bad. And I'm not saying this as like someone who cares. Like, I'm not even talking about this from the perspective of someone who like obviously actively is covering Gaza and cares about Gaza. I'm saying like average Americans are going to fucking associate her in the same way on this issue as they associate Biden. Okay? In a deeply unpopular way. She should at least communicate that this is partisan. Obviously, we need a ceasefire, but we need a weapons embargo ASAP. The weapons embargo is to push Israel to a ceasefire. She has to separate herself from Biden on this. She has to separate herself from Biden on this, even if she doesn't fucking believe in it. Okay?
Our veterans with the National Guard.
I gotta pee.
Honoring heroes that we have lost, specific things on the economy, his visit to the border. I mean, those all draw a direct contrast with the Kamala Harris record. The sugar high on this economy is wearing off. All the money that Biden and Harris have doled out to really buy votes in a lot of different ways is starting to wear out. When people go to the grocery store, the gas pump, their rent and other things, the affordability and cost. I mean, the joy of buying a Happy Meal at McDonald's has worn off because people are getting hit in their wallet every single day. And that's what this race needs to be about. It needs to be about the economy, cost, the 40-year high inflation that really Joe Biden and Kamala Harris created. They're taking credit now for inflation going down. Hell, they created it to start with.
A couple things here. First thing, I like how two grown men, Donald Trump, as well as the governor here, put away their differences and link out for the greater of the country and the greater of the party and say, listen, we may disagree on some things, we may have duked it out, but we both want to win, we're going to put it aside. That's how grown men handle things. You duke it out and then you move forward. I do that with Brian sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes he makes me upset and then I just give him a big hug and say, you know,
for the good of
I'm
between you two.
That's exactly for the good of the show, we move forward.
Which is good for the country.
It's good for the country.
Brian asked a great question. You had a couple great questions with the governor. You asked him if Trump would go into Atlanta and try and make some ground there and appeal to black voters, black business owners, as Lawrence talked about. You also asked him if he would basically hug it out and campaign alongside Trump. He didn't give you an affirmative, but it sounds like he's open to it.
They're going to do it. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
I hope they do.
There's too much at stake, and it doesn't make any sense because they both like each other. It's all about the 2020 election, and I don't think anybody wants to talk about that right now. So here's the question that should make Trump feel good. Who do you trust who's better on the economy? Trump wins by a substantial amount. Not as much as over Joe Biden, but what Trump's job is to do is to pin the economy, Bidenomics, on the vice president, which should not be tough. So a lot of times you have surrogates who want to be president or want to be senator, and you got to force them to adapt the record of your party. You're actually asking her to take responsibility for her administration.
Right.
So that shouldn't be that hard, unless she's going to say, I'm so glad I'm out from underneath Joe Biden. And let me tell you what I wanted to do as opposed to what's been done.
And that number is from Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and North Carolina. Those are the swing states. And I think that matters. Do you want a candidate that's going to be out there campaigning to make sure that you get taxes? We still have not heard from Kamala Harris on where she stands on the Trump taxes. Actually, we did. The old Kamala Harris says that she's going to get rid of that. So when she goes to Georgia, is she going to tell the business community that she's going to raise their taxes? Or will she campaign like they did the last time and say, your vote is going to be depressed, even though we had a historic election of more turnout at any other time?
If we can go back to that graphic that we were going to put out, the manufacturing job losses in swing states, this is so key because we keep hearing diverting opinions on where manufacturing is in this country. They have lost 17,400 manufacturing jobs in Michigan, has the Biden administration. In Wisconsin, they lost 2,000 overall. And in Pennsylvania,
dude, this is like maximalist copium. Harris wins 49D51R Republican Senate, offers Susan Collins a cabinet position, replace Collins with a Democrat, 50-50 Senate victory. I mean, it's a joke, but it's also omega copium.
Pennsylvania, 8,300. So Trump was in the process by dropping the corporate tax rate and other reasons for bringing manufacturing back to the country. Well, Joe Biden gets out there and says, I brought it back. Well, the numbers don't lie. You didn't.
And regarding the numbers with the brand new Fox News poll with those Sunbelt states, those opinions were asked of people after RFK Jr. dropped out of the race. Here's the problem, and there's that number right there, more by a significant amount trust Donald Trump when it comes to the economy. The problem for Donald Trump right now regarding RFK is he drops out and he says, okay, vote for Donald Trump. Bobby Kennedy Jr. cannot get off the ballot in Wisconsin and Michigan because with third-party candidates, they just don't do it. So even though he's said vote for Donald Trump, when people go and vote, they get the ballot in the mail or they go in person. There, Robert Kennedy Jr. is going to be on the
There are some states where Biden is still on the ballot, and I think if there are Republicans who are running those states, they ought to play hardball and do the same darn thing. Republicans need to play hardball, and Donald Trump should come out and talk about that for sure. Here's another.
What would they do? Have to write it in? Would they have to write in Kamala Harris?
Well, if that's true, I don't know what state Joe Biden is still on the ballot.
Let's do some research on the brain room and see about that because I think that's a very interesting question.
Since she's been officially nominated, I don't know.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
After 39 days today.
Biden seen at beach during second week of vacation. Yeah, I don't care about that.
The former president.
Trump shares vulgar posts about Harris and Clinton. His ex-advisor has advice for him. Don't care about that. Trump has made a massive pivot on his rally on healthcare. By the way, he said he will protect IVF treatments and have them paid for by the government or insurance companies if elected. Beyond that, he's also I think talked about like the Florida abortion ban or something. Am I crazy? Trump attacks Dems on abortion.
Nominee, he just made some remarks about abortion. What do you say?
Yeah, we've heard some of these remarks before. For starters, he's been making remarks in central Michigan. That's where he started a lot of the day today. As we understand, he just finished up some of those remarks. A lot of similar lines of attack that we've heard from him against Democrats, railing against them, but also specifically on abortion, as you mentioned. Take a listen to some of what he said.
The real problem and the real radicals on that issue are the Democrats, where you can have an abortion in the 9th month, and in 6 states, you're allowed to kill the baby after the baby is born. And you know, one of those states is Minnesota, where this tampon Tim comes from.
Now, it goes without saying, there is no state that is passing or has passed any law that allows anybody to kill a baby after it has been born. But we have seen that line of attack repeatedly from the former president, and it has come with repeated fact checks from CNN. But it gives sort of insight into how he's framing what will be a critical issue over the course of this election. We saw how it motivated voters over the 2022 midterms, for example, in states like Michigan and Wisconsin, where we are now. We spoke to many voters who were fired up about that particular issue, and in particular reproductive rights. And so hearing that line of attack, we'll watch if that continues when he makes his way here to western Wisconsin. That's where we are now, in La Crosse, Wisconsin. But again, it gives an indication into sort of the themes that he is playing out, using over the course of these campaign speeches.
Yeah, both these candidates know how critical that issue is to their voters, to their bases. Omar, this will be Trump's first visit to Wisconsin since the Republican National Convention. What are you hearing about what we can expect tonight?
Well, one thing that we do know, just for context, is Wisconsin and Michigan, where he's leaving now, they were all states that he won in 2016, but then states that Joe Biden was able to win in 2020. And that win, especially in Wisconsin, was by the slightest of margins. So coming here to Wisconsin, first visit, as you mentioned, since the RNC, to cement himself, if he hasn't already among the supporters that we've seen come from all over this portion of the Midwest. For perspective, we're essentially on the border of Wisconsin and Minnesota right now. So not everybody is coming from Wisconsin to this particular rally. And this area, this county, is one that Joe Biden took by a sizable margin. Regardless, a lot of people have showed up to see what the president has to say and what we expect to take place in a town hall type of format moderated by Tulsi Gabbard. Obviously, she ran for president as a Democrat years back, now identifies as an independent and has already endorsed the former president as well. So we'll see how that actually plans out. We see the stage already behind us set up for clearly a conversation between two people and potentially others being brought in as well. When I spoke to one Trump voter outside of the rally prior to coming in here, he said that he drove in from Southern Illinois and has been trying to go to as many events as possible. And one of the things he said was he was excited because he felt like Trump was taking on the quote-unquote left. We'll see if those themes play out in his speaking here.
Yeah, we know you'll keep us posted on what he says. Omar Jimenez at the Trump event in Wisconsin. Thank you very much, Omar. Coming up, the Army now says an Arlington National Cemetery staffer was, quote, abruptly pushed aside during a dispute with the Trump campaign. The latest next. You're in the Situation Room.
Here we're gonna talk about the NBC sound bites that he gave. Okay, it's pretty big. A couple that are pretty solid. Okay, here it is. Donald Trump says 6 weeks in Florida is too short.
Everyone does.
You overturned Roe, and you want abortion to be a states' rights issue. In Florida, the state that you are a resident of, there's an abortion-related amendment on the ballot to overturn the 6-week ban in Florida. How are you going to vote on that?
Well, I think the 6 week is too short. It has to be more time, and so and I've told them that I want more weeks.
So you'll vote in favor of the amendment?
I'm voting that I am going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. Look, just so you understand, everybody wanted Roe v. Wade terminated for years, 52 years. I got it done. They wanted it to go back to the states. Exceptions are very important for me, for Ronald Reagan, for others that have navigated this very, very interesting and difficult path.
You overturned.
I say, here's an issue that the Dems have actively campaigned on alongside Project 2025. By the way, fun reminder for Democrats running scared, they didn't want to campaign on abortion originally. This is something that has been memory hold, and a lot of people are now going to tell me I'm wrong for saying this. Democrats, with obviously Joe Biden at the top of the ticket, he was already always a bad communicator on abortion. But they literally were like, oh, maybe let's not talk about it until they were forced to. So they reluctantly started campaigning on abortion. Understandably so, because it became a massive fucking issue, right? Same with Project 2025. Notice how Trump has to pivot to the center on this issue. Notice how Trump has to pivot to the center. Now imagine that for any other progressive policy that Dems could be campaigning on. Also, do you believe him? Will voters believe Harris on the border? Now, that part is also important because do you think voters are going to be like, well, that's my president. He's right. I actually am voting for Donald Trump on the issue of abortion? Of course not. Of course not. Just like voters who have made up their minds about like immigrants doing mass rapes and whatnot are already voting for the Republican Party. All you do when you run on immigration as a right-winger, okay, or a right-wing border bill as a Democrat is you're basically priming your base to be more reactionary to that sort of thing, okay? This clip will be viewed by Republican voters as a letdown, just as Harris tacking the center is viewed by progressives as a letdown too. Ultimately, they're both now tacking the center on their weak points in an effort to win votes. I think it's a bad move, but that's the theory at least. First of all, I didn't say Trump is doing this to win votes. I said the exact same thing. You're literally agreeing with me. Okay? You are agreeing with me. My point is that when Trump tacks to the center, he's forced to tack to the center on abortion because Democrats have been actively campaigning on abortion. Okay? Ultimately, it doesn't matter, though. Because, obviously, his base has already made up their minds on Trump regardless. Just like the base has made up their minds on immigration. My point is, Democrats should stick to issues and force the Republicans to negatively campaign against it, or actively talk on issues so that they can fucking turn around, so that the Republicans can turn around and tack to the center on it. Okay? Huh. How do you prevent massive Zyn addiction? I don't. I have it. Did you watch the video of Bernie Sanders and Hasan Minhaj about Gaza? No, I haven't. And I will not. I refuse to. How about that? Here's another issue that Trump is trying to win favor on.
IVF has been an issue that has become political. A lot of people talking about it. What's the Trump administration going to do when it comes to IVF if you get elected?
Right. Well, as you know, I was always for IVF right from the beginning. As soon as we heard about it, it's fertilization, and it's helping women and men and families, but it's helping women able to have a baby. Some have great difficulty, and a lot of them have been very happy with the results, as you know, and what we're doing. And we're doing this because we just think it's great, and we need great children, beautiful children in our country. We actually need them. And we are going to be, under the Trump administration, we are going to be paying for that treatment. So we are paying for that treatment.
All Americans who want it?
For all Americans that get it, all Americans that need it. So we're going to be paying for that treatment, or we're going to be mandating that the insurance company pay.
IVF has been an issue that has become political.
There you go. Top Ukrainian pilot, moonfish killed in U.S.-made F-16. What the fuck? How the fuck do we know, like, the names of top Ukrainian pilots and shit? That's crazy. Okay.
All right, welcome back. Donald Trump, Kamala Harris set to debate on ABC for the first time September 10th. But how the debate will look, still up in the air. Both campaigns have been accusing each other of not agreeing to certain rules. This week, Donald Trump suggested he was open to some changes from the rules that were set for the CNN debate.
Would you want the microphones muted in the debate whenever you're not speaking?
We agreed to the same rules. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I'd rather have it probably on, but the agreement was that it would be the same.
What's your vote? Or what's your opinion on Ukraine-Palestine? Someone asked. War in Ukraine, would you keep sending weapons? I want the same exact thing that I want for Gaza, which is a ceasefire, okay? A permanent end to hostilities. That's it.
As it was last time. In that case, it was muted. I didn't like it the last time, but it worked out fine.
Now, a spokesman for the Harris campaign tells CNN that both candidates agreed on leaving the mics unmuted.
Our preference, along with Donald Trump himself, is for unmuted microphones. I think the question that you'd have to ask is to Donald Trump and his team, are they in agreement between themselves on how we should approach this debate? Because we are in agreement with Donald Trump that these should be live and unmuted microphones.
All right, joining us now is Jason Miller. He's a senior advisor to the Trump campaign. Jason, welcome back to CNN this morning. Thank you so much for being here. Why do you want the mics muted?
Well, we've already agreed to the rules that we had with the CNN debate, and not only have we agreed, but the Harris camp has agreed as well. We had the rules last week. Both sides agreed that we would stay with the CNN format, which I thought both Jake and Dana did an excellent job. I think CNN as a network did a very good job, very fair job with the debate, and we hope that there is the same.
Don't you think the arms embargo should stay in effect until Israel apartheid is dissolved? Why would we lift it if they agree to a ceasefire? They could just stock up and start the killing again. We cannot let up. Bro, you're talking like we already got it through. Okay? How about we cross that bridge when we even see a bridge? Okay? The fuck do you mean, dude? That is crazy. Yeah, dude, I personally think we should keep protesting until Kamala Harris personally jails Benjamin Netanyahu, like goes to Israel and puts handcuffs on Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, what are you talking about? Okay? Like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And no, you shouldn't stop protesting until the Israeli apartheid is dissolved. I agree. But, you know, let's take it one step at a time. Don't you think? Because it doesn't seem like... What? I think you're being unfair by calling Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party's focus on the border as reactionary rhetoric because the median American voter has genuine concerns about immigration, just like how the chatters who aren't subscribed are... they're concerned about ads at the top of the hour. I got fucking owned because of a gray name, dude. I saw a gray name. I saw Kamala Harris. I saw criticisms. He got you at your lowest? I did. I am at my lowest currently. I was so primed. I was primed and ready to go. Also, that chatter is like outflanking Hamas, which is funny. Like, anyway, the other chatter, I mean, that I was reading, that I was responding to. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now, chat. Pack it up. You're washed. I am. Also, Ezio Fattitore, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, which I'm running right now. You too can avoid it. Twitch Primes are free. Hold on. Let's continue with this.
Performance on ABC's end. But then, strangely, over the weekend, the Harris camp decided to change their minds and want to try to make an issue out of the already agreed to format. And Casey, I think really what was going on, I think is a bit more sinister. I think that the Harris camp was trying to come up with a distraction on the 3rd anniversary of the horrific killing of 13 Americans at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. Of course, Kamala Harris was the last one in the room for that decision with Joe Biden. And I think that that's what this was all about. They wanted to distract away from Kamala Harris's accountability on that issue because both sides had already agreed. We've agreed again. Rules are locked in. They're the same as it was for CNN.
Are you afraid that if you unmuted the mics, the debate would be worse for Mr. Trump?
Yes.
Well, President Trump is going to be fine regardless of what the format is.
So why are they saying no to it then? Like, what kind of a stupid fucking answer? I mean, like, it's your team saying no to it. Obviously, if he didn't think it was a fucking issue, he would not have... or at least his campaign would not be like running on making sure it doesn't happen.
But it's already locked in. That's the whole point, is that it was agreed to, the same as it was for CNN, the same as it will be for ABC. And both camps had already agreed to this. In fact, the Harris camp came back with a whole host of other changes that they wanted. But
why are libs not giving Trump credit? They're not. They're dancing. They're flexing. Okay? They're flexing. Liberals are not giving Trump credit. Liberals, due to Republican competence on the issue, have basically lucked into a very unpopular policy that Donald Trump is unfortunately an advocate of. Okay? Unfortunately for him. So they know that it is deeply unpopular. They're flexing. They're flexing that he has to capitulate to the progressive message on this issue. It's the reverse of Kamala Harris on the border. Do you think it would be productive for the Harris camp to go full attack mode and call him a flip-flopper on abortion to get votes? I don't think that they should say that he's a flip-flopper on abortion or anything like that. I think they should just, because that calls into question Kamala Harris flip-flopping on a lot more issues. So in this situation, I think the smart thing to do is just be like, do you believe him? Do you believe him? He ran on fucking, taking out abortion. He successfully did it. Do you believe him when he says now that he is going to protect it? Of course not. He's responsible for it. He's a liar. That's it. Just like that's precisely what the Republicans should say about Kamala Harris on the issue of the border wall. Here's the protester, by the way. Why would you not want to change your policy based on popular issues? I'm losing my fucking mind, dude. This is like baby brain shit. Dog, do you think Donald Trump is changing his mind on abortion? Are you fucking insane? Badass. He says he is. Why the fuck would you believe him? Like, I don't believe Kamala Harris when she says she's working tirelessly around the clock alongside Joe Biden to fucking get a ceasefire deal. You know? I don't understand how motherfuckers are so ready, so primed. Yeah. It's additionally funny because his 3 Supreme Court appointments literally also lied to the American public that they wouldn't overturn Roe v. Wade. And then they did it. So... Some of your thoughts on this are already super known, but do you think the Project 2025 is worth worrying about? Yes and no. Yes, because it's already happening. And no, because it's already happening. Project 2025 is simply a continuation of the Republican Party's agenda since the 90s in terms of beefing up the executive and sidestepping the legislative body, utilizing the courts in an effort to enact their dangerous agendas, and also additionally carving out the federal regulatory agencies. It is not a new thing. It's Project 2024. It's Project 2023. It was Project 2016. Project 2025 is like a magnet for attention because, you know, shouts out to the independent media out there that, you know, YouTubers and TikTokers actually fucking got really invested in this. And then the campaign lucked into a successful narrative. Okay. But overall, it's no different than what the Republicans have done and will continue to do. But yeah, it's easy name recognition and association for liberals.
So now she has seen the way that laws are built in this country. And so that has had an immense impact in how she views it today. Ultimately, though, I think that idea of these values that we hear from her, right, they go into the larger point, which is that this campaign doesn't necessarily see the need to put percentage by percentage, point by point policy.
Is it woke but for Dems? No, because woke is a catch-all term for like actually good things that could be happening, but the Democrats don't actually really follow through on. Okay, like diversity, or I don't know, helping underserved communities or whatever. Maybe scaling back on police brutality a little bit, taking away some of these expansive police budgets and reappropriating it back to social safety nets that actually would cut crime. Things that the Democrats don't actually do. Whereas Project 2025 is things that the Republicans are doing, and they are bad. Okay? Also, as a full list of every single political appointment in the administrative state and appropriate person to replace political appointment. I know. The only expansion on like the overarching Republican agenda is that they directly are gutting the regulatory bodies.
To create policies that are inclusive of multiple ideologies. And I think that that's the lane that she has decided to take. But also that when you're running in a primary, you run very differently than when you're running in a general. She was in a primary that included some of the likes of the far left, as well as many moderates, as well as some people who may not even consider Democrats at this point. And I'm thinking of folks like Tulsi Gabbard. That was
It's just funny to think of because like Trump already did that, by the way, when he was in office.
America has not ever seen. Run an extremely truncated campaign, but also she is admitting that her ideas have changed to a certain extent, but her values have not. And she's
I think it's really interesting that there's not a single fucking actually progressive panelist ever on any of these. They'll have right-wingers on to talk about how wonderful it is that Kamala is, going towards the middle. They'll have right-wingers on to say Kamala Harris is fake and phony in terms of going to the middle. They'll never have like an actual fucking leftist on any of these goddamn panels. Much to think about. Do we not think that it's an actual voter block? Do we not think that these are opinions that Americans might have? Doesn't matter. Does not fucking matter. You will never hear from an actual progressive on any of these goddamn panels. Okay? There's not a single fucking progressive that ever offers commentary on this. It could be unique. It could shake things up a little bit. Really interesting though that there's never any assessment, any like truly fucking progressive analyst being like, maybe we shouldn't tag to the center on this.
Where she was very fair to me, Dana, Bash, very fair to me, and people just want to see if she can get through the interview. Nobody knows what's going on. I've done so many interviews in the last couple of months. Every time I go out, I have an interview. I have people, reporters, and we talk to them. And they ask me every question in the book, and we answer them. And you don't see any scandals brewing, nothing. We answer them properly. You have to, as president, you have to be able to deal. You're dealing with the toughest, smartest, most ruthless people in the world. If you can't do an interview, we got the wrong person. To get more relief to working class citizens and seniors on fixed incomes.
Alyssa Farah-Griffin, we've heard Trump time and time again saying that Harris hasn't sat down for an interview, that she's not smart enough. Now she has done this, and we know that Dana has pressed her on a bunch of different issues. What are your thoughts on what he just said?
Well, first, I'm dying to know how hot it is in Michigan today because
Oh, this is another fucking brilliant gift that Trump is giving to the Kamala Harris campaign. Special relationship at risk if UK bans arms sales to Israel, says Trump advisor. Robert O'Brien says UK could face US counter embargoes and puts its role in the F-35 jet project in danger. Yet another fucking beautiful gift. Okay? People want a ceasefire. People want an American arms embargo on Israel. And here's Donald Trump saying UK's commitment to an arms embargo will call into question our alliances. Donald Trump is firing off on all cylinders, basically running as right-wing as he possibly can, as right-wing as he possibly can on the issue of Israel, and the scared, cowardly Democrats won't turn this into a fucking partisan issue. It's a perfect gift in a situation where the overwhelming majority of Americans want a fucking ceasefire, many of which recognize that an arms embargo is the only way to get a ceasefire. Donald Trump is actively campaigning to continue fucking giving weapons to Israel. And these dumb fucks can't even fucking turn around and be like, yeah, maybe we should tackle this on a partisan, on the partisan front. Nope. It's just waiting. It's right there. It's right there, waiting to be picked up. AIPAC will now allow it. Come on, you know this. Yo, I fucking hate this AIPAC shit, okay? AIPAC is suck my dick. God damn it, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? If AIPAC was that fucking powerful, they wouldn't be spending $100 million so far on the goddamn race. Okay? What are you talking about? The American public obviously wants something. Democrats giving them something that they want would literally be beneficial for the fucking race, no matter how hard AIPAC tries to lobby against it. Like, AIPAC doesn't have that kind of juice, man. Y'all are fucking crazy. Sure, they'll dump $20 million into a fucking Democratic primary in New York, okay, for a congressperson that was recently redistricted. But, like, if you think that they can participate in the general election and, like, swing the outcome in an opposite direction like this, you're out of your fucking mind. 100 million is not a sign of power? Yes. If there was this, 100 million is simply a recognition that the American public is completely against this shit. That's why they have to spend 100 million to shut Democrats the fuck up on the issue. Do you not understand that? It's the same principle behind the NRA. Universal background checks. And by the way, the NRA and the Second Amendment is infinitely more popular than Israel is in the eyes of Americans. Make no mistake. Trump promised Khabib an end to Palestine at the UFC 305. So pretty sure he's going to end the war, man. Yeah, okay. He loves Khabib, bro. He'll definitely. Majority of Americans favor U.S. military aid to Israel until hostages... What? Majority of Americans favor U.S. military aid to Israel until hostages are returned. This goes against... Wait, what? Nearly 11 months of Israel's military campaign in Gaza, 60% of Americans want the U.S. to keep up its military support for Israel until the hostages... Wait, what? This is literally the exact opposite. Same number, exact opposite of the CBS poll. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his security cabinet have defined the destruction of Hamas military governing capabilities. But that number falls to 49 when more ambitious goal of dismantling Hamas terror group carried out October 7 attacks is described as the end game. The results of the 2024 Chicago Council survey carried out in late June. Wait, is this the same poll? Oh, because the CBS poll was specifically polling Democrat voters. Or is it the same exact poll, but they're just not talking about... carried out late June and July. Another poll from Council Ipsos conducted in mid-August described the U.S. as closely divided over the American government's role in Israel's ongoing bombardment, with a narrow 53% majority now saying the U.S. should condition the military aid to Israel not be used towards military operations against Palestinians. Wait, what? So a later poll also shows the exact opposite of what they're saying, but they're running with the headline that the earlier poll is saying 60% of Americans want full tilt. It's also ridiculous because, you know, American bombs are killing Israeli hostages. So more than 40,000 Palestinians have been killed. Over a plurality of Americans said the U.S. is striking the right balance in support of Israel, 22%, or failing to do enough to support Israel, 20%. 3 in 10 respondents said the U.S. is supporting Israel too much. An additional, 3 in 10. Wait. So 33%? Why are they saying a plurality is striking the right balance? Do I not understand the... Or, I mean, not 33%. That would be 30%. Wouldn't that be the plurality? An additional 27 said they were not sure. The findings were roughly the same when the question focused specifically on military aid. What the fuck are they doing? What? Am I... Overall, a plurality of Americans said the U.S. is striking the right balance in its support of Israel, or failing to do enough to support Israel at 20%. 3 in 10 respondents said the U.S. is supporting Israel too much. Are they combining the two options with striking the right balance versus supporting Israel or failing to support Israel? Because the plurality would be supporting Israel too much. So more people say that the U.S. is supporting Israel too much than saying striking the right balance, which is the second one, or failing to do enough to support Israel. That's a weird way to interpret the results. And notice how they say 3 in 10 respondents instead of 30% of respondents. That's got to be an intentional choice there, right? I feel like overall, it seems number one is U.S. is supporting Israel too much. Number 2 is not sure. Number 3 is just the right balance. And number 4 is failing to do enough to support Israel. If you look at this poll where you rank what the most popular positions are on our commitment to Israel, it is literally number 4, failing to do enough to support Israel. And number 3, striking the right balance in supporting Israel. Americans see the United States playing positive role in the Middle East. U.S. in resolving problems overall in the Middle East. A plurality of Americans think the U.S. leaders are giving the conflict between Israel and Hamas about the right amount of attention, while the rest are at odds. A third think U.S. role is very positive. I mean, this is also not an accurate assessment either, but holy shit, this is really fucking editorialized, dude. That's a crazy way to play fast and lose with the numbers. Like, actually. Hold on. I gotta get Kaya. I'll get back to this in a second.
Put this distraction aside. This is about Kamala Harris finally being held accountable. She can't be talking about the future when she's the one who created the nightmare that we're currently living in. She created the problems with our economy, our border, the global chaos, and you can't be asking for a promotion when really voters should be voting you out of office.
Jason, I also want to ask you about something else that we saw from your boss, Mr. Trump. He posted a pretty crude, reposted a pretty crude image or comment, I should say, about Kamala Harris, the sitting vice president. It also mentioned Hillary Clinton, who, of course, Mr. Trump ran against in 2016. What would you say to the vice president of the United States about the comment that he reposted?
Well, I saw the social media post. I've not discussed that with the president. I don't know if the president even saw the comment that was on there or simply the picture. But I would say with regard to Kamala Harris, the attacks that have been levied by Kamala Harris's, both the campaign, by Harris allies against President Trump, not just recently, but over the past year and a half, 2 years, ever since he came down the escalator, quite frankly, in the case of many left of center people, have been quite horrific. All of this, though, Casey, is a distraction for the real issues that are going on right now.
What was reposted? I mean, I mean,
100 times worse, Casey, 100 times worse. And here's the thing. There's social media posts.
But they haven't
we're
been
talking
sexual
about issues.
in nature in this way.
Again, I haven't discussed that with the president. I don't know if the president even saw the comment that was on there. That's not something that I have asked. But we have real people who are struggling with inflation that is hurting this country, with the border crisis. President Trump was just at the border this past week, honoring those who've been killed by this migrant invasion, Jocelyn Nungary and Rachel Moore and Laken Riley.
The way I interpret it, if 22% think striking the right balance, 20% say not enough support, and 30% say too much support, then on average, U.S. policy should probably tend to reflect more towards too much support, aka pullback condition support. But you wouldn't guess that from the headline, manufacturing consent. Yeah, that's crazy that the fucking, they also, what's crazy about it is that they just straight up lied about the plurality. What an incredible way to fucking write this article. Holy shit, dude. I am not understanding how CNN is wrong about the plurality if they're grouping it to be a binary support or not support. Dude, the problem with Biden's fucking communications on this is that they literally have said, we want to do a ceasefire. We want to do a ceasefire. We want to do a fucking ceasefire. That's kind of the point in terms of the confusion with like, oh, we're striking the right amount of balance with Israel. Does it mean it's a bullshit ceasefire proposal with continued arms sales and arms transfers, which is what is objectively the reality, versus how people perceive it on the ground? Ultimately, though, when you break it down, the plurality is not people who personally believe. Yeah, look at the Republicans, dude. Look at this. Look. Not supporting Israel enough. 8%. 8% of the Democrats, 14% of the independents, 40% of Republicans. What a fucking ridiculous argument, dude. Supporting Israel too much? 40. 15% of Republicans say we're supporting Israel too much. 34% of independents say we're supporting Israel too much. Fucking insane. Yeah, they could have just as easily framed it as the majority, 52%, think the U.S. supports Israel just enough or too much. And only a small minority, 20%, want us to support them more. Do you understand? Fucking crazy. Dude, that's crazy, man. That is actually fucking insane that we just caught that. Because I haven't seen a single fucking poll so far that has shown this result. Okay? This is an abject fucking lie. Okay? Straight up. That's crazy. They said 3 and 10 instead of 34% to further hide the truth. Yeah. Oh, no. Supporting Israel too much is 3 and 10. See? Because you're looking at overall numbers. Striking the balance overall, 22%. Not supporting Israel enough, 20%. Supporting Israel too much, 30%. Not sure, 27%. Wait, what? More Americans. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what is going on? This says military aid says he's giving Israel too much, 34%. Wait, what? An additional 1 in 4, 23%, say they aren't unsure. What is going on with this poll? So it's 1 in 4 for 23%, but it's 1 in... What? I've never seen rounding up and rounding down this aggressively on poll results. U.S. military aid. Do you think the United States is providing too much or not enough or the right amount of military aid? 7% of Democrats say not enough. 28% of Democrats say right amount. 29% of Republicans say right amount. 26% overall. Too much aid at 34%. Too much military aid at 34%. Not sure at 23%. Once again, too much is literally plurality. Okay. Number 2 is right amount. Number 3 is not sure. Not enough is at 17%. How do you interpret these fucking poll results as beneficial to Israel unless you're just straight up fucking lying, which these guys are lying? 6 in 10 Americans prefer the United States to support Israel militarily until the hostages remaining in Gaza are returned is the literal opposite of what this poll is showing. Like, that's your takeaway from this poll. The framing is insane on this, okay? This goes with what you just read. What's the difference in the two questions on the graphics? U.S. support for Israel, U.S. military aid to Israel. On U.S. support for Israel, 30% say supporting too much, Israel too much. On U.S. military aid, 34% say too much. So it even goes up when you ask directly about military aid. Not supporting Israel enough is 20%. It goes down to 17%. Israel-Gaza war policy. Do you favor or oppose the United States? Yeah, I don't care about that because this is a stupid fucking question. Oh wait, no. This literally is just a calculation of all the results. Supporting Israel militarily until the hostages are returned is basically this, but collected here in the false interpretation. It literally goes against the data here, chat. What are we talking about? Yeah. Americans split on continuing military aid to Israel is the Ipsos poll from March. Consistent from October, a plurality of Americans say they trust neither Joe Biden nor Donald Trump to broker peace in the Middle East. Still, they are slightly more likely to say they trust Donald Trump to do so than Joe Biden. This is just consistent. "43% are pro-war, 30% are anti-war. The article is correct." No, dude. No, it's not. Because just enough doesn't mean pro-war when the fucking Democrat is literally saying ceasefire. You're wrong. I know you want to say all Americans are bloodthirsty monsters, and it is kind of true, but you're fucking objectively wrong. Because the wishy-washy sentiment, you admit that's meaningless. It's not meaningless when you're polling Americans, though. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is ridiculous because the correct way to interpret these polling results would be to say most Americans, the majority of Americans, with the plurality of Americans being we're supporting Israel too much, say we're either supporting Israel too much or just the right amount. Okay? The fuck? Or like the overwhelming majority are either not sure, too much, or just the right amount. It is literally the slimmest out of all of those options. The tiniest one is the one that says we're not supporting Israel enough. What the fuck? How the fuck do you interpret that poll in the exact opposite? That's a maintenance of war or escalation of war. That is not how people, normal American people, respond to these fucking polls. Okay? You think that they're as cognizant of what the fuck they're responding to as you are. You're objectively wrong. Doors open. Getting louder doesn't make you right, just makes you louder. Getting louder doesn't make me right. I'm not getting louder because I want to be perceived as right. I'm getting louder because I'm losing my fucking mind at some of the silly, childish attitudes that I'm seeing from this chat on an issue that is like right in front of their fucking eyes. And it's kind of weird. And I can't tell if it's like actually liberals who are trying to interpret this in a way where they are desperately trying to say like, no, you don't understand. Americans love Israel. Like they want to hug and kiss Israel. Okay. Or if it's like dead-ender nihilists, like pro-Palestinians who just want to fucking dead-ender nihilist pro-Palestinians who just want to make it seem like they're currently doing a unholy alliance in the chat. Half of the chat that's chirping are liberals who want to say, see, I told you, Americans love Israel. Americans actually want to give Israel more bombs, actually. Okay? Or the other half are pro-Palestinian nihilists who are like, no, Americans are all fucking bloodthirsty monsters. America KKK are all bloodthirsty monsters who don't fucking see what's going on in Gaza. Okay? I'm just reading the poll correctly, bro. Yeah, you're right. The problem is, once again, we are currently having this conversation at the heels of like Joe Biden being like, oh, we need to do a ceasefire. Scroll down to page 8 for conditioning weapons. Support for restricting military aid to Israel. Overall, do you support or oppose putting restrictions on U.S. military aid to Israel so that it cannot use the aid towards military operations against Palestinians? Overall is at 53%. 68% of Democrats support putting military restrictions, or military aid restrictions. 7 in 10 Democrats and more than half of independents support restricting military aid to Israel. I'm going to walk away from the camera because I want you to fucking like look at this until it's lasered to your goddamn mind. Whether you are a stupid fucking liberal who genuinely thinks that like Americans love Israel and giving weapons to Israel unconditionally, or if you're a dumbass fucking nihilist, whether you are a stupid liberal who thinks America loves Israel, okay, Americans want Israel to have more bombs to kill Palestinians, or whether you're a dumbass nihilist anti-genocide protester who thinks Americans love Israel and doing genocide, America KKK. I want you to look at this, okay? I want you to look at this poll. Look at this polling result overall, okay? This is consistent with every fucking poll that has been done on this matter. Okay? I feel like I've been grounded. It's just so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. People just have their own personal opinions and like refuse to look at the numbers in front of them. It is legitimately a fucking a disservice to journalism the way that CNN showed this these numbers on their own end. And normally everybody's supposed to fucking hate. Everyone's supposed to hate CNN in here. But hey, man, right now it like, it is cynically justifying what CNN is trying to present here. So none of these numbers look good for Israel. It's fucking crazy that the article's takeaway here is that the majority of Americans favor U.S. military aid to Israel until hostages are returned. Dog, the majority of Americans in that very same poll literally say we need to restrict aid, military aid to Israel. What the fuck? Some of you could be convinced on anything, bro. Holy shit.
Riley, three names I do not believe we'll hear from Kamala Harris at the debate on the 10th. That's assuming that Kamala Harris shows up to the debate, which I imagine that she will, because Americans deserve to hear why Kamala Harris has been in hiding for 39 days. Of course, we'll hear from Kamala Harris and Tim Walz when they sit down with Dana to air this evening on CNN. And look, Dana's one of the best in the business, if not the best in the business. I don't think Dana will allow Kamala Harris to hide behind Tim Walz. I think Dana will ask Kamala Harris why she thinks she deserves a promotion and why she hasn't done any of the things over the past 3.5 years that she says that she'll do in the future.
Jason, before I let you go, I want to ask you about one other issue, one story that there was a Politico story about a new book that's set to be published next week from your boss, the former president, that says that Mark Zuckerberg, the head of Meta, plotted against him during the 2020 election, and that the Meta chief executive would, quote, spend the rest of his life in prison, end quote. We also, of course, saw Zuckerberg send a letter to Congress expressing regret about some of the things Facebook did during the last election around misinformation. Does the former president feel this way about Mark Zuckerberg? Does he believe that he should go to jail?
Well, President Trump certainly had a right to be angry at the time, and especially looking back at the, excuse me, the censorship that went on in 2020. I mean, they used this guise of Russian misinformation to outright censor a story that turned out to be very true with the Hunter Biden laptop. And it did manipulate the election. In fact, a post-election study from the Media Research Center said that 1 out of every 7 Biden voter would have looked to go a different way, possibly to President Trump, if they knew about the truth of the foreign business dealings and everything else on Hunter Biden's laptop.
Wait, what do you mean foreign business dealings on the laptop? Like, yeah, the laptop isn't Russian disinformation, but that doesn't mean that there was foreign business dealings in terms of Biden. Fuck you mean, dude? You can't do that. You can't just like fucking sneak that in there. 1 out of 7 Biden voter would have actually voted against Biden if they found out that Hunter Biden was actually doing crack cocaine with Joe Biden right there doing crack cocaine with him and Xi Jinping. It's like, okay, well, yeah, that would be crazy if that was real, but you just added that on there. That's not what happened. That's crazy. Great. It's Hasan talking with his mouth full of clog. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. You know, I give you 8 hours of fucking unlimited, uninterrupted news coverage. And in that 8-hour time frame, I'm going to fucking eat one time, you know, suck my cock. Okay. How about you keep eating my dick, dumbass? Imagine complaining about this shit. Like, what do you want me to do, man? Die? How about you shut the fuck up?
Specific to Joe Biden and the international.
And is this a jailable offense in your view, in the former president's view?
I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that up to the lawyers to go and decide on that. But I do think that there was blatant election interference, and there should be some accountability to that. It can't just be a talking point from the left. People have to be held responsible, especially those 51 intelligence officers, for intentionally, very specifically, knowing that that was a lie and pushing this Russian disinformation hoax. But again, the important thing here is it's not back in 2020. We're talking about the future, but a future where we're going to have record low inflation, a secure border. We're not going to have these wars popping up everywhere. And that's where I think the difference is in this campaign is that President Trump's going to put more money back in people's pockets, but he's telling them exactly how he's going to do it. We don't know from Kamala Harris. Maybe we'll find out from Dana tonight how she's going to pay for any of her plans.
All right. Jason Miller.
Bro, she asked you Trump would jail Mark Zuckerberg.
Models and social influencers in Europe have had their identities stolen in an attempt to influence the U.S. presidential election. Dozens of them have discovered that their images have been used and in some cases manipulated to promote Donald Trump's re-election bid with fake MAGA accounts. CNN investigative reporter Katie Polglaze shares the story.
That's awesome.
Debbie is heading home from work in Luxembourg, Northern Europe. Crossing the border into Germany, she races back to her son. And of course, Lou. But Debbie's day doesn't end there. She's also a professional model. Her image, not only her identity, but her source of income, helping support her and her son. But it's been stolen, used in a pro-Trump account on X, attracting nearly 30,000 followers in less than 6 months.
Here is Luna. Yeah, that's very crazy.
And when you see these views, you know, it's saying vote for Trump in 2024, what's your reaction?
To be honest, what the was my reaction? That was my reaction.
The Everything app, dude. What do you mean? That's the Everything app, where everything happens.
Because I have nothing to do with the United States, with Trump, or the political things over there.
And if people following this account believe that this is you, what do you want to say to them?
That it's definitely not me. Definitely. It was never me and it will never be me. And they have to unfollow, please.
In fact, Debbie is not alone. In partnership with the Center for Information Resilience, CNN found nearly 60 fake Trump-supporting accounts. And from these, we identified nearly a dozen women, real women, from across Europe, from Denmark to the Netherlands, and as far away as Russia, whose identities are being used in accounts telling voters, American voters, to vote for Trump in the upcoming US election. Let's take a look at some of these accounts. Like Alina, 33, and voting for Trump. But she's not. She's really Camilla from Denmark.
I think it's weird. Anything that can discriminate other people on my account, because it's my little universe. I don't think it's fair.
And this one, Eva. She even has a verified blue tick, which is supposed to weed out fake accounts.
You feel very taken advantage of, also because it's kind of my image. I don't want to think people think that I do what those profiles sometimes are promoting.
We ran the suspicious X photos through a reverse image search engine and found they were lifted from Instagram posts. Certain patterns emerged. The fake accounts repost each other. It's a sign of a coordinated campaign. Here, several of the fake accounts post the exact same wording. If you're voting for the man who survived an assassination attempt, I want to follow you. It's another sign the accounts are linked. And that's not all. Some of the accounts manipulated the images of these women. Have a look at Debbie's post, the original on Instagram, and now the fake one on X. Her hat now reads, "Make America Great Again." Look at this t-shirt, before and then Trump 2024. For now, we don't know who is behind all these accounts. But the former US National Security Council spokeswoman, who also used to investigate fake accounts for Twitter, told us this.
I don't think it's unreasonable to ask questions about, could there be a state actor involved? We know that there are multiple state actors who have been using social media to try to sow disinformation campaigns in the run-up to the 2024 election.
But regardless, the accounts are reaching influence.
It's going to be funny when they're like, it must be Russia, and then they find out, just like with Russiagate, that it's Israel again. And then they just like slowly but surely start dialing it back. That'll be really fucking funny. You know, oh, Iran is doing this. Russia's doing this. And then it's like 75% of the time, it's just Israel.
Influential politicians.
Oh, yeah.
Doug Mastriano, a Republican state senator for Pennsylvania, follows Debbie's fake account. CNN contacted the senator about the account, but has not heard back. Back in Germany, Debbie is shocked and upset that her image is being used in this way. With President Trump now back on X and Elon Musk, the owner of X, throwing his weight behind him, fake pro-Trump content appears to be flourishing, silencing the real women affected. Once again, women's rights at the very heart of this presidential election.
Well, this investigation really showed that the process of verification, authentication of accounts on X has plummeted massively under Musk's leadership of the platform. And this really shows that the trust and safety team at X, the team exactly designed to catch this kind of content, has shrunk considerably. They're just not catching this kind of content, and the question is why? And look, we did put to X all of our findings. We sent them a full list of all of these accounts. We received no response. But we did notice that just in the last 24 hours or so before publishing, the majority of these accounts were taken down, which is rather interesting. And it's also worth noting that at this stage, there is no indication that the Trump campaign are involved. Back to you.
So revealing at so many levels. Katie Boclays, thank you so much for sharing that report.
It's like we're going to make our country great again.
Donald Trump hammering Kamala Harris on the economy while holding a rally in battleground Michigan. Hello, everyone. I'm Judge Jeanine Pirro.
What's going on?
Hey! And I'm still Judge Jeanine Pirro, along with Jessica Tarloff, Jesse Waters, Dana Perino, and dancing Greg Gutfeld. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. No more hiding for the most radical left-wing ticket in history. Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate Tim Walz sitting down this afternoon for a taped CNN interview. At long last, she finally answered for why she's flip-flopped on so many issues. Watch this.
The worst part about it is these assholes are going to keep calling her a fucking communist, radical, whatever, while she tries to desperately retriangulate to the center. All it ends up doing is lose progressive voters and other voters that would literally hear what the campaign has to promise them and potentially go out to vote for them. No one is like, man, I'm really voting for the Democratic Party because of how fucking close they are to the Republican Party. That's not a real person.
How should voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy? Should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
The most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act and what we need to do to secure our border. That value has not changed.
Donald Trump mocking Kamala for bringing her emotional support running mate to the interview. Here's what he told the Daily Mail.
She's doing it with her vice president sitting there, so she's not very smart. When they ask her a question that she can't answer, she'll just look at him. You answer it. He's sitting with her to help her out. So this is not the kind of a person we need as president.
All right, Jesse, I'm going to start with you. It seems that her answer to her flip-flopping is going to be, my values haven't changed. But does that explain her positions in 2019 when she was running for president and all of the things she did as vice president?
They had 30 days to come up with an answer, and they came up with that. This is going to be a great campaign. I've never been more confident than I am now that Trump's going to win this election.
Oh, dude. Okay, it's over. It's over. Trump's losing. Okay? Nah, it's done. He jinxed it. It's done. Nah. Cursed. That's the nail in the
This is
coffin.
a great example of why she'll never be president. The first question, why are you a flip-flopper? And she says, I'm not. She's basically saying I'm not a flip-flopper. Values have changed? Okay.
Wait, what?
You said
have not.
Wait, what? Wait. Is she? Was she supposed to say she is? Like, I'm so confused. Wait, like, yeah, I am a flip-flopper. I love flip-flopping. Wow, she's gonna lose the election because she didn't immediately admit to being a flip-flopper. This is sound political commentary, okay?
You say in 20 years, you said in 20 years, you can't get a new car that's a gas power car. And now you say, no, actually, that's not true at all. And then in her answer, she says, yeah, we're going to have deadlines. Yep. That doesn't make any sense at all. And when you listen to her, it's just all like kind of vague gobbledygook. Like it just washes over you. Like, what is she talking about? She doesn't really like bring you in. Okay, so your values haven't changed, all right? When you were a prosecutor, you said you prosecuted people for crossing the border. And then when you were running for president, you said crossing the border isn't a crime. And when you were the border czar, you were literally flying people across the border. And now you want to build a wall? But your values haven't changed. Yeah. None of that makes any sense. And Stephen Miller was on the show last night, and he said they basically nominated.
I mean, yeah, Kamala Harris has went back and forth on the way she's communicated about the border. This much is true. But of course, when you listen to Jesse Waters' world and you're just like objectively living in an alternative reality, he's like, remember when Kamala Harris flew migrants over the border? Like, what are you saying? Dog, she literally flew down to Guatemala to be like, don't fucking come here, okay? Like, I disagree with her on that. But, like, that's ridiculous.
Down.
Oh, yeah. Remember when Jesse Waters screamed, just lose one election?
JFK was down. These people came back and won. I've come back and won. The red wave never happened. I would just throw that right in their face, and then I would stop criticizing Democrats, because that's what the Democrats are getting mad at, is Joe's just criticizing them. And he needs to make this about Trump again. He said, I beat him once, I'm going to beat him again. And we're running to restore democracy, and you guys want to rip away millions of people who voted for me. You can't just change the rules in the middle of an election and just say, oh, you know what? My candidate's probably going to lose. The polls are bad. Let's just rip them off the ticket. When has that ever happened before? It's never happened before in the history of this country, when just because a candidate is down in the polls right before the convention, he's gone. They're not ripping him off this ticket because.
Oh, man. If only we could go back to like 2 months ago.
Of his mental state, they're ripping him off because they think he's going to lose. The Democrats can't lose one election? It's one election, Richard. And Trump's only going to get in for 4 more years, and then you guys will get back with Gavin. Everybody knows. So it's like lose an election. Like you're just going to just throw this democracy up in the air and just shoot it with a cannon?
God, it was so awesome. It was so awesome. I was like writing fucking Nancy Pelosi, talking about how wonderful she is and shit. Oh. I was like, that's my goat. That's my fucking goat, dude. I was talking about how I'm gonna write Nancy Pelosi in, yeah, for president. That's what I'm doing. Comrade Pelosi, you know. Turns out Nope. Back to business. Back to fucking business as usual, dude. Ad breaks still come at the top of the hour. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Before he got kicked out of the DNC. No, I mean, even before the DNC stuff, I was already like frustrated with the way that the Dems were communicating certain things. And even before then, I also personally fucking said, hey, you know, if you no longer want to see those ads at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe. Do you ever encourage chat to vote? No, I always tell people not to vote. Like, never. I'm always like, yo, don't ever vote, dude. Don't vote. Do not vote. I'm like Kamala Harris in Guatemala. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Go wake Nancy up. We still need her. What do you mean? Nancy literally has been talking about how Kamala Harris should be more moderate in her messaging. It's Jover. Nancy Pelosi straight up said Kamala Harris should be more moderate in her messaging. Like the other day. We're back. You know, we're back to regular old boilerplate. Democratic Party wants to lose, or at the very least, like, win by like the slimmest fucking majority.
Nominated someone, a Democrat, who's afraid to go on a CNN interview. You could walk around D.C. and just bump into people dying to do a CNN hit, but they found the one person afraid to do CNN. And now you know why she's afraid. Because she knows she's not up to the job. She doesn't want the job. She doesn't understand the issues. She doesn't know where she stands on the issues. And she's like John Kerry. Remember the John Kerry? I voted for it before I was against it. Same thing with her. She's just not authentic. And that politically is the killer.
You know, Dana, John Kerry, when he said, I voted for it before I was against it, he starts to give you an explanation. She doesn't explain anything. The fact that she's co-sponsored the bill that says we want to mandate that you have to get an EV car and all the things with the Inflation Reduction Act, the impact on inflation. How do you see this working?
Interesting. I hadn't thought about that John Kerry thing for a moment. There's a guy named Joe Pounder, and he worked in the either on the campaign, I think it was on the Bush campaign, and he was just watching. His job as a junior birdman was to sit there and watch town halls that John Kerry was doing. It wasn't like he did this and did an interview where you're going to make some news. He just happened to say in a town hall, yeah, I voted for it before I voted against it. Oh, and he was like, oh, wait, that could be something. And that's what turned the whole campaign around. So moments like this is when the campaign gets harder. So she's had a really great 40 days. And I think that CNN, I would imagine, gave the best clip for the promo, right? So we get that at 4 o'clock. I mean, I don't imagine that they have a lot of more great material that they're going to hold on to try to get everybody to watch at 9 o'clock. Maybe they do, but I kind of doubt it. She has a multiple choice question, and she still doesn't answer that. Then she has to get into the word salad of the how do you diagram the sentence of basically measures in time, right? Mm-hmm. She goes back to that. That is her go-to. It literally means nothing. Plus, she says, my values have not changed. Well, if that's the case, then why in practice did everything change? Mm-hmm. In practice, and your values are that you wanted to prosecute criminals. In practice, the Biden administration let all these people come across, and they're not putting any pressure on the DAs across the country in order to hold anybody to account. The last thing I would say is in the interview, she basically admits that the Inflation Reduction Act was a backdoor to get the Green New Deal done. And what did the Green New Deal do? It goosed all the prices.
Crime is not a salient issue. Americans literally favor Kamala over Trump on crime. You're a fucking idiot. Oh, what about these progressive DAs? Like, shut the fuck up, idiot. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Put all this money into the economy, which helped fuel inflation, which is why the Inflation Reduction Act is a problem. It's really easy to Monday morning quarterback, or whatever today is, Thursday morning quarterback, a communications decision. But if you have to agonize this much to do one interview so that it becomes like the State of the Union address, and we're all like waiting on pins and needles, and they're going to send out excerpts beforehand, I do think you have a problem. The other thing is,
you know, tonight is the opening night of college football. Who's going to watch?
Well, you know,
Right,
Jessica, what Dana is saying is true. Like in practice, she not only allowed that border to open up, but she was responsible for getting millions to the Minnesota Bail Fund. So she can say my values have changed, but everything that she has done affirmatively, whether it's the Inflation Reduction Act or allowing the border to stay open and, you know, with fracking and saying all these things, everything is contrary to what she now wants us to believe. And by the way, if she's breaking the glass ceiling and she's really close because she's a vice president now, why does she need the crutch? Why does she need WALZ there when it's her inconsistencies that we care about, not his?
Well, on other days during the week, you seem to care a lot about WALZ's inconsistencies. So I
Well,
don't think
when
that's
we're
really
talking
fair.
about WALZ, that's not what I'm talking about.
Get him, Jessica. Nerds in chat shocked to find out football is more popular than an interview with someone no one likes. Wait, I mean, yeah. It's good for me, though. I like it. Get him, Jessica Tarkov. Escape from Tarkov. Get him.
About Kamala.
Well, that is the
but
ticket.
now we're talking
and
about
you're seeing-
Kamala.
And you were seeing the ticket in full. I think it's important to watch the entire interview before we totally malign her for not answering this properly or
The EV mandate is bullshit. It's so fucking infuriating. I literally lose my mind every time a Republican talks about it. It's just completely made up. There's no mandate. There's no deadline when everyone's forced to buy an EV. It's literally just cafe fuel economy standards that have been around since 1975. Shut up, liberal. I bet you want to fucking jerk me off when I eat a burger too. Okay? Want to jerk me off until I got no cummies left. Okay? No more burgers. No more burgers. They're saying it. Shut the hell up, libtard.
or not touching that. I think the answer was actually reflective of a lot of conversations that we've been having here on the Five about just owning up to an evolution in it. And you can still say, my values are the same, especially when you're talking about an issue like healthcare or protecting the climate, but also being realistic about what you can get enacted. I mean, you can't just walk in and pass whatever you want. You have to work with people. You have to work across the aisle. They did their best at doing that. So I think people are just going to have to watch it and decide for themselves. But I will say that, you know, watching a little bit of Trump today, listening to his allies, J.D. Vance was out there being booed by a bunch of firefighters earlier this afternoon.
Round of applause.
Slash half the audience hated him.
No, it was in
but
Boston.
Anyway, the attacks.
It was in Boston. That's a deep Democrat city, and he got overwhelmingly
brave
allowed
man.
Oh, wow. Wow. No, he got applause, dude. I promise. Please don't check the tape where they kept booing him from the start of his speech to the very end.
J.D. Vance, I think his approval is like -17. Anyway, the point is that the attacks on Kamala, that she's not very smart, she's not a smart person, Trump is saying that she's a DEI hire, are not landing. It just isn't working. And I don't know, Jesse, if you stayed around to watch Brett Baer, the top of his show, but he had all the polls, right, where they're showing the direct opposite of what you said.
So glad you brought that up.
I am glad you brought that
because
up
myself. I happened to bring something.
Okay,
this
well,
is
did you
Nate
bring
Silver.
our poll?
No, this is Nate Silver. It's an amalgamation of all the polls.
I know who Nate Silver is.
Good. So I don't need to remind you. I'll just tell the audience he's their go-to guy on the left for polls. 52% chance Trump wins. Okay.
What is and what's Kamala now in his forecast?
I
think it's 4 or 5
stumble
points.
upon this. I
so
thought I'd
in
bring
our
it to the
own
table.
polls, Kamala hits 50% in Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. She's down 1 in North Carolina.
You know,
no. This is important because this is actually the measure of where the race is. What we're talking about doesn't matter as much as how people are going to vote.
What the measure of the race is what happens on Election Day right now.
Right, and I'm telling you, if the election was held today,
okay,
that
but
Kamala,
that's not. But look, I asked a question that was not there.
Bruh. It's so funny watching them fucking flail around and be like, the polls are out. Well, what matters is, you know what the real poll that matters? It's one where you go and vote, okay? In November. That's the only poll that matters. Oh, okay. I guess there's no reason to talk about polls then. Fuck it. Let's just keep throwing vibes out there.
That, and let me go to you, Greg, at this point. They're saying, that, she's more than a DEI hire. She's this brilliant person. Have you ever heard Kamala Harris give a serious interview?
Well, I was touched by something no one brought up. She says that they held themselves to deadlines around time. Yeah, because there's nothing I hate more than deadlines that are untethered to time. A deadline that is not connected to time, it's not a deadline. They call it a deadline because it is attached to time. There was no joy there.
How can you? Oh my God, he looks so much worse with the button all the way buttoned down. I don't know why. Like, the likelihood that you have to hide your drink around butt felt goes up unimaginably when you see him without the buttons buttoned up. What Greg did right there is a perfect demonstration of how fucking Rizless these guys are. Because, like, he's right. She's doing word salad. But, like, he literally fucking flubbed it. Like, you could have been like, this is another Kamala Harris word salad moment. She's talking about deadlines and then describing what a deadline is. We know what it is. It's not that. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter. And just like move on. But he's like, oh my God, a deadline with a time frame. I love time frames on deadlines without time frames. It's like, why? What are you saying? You're doing the same fucking shit she was doing now, where it seems like you're just, trying to run out the clock. Just get a couple fucking words in. They're mocking like 3 words she said at the end of a perfectly cogent answer. Yeah, exactly. Like yeah, I think Kamala Harris is not particularly charismatic. She's a generic Democrat, yada, yada, yada. And she carries herself a certain way in unscripted conversations. But like, this is not all that bad of a response. And you're failing to even make a good enough joke about her doing word salad, which she regularly does.
That's what I noticed. I mean, I found that she looked miserable. I think there was a lot of anxiety emanating from her. I think that's because of, like you said, all the pressure that has been placed on her. An 18-minute interview divided by 2 because it was WALZ, 9 minutes. You subtract the questions. Crazy. It's left 5 minutes. That's enough room for maybe one of Kamala's sentences, right? Talk about a controlled burn. They had to localize this sucker. But then, we haven't touched on WALZ, and I think he had a really tough role because he had to know his place. He had to be there when necessary, but not steal the spotlight. We call it the reverse Jesse at Fox, who intrudes when not needed and hogs the stage. The thing is, though, the key for WALZ, he couldn't help her. You can't mansplain. Dana, do you know what mansplaining is? So it's when a man, explains something, typically to a woman such as yourself, in a manner that's kind of regarded as condescending or patronizing. It's like talking down to a woman, something I would never do to you, little lady. Unless you're confused about complicated things like math or economics. But I would never do that to you. There's only one way that Harris can win, and it has nothing to do with.
That's the king of late night, ladies and gentlemen, Greg Buttfeld. That's the joke, chat. Yeah, he's mansplaining. That's the joke that he's trying to make. God damn, he is so fucking unlikable. King of late night. King of late night. King of late night. It's like, bro, the fucking male flock, the male talent at, like, Greg, I'm partial to. I don't hate him as much as I hate Jesse Waters. But it's wild that all the editorial team men post Tucker Carlson has become just like, I guess Sean Hannity still is the #1 brown noser. So he's got like that Fred Flintstone, maybe high school quarterback vibes to him. Like a guy who definitely peaked in high school. But these two guys are so, like, it feels like they're competing on who has the more date rapist vibes. I feel kind of bad saying that about Greg, but it's just the fucking button. Like the unbuttoned look is just, it's giving cover your drink, you know? Jesse Waters, I'll say that about on a daily basis. Like on a good day, he's still, you know. It's kind of crazy.
Her. It's the media's responsibility to sustain the same amount of ecstatic coverage they created the
Actually, I'll elevate Jesse Waters from date rapist to just rapist. With his recent takes on Kamala Harris having, like, the generals having their way with Kamala Harris. Like, he's been elevated in status. Not that it matters. Before chatters go, what is the difference? Like, a date rapist is still a rapist. Is like, no, he's like minivan, white minivan, driving around town, trying to, you know, stalk someone to kidnap them level of rapist. Like Boston Strangler level shit. Just a horrifying aura.
last month for 68 more days, and they can do it. I mean, they lied about Biden for what, 3.5 years with no fatigue. But if this elevated artificial joy dips, she's dust. They can't let reality intrude. It's like one of those marathon dance contests. The media's got to keep their dance partner propped up all the way to November 5th, or the charity loses.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox. So college football is top of mind in Michigan right now. The Wolverines are kicking off their season on Saturday. I'm rooting for Notre Dame this season. People in Michigan rooting for Michigan State. Michigan Wolverines and voters there are also taking some time, at least this summer, to weigh in on the state of the presidential race. To talk about that side of Michigan and the industrial Midwest, we have Jake Rosen with us, who is in Ann Arbor, home of the University of Michigan. Jake, great to see you. Looks like you're in a swamp.
Bro, why is he signing off from a ditch?
So we can keep this brief so you can stay safe out there with all the mosquitoes. What are you hearing from the college students you're talking to?
Hey, Bob, thank you for having me. As you know,
Dog, that's crazy. He doesn't even have a shirt on. Like a button-up shirt on. And he's like tuning in live. Next to a fucking random swamp. What the fuck? What is happening, dude?
the war in Gaza has been a critical issue for Democratic and Democratic-leaning voters, not in a state like Michigan, not just in a state like Michigan that has tons of people who are concerned about this and colleges, but also all across the country. And when we spoke with voters in the Detroit metro area this week, here's what they had to say.
You know, a lot of people have been hurt over the past year in Gaza, and she hasn't done a lot to recognize that.
I live in a community filled with a bunch of Arabs and Muslims, and we all feel the same way because what's happening back in Palestine. We all think we need a ceasefire, and then really, some politics say they're going to help make a change, but we haven't seen anything so far.
I think the change in the Democratic presidential candidate is really encouraging. I'm really excited about it. So I'm feeling a lot different about this election than I was a couple weeks ago.
And like you heard, Bob, some of those supporters who are likely to lean Democratic are just not satisfied with the position of the Biden and now Harris campaign on those issues. We spoke to another voter, however, who said that the change at the top of the ticket was welcome in order to stop Donald Trump from winning the presidency.
I don't want to abstain from voting entirely, because if Trump gets elected, then it feels very much like something that I could have had a part in preventing. And so yeah, I just don't think that I have a choice, really.
So, Bob, we'll have to see exactly what happens with these young voters, but a campus like here in Ann Arbor and University of Michigan, Michigan State, and Wayne State University in Detroit are going to be critical. What happens when students return to campus like they did just here this week in terms of protests and how those students activate and vote come November?
What a healthy democracy. Yeah, no, it's a good sign. It's a good sign of a healthy democracy when you have like most of the people being like, nothing seemingly has changed since this swap out happened. And then the one guy's like, I literally have a gun pointed at my head. I don't want to do it, but I feel like the alternative is so much fucking worse. Like, he's not wrong. It's just like, that's just what it is, dude. Love American politics.
It's so interesting, Jake. When I talk to people close to the Harris campaign, you know, they're hoping for a ceasefire deal will somehow assure some of those voters you spoke with that Vice President Harris is on the same page with them. They hoped her speech at the convention did some of that. But there is an intriguing part of this conversation about the youth vote that's out there. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the Trump campaign believes his endorsement is going to be helpful for voters out there, maybe younger voters who feel like they want an outsider to be on top of the ticket. How are you seeing the RFK endorsement playing in Michigan?
Well, that's right. Just like you said, the Trump campaign touted Kennedy's support for them and endorsement as a boost to their campaign. But one drawback to that here and in neighboring Wisconsin is that it is too late for RFK to get off the ballot here. So even those people who are on the fence or were supporting him can still cast a protest vote. Now, listen to one supporter who said that he was going to switch to support Donald Trump instead of supporting Robert F. Kennedy.
He's supporting Trump, so it's like...
Does not supporting Kamala fix American politics? No. No. I've never said that. I literally didn't. I said I wasn't going to vote for Joe Biden, and I still said, and not voting for Joe Biden is not going to like get the Democratic Party to learn this lesson. They didn't in 2016. That is the example that I use all the time. The Democratic Party refuses to learn any lessons. They're not in it for victory. They're not in it to pass progressive legislation. They have their moments every now and then, but no, I'm convinced it's just, you know, they love getting like barely eking out a victory, like a marginal victory. But yeah, ultimately, I don't think that they are, ultimately, I don't think that they're like, going to learn their lesson if you didn't fucking vote for them or whatever. No. Don't you think Democrats losing will force them to completely shift their position on Israel next time around? Fuck no. No. That's crazy. Yeah, dude. Democrats will definitely learn that lesson. No, dude, they're going to be extra. Bro, they will literally shift their policy on Israel to be like, we are going to make Michigan into Hebron. Okay? We will turn Dearborn into Hebron. They will fucking unironically do pogroms next time around. Literally look at post 2016 and the analysis.
Hey, I'm gonna have to, you know, go with Trump, I guess.
And when asked why exactly,
you have to vote for Kamala, Hasan. I had a realization if Kamala doesn't win, then the Trump trials won't happen, thereby cucking your content. You are cucking your content by not voting for Kamala. I am voting for Kamala to see your live coverage of Trump's trials. You literally just made probably one of the most solid fucking arguments for voting for Kamala Harris so far. Like, I had not even considered that. But also the opposite is like, if Trump wins, then there's so much content regardless that he will make, which I will be live streaming from not America, maybe. I don't know. If there is like concentration camps or some shit. It's not one of those like, if Trump wins again, I'm leaving. Like, I'm not saying that. I love America, okay? I ain't trying to leave at all. I'm saying like, if he wins, then he's like, oh, we're going to also like jail you for hurting Israel's feelings that I might not be able to keep doing what I'm doing from here.
He was going to switch his support. Here's what that voter had to say.
I just gravitate towards Trump a little more. I don't know why. It's just like an energy thing, you know? Sure. Yeah. He's very confident, right? Very confident.
And as we know, this is a critical part of the population that Donald Trump is aiming to court. Those people who are not trustful of the government, maybe because of COVID, maybe because of other issues. But the Harris campaign, as you pointed out earlier, in contrast to the Trump campaign, says that the RFK endorsement will not make a difference in these states. However, I think in a state like Michigan and Wisconsin, it's certainly notable that it is too late for RFK to get his name off the ballot.
And Jake, it is notable that the Harris campaign made their own statement reaching out to RFK Jr.'s supporters in the wake of him deciding to make this endorsement. We'll see what happens. Jake Rosen on the ground in Michigan. We appreciate you and your reporting.
You have been ahead of the curve on so many of these issues for so long.
Here you go, chatters, you fucking animals, all of you that are like, oh my God, Hasan Minhaj. Hasan Minhaj talked to Bernie Sanders. Can you please watch the Hasan Minhaj? Hasan Minhaj. There you go, dude. Okay, here it is. Here it is, bro. Here, let's listen to what he had to say.
Increasing the minimum wage, free tuition, LGBTQ rights. You've been talking about universal health care since Star Wars A New Hope was in theaters in 1978. Essentially, what you've been doing for the past 40 years is just doing what I do with my kids. Put on your shoes. Hey, put your shoes on. Stop. Put your shoes on. Put your shoes on. Please, for the love of God, put your shoes on.
The health care is a right of all of its people.
That health care is a right of all people. Health care is a right of all people. Health care is a right of all people. Health care is a right of all people.
You've been saying put your shoes on for the past 40 years. Senator Sanders, do you ever feel like blowing your brains out?
Occasionally.
Because my daughter is in the first grade. She hasn't even gotten to the first grade. And
Sounds like you feel like blowing your brains out.
Daily, Senator Sanders.
Don't do it. It's not the solution to the problem. Look.
That was kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. It was a good, strong start. He just straight up asked Bernie if he wants to kill himself, dude. That's insane. Have you seen the Palestinian man found in a Jew neighborhood in Belgium? Insane. What is this guy on right now? What is a Jew neighborhood? Bro asked this since 4:25, literally fucking 4 minutes ago. Like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, bro. Palestinian man was found murdered. What the fuck? Found dead in Belgium with hands and feet tied to a tree. An investigation was launched with suspicious death of a Palestinian man found bound in Antwerp's Stadspark with allegations of a possible racist attack or lynching. Public prosecutors waiting autopsy results to determine if it was a murder. On Wednesday evening, 26-year-old Palestinian man was discovered hanged from a tree. Oh, dude, it's a fucking lynching for sure. It looks like a lynching. A man's hands and feet were bound. Police called it a suicide. His fucking hands and feet were bound. The likelihood that this is a Jewish person that did this to a Palestinian person is incredibly low in comparison to this being a Nazi, by the way. Like, the highest likelihood of what happened here is that some fucking rabid freak Nazi did this shit. Also, are there that many Jewish people in Belgium to begin with? This guy was talking about how it's a Jew neighborhood or whatever. Is there a thing in Belgium? You don't understand that park is the most protected park because Jews live there? Brother, what are you talking about, dude? You're making it seem like Jews are living in the forest or something. What the fuck? Despite the park being one of the most secure and heavily surveilled areas in Belgium, authorities have claimed no witnesses have come forward or been identified. This lack of evidence in such a monitored area has raised concerns and questions about the investigation's process. Authorities are under scrutiny as the community observers await further details on the case. The man was found by a father who was in the park with his daughter. The public prosecutor's office is currently analyzing autopsy results. Community is deeply concerned with allegations of a potential racist Islamophobic attack or lynching circulating. The man's janazeh funeral is scheduled for tomorrow as the investigation continues to uncover full details of this troubling case. It does not appear at this investigation that there was any criminal intent or third-party intervention, the prosecutor stated. Dog, I don't know what the fuck's going on with the cops in Brussels. The park is right next to Diamond, Jewish Quarter. About 29,000 self-identifying Jews live in Belgium today, constituting 0.25% of Belgium's population. I'm from Antwerp. Antwerp does have a large Jewish community, but the city park is not in the Jewish district. I can't comprehend how they could look at a fucking situation that says that they don't believe it's murder when the fucking headline literally says the dude's hands and feet were tied. They were bound. The autopsy did not clarify the cause of death, so all leads remain open. Yeah, this is fucking insane. The fact that there's anybody... Oh, then it's not in a Jewish neighborhood. Dude, no one at any point said that this was... Except for that one fucking chatter who said, oh, it happened in a Jew neighborhood. Who was saying that to be like, oh, the Jews did it, okay? There's no evidence of any of that. And like I said, the likelihood of this potentially being a fucking Nazi that did this shit is much higher in my opinion. Your first article said it in the first paragraph, but you skipped it. Chatter said that it's not in the Diamond neighborhood, but the first article I read said it was the Diamond district, which is where a high concentration of Jewish people live. I don't know. There is definitely there's definitely a lot that's like confusing and suspicious about the story. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Bernie Sanders. Yeah.
There's almost as many people in the room here as there were last night.
Senator Sanders, do you need a little...
Jane, how's my hair?
Jane?
Oh, you're on?
How's it?
Yes, fine.
All right.
That's fine.
You know there's a barbershop over there we can get you.
No, we can get you.
I'm not kidding. This is true love. This is real love. This is Sanders, this is real love. Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I want to start by exposing a secret about you. I know this is going to be a little intense, but it's going to shock the conscience of the American public. Senator Sanders, how tall are you?
6 feet. Television makes you short and fat. And for some reason, no matter how I sit, I look fatter than I am. I'm not that fat, folks.
You're not
but
fat.
I am 6 feet.
I'm not fat shaming you. Yeah. But there is this notion that you're a short king, but you are a tall comrade.
Now that we've gotten through the important stuff.
All right.
Let's get to it. Let's get to
the real stuff.
Yeah.
As someone who has covered the DNC for a long time, I've been there. It's felt electric in a way that I haven't felt in a long time. But I'm also seeing Democratic Party leadership and solidarity like I've never seen before. There's no sneak dissing, there's no disorder, there's no infighting. Progressives and neoliberals arm in arm. Senator Sanders, we had yourself, AOC, and JB Pritzker, a billionaire, all on stage together. So my question to you is, are we witnessing the rise of a more unified Democratic Party, or is this a Donald J. Trump is an existential threat one-off?
Well, it depends. I don't know that we know the answer to that. What I think we do know, which is clear, is that Donald Trump is the most dangerous candidate in perhaps the history of this country. And it's not only...
Bro, there's no fucking... What are we talking about, dude? If there's a unified party on that front, then it's just done. It's lost. There is no fucking... You know? It's just... There is no more progressive wing of the party. We've completely capitulated to the center.
Because of his terrible positions on all of the issues that I'm sure your listeners and viewers are familiar with. He is an authoritarian personality and will move this country in an authoritarian direction, the likes of which, I think it's hard to appreciate. So he's extremely dangerous. And I think what that reality has done is brought a whole lot of people to say, hey, you know what? We got to defeat this guy. We have to.
Biden has the most progressive agenda of any president since FDR. Why are we talking about him like he's Bill Clinton? I'm sure Bernie will address that because Bernie considers himself to be a junior partner that was heard in the Biden administration. Except Biden kind of fucked it up. Biden is a progressive? Yes, Biden on labor was a more progressive administration than Barack Obama. Biden on labor and labor alone, and in terms of how he communicated a lot of these like radical, progressive. You're digging, bro? Oh my God. Dude, I literally said I was not going to vote for him. What? Like, why do you think I have any reason to lie about this? I have said I was not going to vote for him. Oh my God, bro. Like, Biden's labor record is above and beyond in comparison to previous Democratic leadership, especially in recent history, previous Republican leadership, especially in recent history. Okay? You said it 30 minutes ago, lol. Yeah, actually, I'm lying. I'm going to write his name in now. Now that I'm thinking about his record on labor, I'm going to write his name in. So Kamala is more progressive than Biden. Kamala is nothing. We don't know. All we have are her policies, which she surprisingly at this point, confusingly, has none. So I don't know. It's funny because I've said that over and over again. I kept warning people. I was like, listen, 2019 is a different time. She, as a senator, said that, oh God, I was so careful from the jump too. You made striking if you're a rail worker illegal. Oh my God, every time, dude. There's no way that like every single time I talk about Biden's record on labor, there is like a new person who has not heard me speak on this a million times over. Like, that's crazy. RFK Jr. can still win if we vote for him. I agree. It's crazy every time. Every time I bring it up. We never stopped applying pressure. Hard-fought success on rail sick days. June 20, 2023. After months of negotiations, the IBES Railroad members of 4 of the largest U.S. freight carriers finally have what they sought long, but many working people take for granted, paid sick days. And they, in this article, say that they're thankful to the Biden admin for playing the long game. And actually, without making a show of it, Joe Biden and members of the administration in the transportation and labor departments work continuously to get guaranteed paid sick days for all railroad workers. Now, it's not a lot. This is why shit like an arms embargo is so important to do immediately, by the way. Every day that passes is another day where someone doesn't hear the reversal and walks right into the voting booth thinking Harris still doesn't support an arms embargo, even if she comes out in favor of it. Exactly. But I don't think people understand that. That's why I'm saying, like, you need to immediately hit this on partisan fucking lines. You need to immediately hit this on partisan lines. He still stripped their negotiating power away by removing their ability to strike. I agree. But also, I still refer back to the labor union at this in this instance. And if the labor unions are still happy about it, I'm not going to fucking outflank them. Like, what are we talking about, dude? Oh. Do you understand? It's like when chatters come in here and go, dude, we actually shouldn't even be pushing for a ceasefire. We should be pushing for the complete dissolution of the apartheid state. And it's like, I agree with you, but like, how the fuck am I going to sit here and outflank Hamas on this? You know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about? Getting your demands met without striking is better than striking? No, that's not true. Because if there was a strike, it would have literally crippled the American economy entirely. It would have destroyed everything, which is why the fear of a strike alone should have gotten the railroads to actually fucking capitulate to the demands. Because when the railroad workers unions strike, like, it's not just like, oh, I'm not getting my Amazon order. Like, it's everything, okay? People don't get fucking clean water, okay? Like, these guys are carrying chemicals across the nation on railroads that are the chemicals responsible for cleaning your water, like having access to clean water supply. They're carrying medication. It would never happen for that reason. That's why some of these like essential parts of the American labor force are unjustifiably locked into these like completely anti-union, completely anti-labor, anti-union rules. That's the chatter's point, though, which is organized labor uses strikes as an unfortunate last resort. No. In this circumstance, they were looking for 14 paid sick leave days. And they got 4, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And I suspect they would have gotten 14. And also
other additional demands that they had made.
They will elect Kamala and Tim to the administration, and we go from there.
Are progressives and liberals, in your opinion, because of this existential threat, finally learning how to work together? Because things were
that's
different.
it's a complicated question. I think what you have is the idea of coalition politics is something that we're not familiar with in the United States. It exists in Europe all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
It did recently in France, as you may be familiar with.
Right.
There was a threat of a right-wing movement, Le Pen, similar to Trumpism, and the left, including moderates and center-left and further left people came together and say, we can't allow this to happen in France. So right now we are united in an honest way to defeat Donald Trump, but do not minimize the differences that exist between progressives and corporate Democrats.
In your speech at the convention, you said that you wanted a ceasefire in Gaza.
We must end this horrific war in Gaza, bring home the hostages, and demand an immediate ceasefire.
Huge applause break moment in the United Center. It was pretty amazing. Everyone cheered. It really was a moment. But I want to talk about that word ceasefire. It means something very different for different people. The meaning of that word seems to be changing in real time. Senator Sanders, what is your definition of the word ceasefire?
If you allow me, let me back it up a little bit,
Sure,
and I'll
please.
get there. Okay.
And it's just walking us through.
Yeah.
That's a great question, by the way. It's correct. The Democratic Party, if you follow Adam Johnson, formerly of Fair Media, he talks about this quite a bit. He's written about this on, I believe, The Nation as well, where the definition of the ceasefire is something that the Democratic Party basically changed. When they say they're looking for a ceasefire, they mean something different, right? When the public says we want a ceasefire, they want a cessation of hostilities completely. Whereas the Democrats keep saying, "Oh, we're working towards a ceasefire," and it's like originally they used to say a temporary ceasefire, temporary halt. Then they started saying ceasefire, and then obviously the Israeli government's understanding of a ceasefire is very different than the Democratic Party's understanding of a ceasefire. They used to say humanitarian pause. Yeah, remember?
Yeah. Okay. Let's go through with what happened. On October 7th, Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, invaded Israel and killed 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, took 200 hostages. They are a terrorist organization. Bad news, guys. Israel responded as any government would respond to an attack like that. Israel had the right to defend itself. But what has happened since then is rather than just go after Hamas, a terrorist organization, what Israel, under an extreme right-wing government led by Benjamin Netanyahu, who has in his cabinet people to the right of him who are out and out anti-Palestinian racist. No ifs, buts, and matters. These are racist. So this is the cabinet. What they have done is say, hey, we're not just going to go after Hamas. We're going to go after the Palestinian people. Mm-hmm. And the carnage has been horrific. And
I'm going to run this back. I'm sorry. I have to hear it again because I heard him go,
organization invaded and
yeah,
killed
he says
1,200
Hamas, a terrorist
innocent
organization
men,
that
women,
invaded Israel.
Children, took 200 hostages. They are a terrorist organization. Bad news, guys. Israel responded as any government would respond to an attack like that. Israel had the right to defend itself.
Whoa, no, it doesn't. How can you be a fucking humanitarian and a socialist for your entire life and say something that is patently false, objectively untrue? You are not on the campaign right now. You are simply talking to Hasan Minhaj, okay? There is no reason for you to shelter unless this is like actually what you think, okay? And this is actually what he thinks. He thinks Israel has a right to defend itself.
Israel does not have a right to defend itself as a belligerent occupier over Palestinian occupied territories. That's just like, oh.
What has happened since then is rather than just go after Hamas, a terrorist organization.
Like this is, rather than just go after Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, is literally the justification that Israel uses. It's not like Israel saying, we are going to kill Palestinians. They're saying we're going after Hamas. Plenty of fucking liberal Zionists also say Israel has a right to defend itself by going after Hamas. Like, it's silly.
What Israel, under an extreme right-wing government led by Benjamin Netanyahu, who has in his cabinet people to the right of him who are out and out anti-Palestinian racist. No ifs, buts, about. These are racist. So this is the cabinet where they...
This is not, again, this is not... this is not unique to like Itamar Ben-Gvir, Benjamin Netanyahu, Bezalel Smotrich. Okay? This is something that like Israeli society, according to numerous polls since October, specifically, and this is Israel's own designation, the Jewish society in Israel, the Jewish demographic of Israelis, have been overwhelmingly in support of, if not demanding more of. Okay? If you don't personally come to this conversation with this recognition, then, and you try to single out like individuals, you fail to comprehend the severity of the problem. You literally end up lying by omission. You end up in denial of reality of a country that literally had pro-rape riots. A country where by the latest polling, okay, 66% of them said they didn't want the people who are being investigated for rape to have any criminal trial. And only 21% said they think a trial should take place. That right there is how far out Israeli society is. Now, let me explain something to you. You might be wondering, well, if Israel is so fucking racist, so crazy, why did they even do a trial, or why did they even detain some of these rapists in the Sdei Taman facility to begin with? The answer is simple. It's complementarity, okay? A principle known as complementarity dictates that as long as Israel is prosecuting some of its own war criminals for some of the war crimes that they engage in, then they can use that as a shield to not get prosecuted by the ICC. And that is the reason why they did that. Okay? They have to at least play pretend, like they're playing by the rules, like there is a democratic process. Okay? That's the reason why they did it. And even then, Israeli society was like, fuck no, we're not doing that shit. Get out of here.
They have done is say, hey, we're not just going to go after Hamas. We're going to go after the Palestinian people. Mm-hmm. And the carnage has been horrific. And we are looking at the worst humanitarian disaster, one of the worst in modern history. And I've been on the floor talking about this a whole lot. So it's not just 30,000, they got a population there in Gaza, 2.2 million, 30,000 dead. Mostly women, children, and the elderly.
Hasan, nobody in the U.S. politics is going to do anything about Palestine. You being pro-Palestine, what's the point of talking about elections, let alone siding with Kamala? I know this is basically your job, but it still doesn't sit well. All right, take a week off and really matriculate. Let that fucking sit in your mind a little bit and then come back with like a normal fucking, a normal ass attitude.
Over 80,000 injured, mostly women, children, and the elderly.
Yes.
You got 1.8 million people, 3/4 of the population displaced. You got it? Taken out of your home.
Yeah.
Oh, and then you moved again, and then you moved again. And it's a young population, a lot of children, okay? You got 65% of the housing damaged or destroyed. Got that?
Right.
So we don't know where these people are gonna go back to. There are 12 universities in Gaza. Guess what? Every single one of them has been bombed. They had a fairly decent healthcare system, systematically destroyed. Very few functioning hospitals right now. You got no electricity in Gaza right now. And then as a result of Israel's efforts to deny humanitarian aid, to block humanitarian aid, you're now looking at the possibility of mass starvation, and children right now are malnourished. And
I don't think Israel should be going on the offensive, but I think you lose a lot of people saying they have no right to defend themselves after losing civilians. 10 months of doing so is obviously not a defense anymore, though, of course. Oh, my expectations from Bernie Sanders is higher because he is one of the only politicians in American politics, as a prominent Jewish politician, that has actively talked about conditional weapons transfers to Israel far before October 7. Even talking specifically about like denying any, putting sanctions or denying any aid to Israel whatsoever. Okay. What is shocking to me is that he keeps repeating falsehoods. October 7 is the first time this ever happened. October 7 is when, Hamas, a terrorist cell, waged war on Israel. This is an abject denial of reality. Okay? What do I mean by this? It is an abject denial of reality because Hamas is not born out of like Jew hatred, okay? Or born out of anger and resentment. It's born out of a genuine need for resistance against an apartheid regime. Okay? So saying like, oh, well, on October 7, they did this, and then Israel had a right to defend itself, literally just rips away necessary context in this equation. Okay? That's it. That's why I'm very frustrated. Because the necessary context is 75, at that moment, 75 years of ethnic cleansing and apartheid. If you don't understand that, then yeah, you're like, whoa, what the fuck? Why'd they do that? Shit was so neat on October 6th. It wasn't. Okay? It wasn't. And I understand as a prominent politician, like what you can say and what you can't say. Okay? But there's a better way to not engage in any kind of fucking apartheid denial. Do you understand? Does not justify war crimes by either side. Man, shut up. I never said that, okay? You're just advocating against a position that I do not hold. Analysis does not mean justification. Shut the fuck up. But you have to come at it with a level of understanding that, like, yeah, obviously people are going to fucking resist against an apartheid. Like, what are you talking about? That's the problem here, okay? And while on October 7, there were Palestinian resistance groups that engaged in actions that can be accounted or that can amount to terror, okay? Like targeting civilians, killing civilians, okay? This kind of shit is, understandably, it's what terrorism would be considered, okay? The reality of the matter is, by and large, these actions did not stem from anti-Semitism. That is the pro-Israel argument. And none of that justifies Israel's retaliation reaction, and none of that justifies what Israel was doing before October 7. Oh. Being a resistance group has to do with your reason for existence, not purity of action. Yes. And by the way, post October 7, and I've openly stated this time and time again, consistently saying Hamas are terrorists, Hamas are terrorists, actually also, once again, works to favor Israel's actions. Okay. You're laundering Israeli propaganda because Hamas, as a violent resistance group, is currently in a defensive posture against a belligerent occupier. They have the right to kill IDF soldiers in Gaza, okay? Israel, on the other hand, is in violation of international law when they're bombing Gaza. Do you understand? Same goes for the Jenin Brigade. The same principle applies if you want to look at it, not even from morality, but simply on international law, on the base of international law. They have a right to defend themselves. That's it. That's literally it. I know that this sounds ridiculous because, you know, we have this idea that like we are infallible beings of good in the world and our allies are doing the same thing, but that is not the reality.
When you're a child, malnourished, that's permanent. I mean, you may not necessarily die. It'll impact your...
The dude in this tweet is labeled a terrorist. He's a militia leader in the West Bank, but the quote perfectly encapsulates what you're saying. I can't stay home waiting for a bulldozer to demolish the home over my head. No, I have to destroy the bulldozer before it gets to me. Yeah. Resistance will continue. Life and legacy of Muhammad Jabbar Abu Shuja. If the enemy assassinates me, we will continue. The struggle does not end with one person. There are generations that rise to defend our rights. On July 26, 2024, Palestinian crowds rescued Abu Shuja from Tabet Governmental Hospital in Tulkarem after the Palestinian Authority security forces attempted to arrest him while he was being treated for injury. Oh, it's back. It's back. That's fucking annoying. God, I hate this shit. What happened? Said full network error. I don't know. I just had a... Now the viewership is down. Time for Wukong. 27-month subscriber. Take a week off. Okay. Don't be fucking annoying. Yes, I'm going to be watching the Kamala Harris interview tonight. Anyway, the point is, this is why people say the Palestinian Authority is an arm of Israeli security, which it is. That's how they operate. Let's get back to Bernie Sanders. I can't believe I just like went through so many different, dude, there is no way that I went from 35,000 to fucking 17,000. What the fuck's going on, dude?
Intellectual development.
Anyway.
Emotional development. So you got a horror show.
That's
now, what
wild.
bothers me, I would hope that that bothers anybody.
Of course.
But what is even worse is a lot of this is being done with U.S. taxpayer dollars. So what I have insisted on from day one, and one of the few, is to say, you know what? Not another nickel to Netanyahu's extremist government to continue the war against the Palestinian people.
Our new position must be simple and straightforward. Not another nickel for the Netanyahu.
So what you're saying is the October 7 attack was an unjustified terrorist attack, but Israel, first of all, that's not what I'm saying at all. But Israel has no right to fight back, even if it's just one, specifically against Hamas, because they deserved it, but the Hamas attack is still unjustified. No. This is a very nuanced and nothing burger position. Did the U.S. have any right to fight Al-Qaeda after 9/11? Then in what capacity? Wait, what? You say yourself that America deserved 9/11? Wait, what are you... I can't tell if you're in agreement with me or if you think that you're disagreeing with me, but while you're simultaneously agreeing with me. Israel set the standard and conditions for October 7 to happen. Many Israeli officials recognized that ahead of time and literally said that October 7, or a likely scenario like October 7, could potentially happen if Israel continued increasing the pressure on the West Bank. Okay, which they did. Israel also personally moved military units away from the Gaza envelope. near the border wall to the West Bank in an effort to conduct purges and pogroms in the West Bank. These were all of the major reasons as to how October 7 happened. Israel is mostly responsible for October 7. That is not a position I've strayed away from. That doesn't change the reality that October 7 had a litany of atrocious actions that took place, including mass death of civilian casualties, okay? Having said that, however, yes, Israel had no right to retaliate against Hamas, okay? Israel should have, just like the United States of America should have, I think post 9/11, not done all the shit that they did. Perhaps done the opposite of what they did. Okay? It shouldn't take 11 months and genocide for many people to come to the conclusion that there is no military solution to Hamas. Hamas is just a name, okay? What they are doing is resisting against an apartheid. If it's not Hamas, it's going to be Hamas too. As a matter of fact, Hamas itself is originally not a violent resistance group, okay? It's a fucking Islamic charity that turned into a violent resistance group. Ridiculous. I usually agree with you, but I don't think doing nothing was an option either. No, doing something was dealing with Hamas politically, okay? They made their demands known immediately after October. After October 7, they wanted to do a transfer of hostages in Israeli prisons. They wanted a fucking port for Gaza so they could actually trade, and a bunch of other shit. That was the reason. That's what they demanded. They haven't really strayed away from those demands since October 7. Israel should have immediately gone to the table and been like, all right, let's do it. Let's do something. Let's deal with this a little bit better than the way that we are going to deal with it. Of course, that was never going to happen. That was never going to happen. Israel immediately started bombing, literally before they even rid Israel proper of any kind of resistance forces inside of their own boundaries. You're being idealistic if you think they would ever handle it that way. I'm not saying that that was going to be the likely scenario. I'm simply telling you what they should have done. What are you talking about? What kind of relitigation of events are we having here? You ask me what you think should have happened. I'm telling you what I think should have happened. Then you go, oh, they would never do that. I know that, dumbass. I know that because they didn't do that. And what they ended up doing was immediately start bombing Gaza before they even fucking purged their own, like before they even maintained security internally inside of Israel proper. They started bombing Gaza. They started bombing their own citizens in the kibbutzim.
Oh. Government if their present policies continue.
As we speak, there's more military aid going to Netanyahu, and I'm going to do my best to block it. Do I think we'll win? No. But there is a provision that you have to block that kind of military aid, and I will do my best to block it.
As I read and internalize the news, they're giving me these updates on the negotiations, and it feels almost like the iTunes user agreement, where it's, we all want a ceasefire, but ceasefire if, ceasefire but. Help me understand that.
Well,
Is
I
it
can't.
conditional or an
I mean,
unconditional?
look, you're asking a very fair.
Chad, did he game earlier? Because why the viewers so low? I had a fucking like I had a 5-minute F, and it's Jover after that point. It's not because I fucking gamed. Shut up. Yeah, I mean, every other day there's more information like this, obviously. IDF knew more than it was disclosed about impending attack on JIT, sources reveal. IDF doubles down on that it was only given general warnings.
Yeah, question.
Okay.
And it's just not, I have not been involved day to day ceasefire.
I gotta go
so
watch
it's a
my
good
hands.
question, don't know the answer. All that I do know.
Can you help me frame this?
Well, sure. Look, if you're Hamas, right? What do you want? If you want a ceasefire, which I suspect they may want it, you want to protect your interests as best you can. Right. If you're Israel, you want to minimize or diminish Hamas to the degree you can. So I suspect within that framework, that's what these discussions are about.
Do you feel the U.S. has a role as a neutral broker between these two sides?
U.S. is not a neutral broker. U.S. is significantly supporting the Netanyahu government.
Okay.
Not neutral, but I think, and what we focus rightfully so on Gaza, but I hope everybody understands there's another part. There's the West Bank, where you're seeing unprecedented vigilantism against Palestinian landowners and homeowners as well. So look, the role that the United States can play is Israel has been dependent on U.S. financial support and military support for a long time. And what we have got to say to them, if you want another nickel, sorry, this is the way it's going to be. At the very least, there's going to be a Palestinian state. Palestinian people need their own political and economic entity. And we are not going to be providing you any more weapons so long as you're going to war against the Palestinian people.
You're obviously in the Senate. Let's talk about the House. Back in April, there was a bill to approve billions in military aid for Israel that went through Congress. Out of the roughly 200 House Democrats, only 37 voted against military aid. So just so folks understand kind of the way the voting works, over 80% of House Democrats
and virtually all Republicans, I would imagine.
Correct?
Yeah.
We're good on sending
aid.
Okay. Yesterday, I was at the United Center. You say the word ceasefire, incredible applause break. So what I'm hearing at the convention is from the Democratic Party is yay ceasefire, and simultaneously from 80% of those members of Congress, I'm also hearing yay weapons.
The convention is, thousands of people. It's a small number of people.
Right.
If you do polling today, I think if you ask a simple question and you say, do you think your taxpayer, American taxpayer dollars, should go to support the Netanyahu government and the continuation of the war? I suspect a pretty strong majority of Americans would say, no, I don't. And among Democrats, the numbers would be very high. So if your question is Congress, I think your question is, reflecting where the American people are at?
Correct.
The answer is no, they're not.
Why is that?
Well, it is the same answer that I would give you if you asked me, gee, how come every other major country on earth has healthcare as a human right and we don't? And polls show that the majority of the American people want healthcare as a human right. How come we don't tax billionaires?
Here's a good question. What would the reaction been if the USA did nothing after 10/7? Even if we don't like it, Israel's a steadfast American ally. Can we literally just ditch an ally like that? Wouldn't that be a horrible look? What was America supposed to do? I'm not calling for the continuous support, but didn't they have to do something? Fuck no. On October 10, after meeting with Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, Anthony Blinken literally called for restraint on Israel's actions, okay, in a tweet, and then immediately deleted it. They knew back then what the fuck Israel was going to do, okay? Everybody with eyes with a brain knew exactly what Israel was about to do. You're out of your fucking mind, dude. What do you mean? Fuck America. What the fuck is this? Oh, well, it would have been a bad look, dude. It would have been a real bad look if America didn't do nothing for Israel, dude. Yeah, totally. Fuck the optics, dude. What are you talking about? How about the real bad look? America can't even look like it can restrain its own fucking attack dog in the goddamn region and keeps fucking funneling endless weapons to its attack dog in the region, which is an objectively fascist, bloodthirsty, monstrous, NC-style, Nazi Germany-style country at this point. What do you think is a bad look? Reasonable elder statesmen understanding exactly what Israel's gonna do and then like trying to fucking calm the tensions, or giving a bear hug to a fucking Nazi demon like Netanyahu and then letting him run rampant in the fucking region. Bad look. That's crazy. Trump is live? What do you... Bro, I don't give a shit. I mean, fuck Trump. Yeah, Bernie Sanders' position on it right now is that this is like a unique problem with Benjamin Netanyahu. That should be the position of, like, I don't know, most of the Democratic Party at this point. Bernie should be far above that. Openly saying this is an apartheid. It's ridiculous. It should not exist in the way that it does. Your favorite response? What is this? If you say fuck America, why do you live in the USA? Hasan, can I link you an article? We're trying to start encampments and we would love your support. I am not sub. I can't do it. If you say fuck America, how can you on the one, like it, that makes no sense. This person is literally going, I want to do encampments. Okay. Would love your support. And then simultaneously being like, if you say fuck America, why do you live in the USA? Why do you want to start a fucking encampment? Bernie was saying the whole cabinet under Netanyahu was racist, not just Netanyahu himself. Oh.
At a higher rate when the American people think we should. And the answer to all of those questions is the same. And I tried to talk about that a little bit last night. It is the role of money in politics. So right now, both major political parties, Democrats and Republicans, are funded very heavily by the wealthiest people in this country. And if you were a billionaire and you wanted to start a super PAC, you could put hundreds of millions of dollars into campaigns to defeat people who opposed you and to support your friends who will support your agenda.
2 out of those 37 House members.
Chad, I ran the 3-minute ad break when I was offline, like, or when I lost connection. Like, it was one of the things I did. Probably the reason why so many people fucking left too. They thought, oh, it's over. The stream is done.
That voted against the weapons bill were Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush.
That's right.
They recently lost their primaries. Why did they lose their primaries?
Well, that's good. And they lost their primaries because a super PAC, AIPAC, put an unprecedented amount of money. I was involved in both of their campaigns, Jamal's more than Cori's, but we helped Cori raise money. And the reason is the billionaire class does not want strong opposition to the billionaire agenda. And in Jamal, you had somebody who was strongly opposed to it. And it's not just on Israel, where his views were not probably dissimilar to mine or Cori's, but on other issues as well. So what you got, and let me repeat this because it's not talked about enough. Yeah, do we have a democracy? Yes, you can go out and vote. That's great. And please, everybody, go out and vote. But what most of you cannot do is put hundreds of millions of dollars into a super PAC to elect candidates you want or defeat candidates you don't like. So there's a super PAC out there. They went after Jamal in an unprecedented way, defeated him. Went after Cori, defeated her. And that is the power of money in politics. And that is why it is absolutely imperative that we get rid of this disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United and move to public funding of elections.
Right.
This is just money. Look, it is not complicated. If you are, this gentleman over here, probably not, you're a billionaire, and you didn't like Bernie Sanders, or you don't like Cori Bush, you don't like Jamal Bowman, you can start a super PAC, Friends of America, call it whatever you want. You could take out a check, put $500 million into that check, get a few of your friends to contribute, and you go after them, put ads on TV. That's legal. That's what Citizens United allows us to do. Nothing conspiratorial about it. That is the reality of American politics.
I think Bernie's awareness of DMFI's fuckery, Democratic Majority for Israel, chatter, for those of you who don't know, and steady support of Israel shows that this really is deeply ideological and not a political strategy. Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely ideology at play here for a lot of people. I think it's just social conditioning for a lot of people. I think there's a generational difference for a lot of people. I think for Bernie Sanders, it's like, for Bernie Sanders, it's as close as you're going to get to like a radical position for his demographic. I mean,
that's not entirely true. I mean, obviously there's people who are far more aggressive in their and far more reasonable, I would say. Aggressive, but also reasonable in terms of their criticism of Israel. Noam Chomsky comes to mind. Obviously, Norm Finkelstein comes to mind. Yeah, Gabor Mate, Jeremy Corbyn, Ilan Pape. There are plenty of people who have arrived at the correct position. But ultimately, I do sometimes think that Bernie Sanders has somewhat of an emotional investment. He has no problem with Israel as a state, but he hates the role it plays in American politics as he does with any moneyed special interest. Fair to say. I think that is no, I think he has a problem with Israel as a state. I don't think he has a problem. Saying that he has no problem with Israel as a state is false. I think he wants Israel to be a more tolerant state, a state that will like I don't think he has a. I've never heard him, for example, say Israel has to be a Jewish ethnic majority state. You know what I mean? Like, I think that as a Jewish American who is a socialist, a lifelong socialist, I think he believes in two secular states, right? Which is naive at this point. Not even naive, but I think basically a denial of reality. Like, he believes in this like utopian Israel that has never existed and will never exist. And I think that's where ideology comes into play. Does that make sense? You got your wish. Breaking news. Joe Biden calls for an arms embargo and Kamala Harris separates herself from Joe Biden by saying she will personally take up arms and storm Gaza on foot. You fucking idiot. Yeah. Kamala Harris is riding with Israel. Joe Biden no longer with Israel. Joe Biden says he's sending in NATO to invade Israel. Kamala Harris says she will defend. Kamala Harris says she will defend. She will do a people's revolution to defend Israel from Joe Biden and NATO. He's kind of obsessed with the early labor socialist propaganda of Zionist Israel, like the kibbutzim, the Soviet art, the worker union. He just misses the whole point where Israel isn't real. It's just nostalgia goggles. Yeah, I think so. Like, that's where the ideological division comes into mind, I think. Maybe Bernie's like my 19-year-old brother who's been to Israel 3 times now and identifies as a labor Zionist. That's so funny. Like, it makes sense for Bernie to have that position. Your 19-year-old brother should not have that position. That's like 3 total people in Israel, dude. Like, Bernie's generation is the last time such an ideology existed. You know that, right? How the fuck does a 19-year-old arrive at that conclusion? Like, it is an ancient ideology at this point. Labor Zionism is the most dead. That's so funny. That's cool. I've tried to explain it to him and he's too history nerd pilled. Okay, but like, does he not realize? Does he not realize that that's not like a thing that happens anymore? Like, that's what's the Labor Party look like in Israel currently, for example? You should ask him about that. Labor Zionist is about as dumb as MAGA communists. No, there was a point where it was a real thing. It's just so funny that like it is completely perished. Anyway, the one guy you interviewed is one, but yeah, which guy? No.
the people that I interviewed are not labor Zionists, they're anti-Zionists. Ofer Kasif is not a labor Zionist. He is what? He's literally an anti. No, Ofer Kasif is not a labor Zionist, chat. What the fuck? He's a communist and an anti-Zionist. What are you talking about? He literally said, Zionism, he said anti-Zionism is the moral position. Anti-Semitism is a crime. Anti-Zionism is morality. You know who is a labor Zionist? One of the only fucking sitting Israeli politicians, the current president of Israel. He's a labor Zionist. You guys should check out his opinions on miscegenation.
That's going on in both political parties. Check out the amount of money that billionaires are now contributing both to the.
Einstein kind of was one, yes. Except at that time, even at that time, with the rose-tinted glasses that many labor Zionists were looking at Israel as a nation-state project, Einstein was one of the few people immediately who was like, "Oh, this shit is fascist, bro. Don't do this." He literally said, "Don't do this. This is some straightforward fascism." Yeah.
Republican Party and the Democratic Party. And that will answer your question, I think, not only about the war in Gaza, it's why we don't have healthcare as a human right, why we have massive income and wealth inequality, why we have a corrupt tax system, why we are not able to send our kids to college and make it affordable, et cetera, et cetera. It's money. Money talks.
I want to talk about your career in politics. You have been propping open the Overton window for the past 40 years. And 8 years ago, a bunch of my friends were just hunched over a laptop on Reddit, vaping, on their phones, just going, you know what? This guy makes a lot of sense. Does it ever get exhausting seeing how slow it takes for the electorate to eventually catch up to ideas that feel so basic?
They feel basic, but there's an idea that I think people don't comprehend, is that the people on top have enormous power. Just think, I'm a little bit older than you.
I think the American left have ideological issues mainly because of where they live, but even in Western imperial countries like France, the left, Mélenchon and his party refused to condemn the October 7 attack. I don't know. No, it's America is on overdrive. We don't do normal imperialism. Like, we are the imperial core, we are the empire, we are the power. Okay? And we have no robust, active, working left-wing politics. Okay? We don't have any real left politics in this country. That's not a thing. I'm crying. What is labor Zionism, please? It's one of the many ways in which early Zionists tried to fucking package Israel, the Israeli project, as like a socialist project, okay? A pro-labor socialist project, a utopia. They told the religious people that Israel had a religious reason for existing. They told the socialist Jews that this was a socialist project. Basically, whoever the fuck wanted, the goal basically was to just get as many Jews as possible to what was going to become Israel. Okay? So that's it. They were like, oh, come on, we have kibbutz. Like, you can do a communal space where you can live your socialist life. Bernie Sanders did live in one of the kibbutzim, actually. The USSR early on was also pro-Israel too. And at that point, especially with a lack of access to like immediate information, it was a little bit more understandable that people were personally invested in this project because they just didn't really know what it was about. But those who were paying close attention to it, like even Einstein himself. So if Einstein was a socialist and he was against this idea, what part made him call it fascism? He wrote a letter. He was supposed to be the first president of Israel. He wrote a letter. I think it was on the New York Times at the time, where he basically said, labor Zionism seems like a good idea in theory, but the way that it's being practically applied is an ethno-state, and you can't have an ethno-state. That is fascism. He was right. That's why it's funny, like when you think about it with today's lens, Einstein would be considered an anti-Zionist. Yeah. Einstein didn't believe in an Israeli state. He believed in Jews living in Palestine.
So when I was a kid, people of your color, I couldn't drink at a water fountain in Mississippi. Okay?
Yeah.
Go to segregated schools.
Yeah, look. 1948, New York Times publishes letter by Einstein. Other Jews accusing Menachem Begin of fascism. Lest America be fooled by post-independence rhetoric, the Herut party Begin led was closely akin to the Nazi and fascist parties, they wrote. On December 4th, 1948, the New York Times published a letter by a group of Jewish dignitaries, including Albert Einstein and the political theorist Hannah Arendt, protesting a visit to the United States by Menachem Begin and denouncing his Herut Freedom Party on the grounds that it was, as they wrote, a political party closely akin in its organization methods, political philosophy, social appeal to the Nazi and fascist parties. For your information, Noam Chomsky was definitely pro-Israel in its inception. He also spent time at a kibbutz, but realized this dream came at the expense of Palestinians. Oh. Yeah. There are plenty of people who originally were Zionists themselves. Gabor Mate is another example of this. Plenty of people, like, I mean, people who survived the Holocaust, you know what I mean? Of course, they were like, oh my God, this is so promising. This seems like a great idea. This seems like a great fucking idea. Okay? And then they were like, oh my God, this is fascist as fuck. It's not such a great idea. Are you bothered by the far right support for Palestine, by that people are blatantly anti-Semitic? There are far more anti-Semites on the far right support for Israel than the far right fake support for Palestine. So those guys fucking hate Muslims as well as hating Jews. As a matter of fact, the far right is more divided on Israel. For that reason, they're like, but they are killing Muslims though, and that's kind of sick. There's like, for every 3 Nazis that are like pro-Palestinian but anti-Semitic, there are a ton more. There are hundreds more Nazis who are pro-Israel and also anti-Semitic. Thousands more, if not fucking millions more. For the one Nicholas Fuentes, you have every fucking evangelical Christian in the South sitting inside of a goddamn megachurch every Sunday thinking that Jews have horns and tails, while simultaneously saying, yeah, those horned Jews with their tails should go to the desert and live there so that Jesus Christ can come back to earth, fight the devil in Megiddo, and that we can get sucked into the fucking heavens, and all of those Jewish people will then, of course, die in eternal damnation in hell because they didn't convert to evangelical Christianity. So, you know, you tell me, you tell me what I think about the far right support for Palestine in that regard. I mean, fuck those guys. And I shit on them regularly. The people that are like constantly trying to fucking sneak in anti-Semitism in their anti-Zionist sentiment. Like, imagine looking at a fucking genocide and being like, ooh, let me use my pet project. Let me try to focus people on what truly matters, okay? Hating random Jews. Great. Thanks. Like, deeply unserious, pathetic fucking losers. Ironic because, once again, Zionism is a fascist ideology, and therefore, given that Zionism is a fascist ideology, they hate that, like, Israel gets to do what they want to do here in the United States of America for white people.
Etc. It took God knows how long for people to stand up and fight against segregation and racism. It took a very long time. People died in the struggle.
Can you explain why there are more Jews in New York than Israel itself? There aren't more Jews in New York than Israel itself. New York City, however, is you're mistaken. There aren't more Jews in New York than Israel itself. New York City, however, used to be the largest Jewish city. I believe Tel Aviv is now the largest Jewish city on the planet. Ultimately, America has, I believe, the same number of, America as a nation has the same number of Jewish people. Chatter is mistaken. U.S. has more Jews than Israel, but not New York by itself. Exactly. And that number's like pretty close too. If you count secular Jews, the U.S. and not just the state of New York has more Jews than Israel. Yes, of course we're counting secular Jews as well. And yes, the United States of America, not New York, but the United States of America has, I believe, more Jewish people than Israel. Yes. Which is why it's like ridiculous when Biden says, if it wasn't for Israel, not a single Jew would be safe. $7.2 million Jews live in Israel. 6 million Jews live in the United States, I believe. I think it's like 7 and 7. Not really. U.S. has 51% of the Jewish population. Those identifying as Jews above all else was estimated at 50.7 million. Israel hosts the largest core Jewish population in the world with 7.2 million, followed by the United States with 5.7 million. I mean, I thought it was like 6 and 6. And then the rest living in like Europe and shit. The percentage of eligible Jewish population that is living in each country. Oh, wait, what? Why does it say Israel is 30%? That's not true. I'm pretty sure it's 7 and 7. Anyway, not that it fucking matters. As a Jew, I'd rather people not keep count, to be honest. Yeah, it's ridiculous. But also, beyond that, what is really fucking stupid about this conversation, once again, is that when Biden, who is presiding over the United States of America, American presidency, okay, is literally like the president of more Jews than Israel, okay, saying that without Israel there would be no safe place for Jews is a fucking threat. It's including descendants in that figure. I believe that's why it says eligible. Oh. That can also miscount. I qualify for birthright and immigration, but I don't identify primarily Jewish in the USA. Core versus eligible, maybe eligible meaning those who will qualify for Israel birthright law. Wait, what? How does that make sense? Eligible for Aliyah? But like, that doesn't make sense. I don't understand. Okay, I'm done counting Jews, man. This seems weird. Okay, I'm done. It feels weird. It's a weird It's a weird thing to do, okay? Other people did it. It was not, it didn't turn out good, okay? It was very bad. We're done with that. They count Jewish people differently in different countries. Himbo moment. Also, it's additionally funny because Nazis don't care about who's Jewish. That's why all of those fucking lists that they have, they will always have like, this is random and stupid, okay? But those lists that they have that like Kanye West used to fucking print out and like bring around, we looked into that list back in the day when he was like waving that shit around. And that list, literally half of the people in the fucking list wasn't even Jewish. It was suspected Jew. Which is insane. Yeah, no, it's like Jewish in spirit. Suspected Jew.
And sheriffs going out there and they shot people and they lynched people. You know, there's a movie on Emmett Till and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's photos of you marching in the civil rights movement. Yeah.
My point is, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but in the real world, when you take on people with power, they don't fold up and they don't say, you know, Hasan, you made a good point. Hey, we're going to provide health care to all people. Geez, why didn't I think of that? You're a smart guy. It doesn't work like that. These people have power and they have money and they're extremely greedy.
You're telling me a witty, top pinned comment can't take down the billionaire class?
Well, it takes, yeah, but it takes, you have to think that one through. Taking down the billionaire class ain't easy. They own the media, all right? You know, they have enormous power in both political parties. They are very, very powerful people. So that you don't win and change the world overnight, well, I'm sorry, that's the bad news. It doesn't happen. It didn't happen in the civil rights movement. You know, women, I mean, I can remember, it wasn't so many years ago, this is true. I mean, this is how quickly your generation may not know this. But not so many, a few decades ago, in the United States Senate, 100 people, there were 2 women, 98 men, 2 women. The idea of somebody like Kamala Harris running for president, a woman, a black woman, people literally would have said to you,
Bernie.
You are absolutely crazy. That ain't never gonna happen in 100 years, right? All right? My point is, change happens. We have got to make that change happen faster. But anyone who thinks it happens overnight, it doesn't. You have friends, I suspect, who are gay, right? 30, 40 years ago, people didn't talk about being gay. Now you have a Secretary of Transportation who is gay. You've got governors who are gay.
Right.
All right, that didn't happen by accident. People fought and struggled.
Senator Sanders, unfortunately, this position has been framed in, I believe at times you've been framed in the media as this kind of radical person.
Good point.
But I want to talk about your Guardian article. Because what you did is you conducted your own research and you showed that these progressive policies are actually super popular, 10 toes on the ground. This is not a Twitter position. This is not an Instagram stories position. Real IRL Americans care about these issues. How much of a gap do you think is there between your platform in 2020, these issues that we talk about that we feel are common sense, and the Harris-Walz platform of 2024?
Well, they don't have a platform yet. They're working on it. You know, in fairness, and it's an important point to make, she has been a candidate now for all of a month.
Right.
Can you imagine what fell on her shoulders? I mean, having to organize the campaign. She got a lot of folks from Biden's campaign, but, you know, to organize that, to plan out the rallies that you have to do, to plan out the convention that is now taking place, to select a vice presidential candidate, to work on policy stuff. I mean, that is a lot to do in a month, and I think she's been doing a very good job. What I will say, and I want to pick up on the point you made and amplify it.
About the Guardian article?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, what we did.
Please do, because I ran out of free articles, so I didn't get to read all of it. I stopped halfway through.
What we did is we said, look, I'm called a far left guy, right? Trump has the...
By the way, XY Geek, you earlier said Likud polls his largest party for the first time since October 7, Netanyahu favored over Gantz. And you literally tweeted this with, congratulations, he should thank Iran, okay? Despite Gaza, Netanyahu's topping the polls in Israel again, he should thank Iran. No, he should thank Joseph Robinette Biden for allowing him this lifeline to continue this fucking genocide, which the people were begging for, okay? No, that's the title. Oh, I guess they changed it maybe. I don't know. Or maybe it was the Haaretz article, but regardless, this is a fucking stupid ass analysis. He should thank Iran is just fucking liberal Zionist garbo. Okay? Straight up. The only reason why his popularity has increased is because he utilized the fucking genocide to stay in power, and he gave people exactly what people wanted. You should be thanking Biden.
Decided that Kamala Harris is a communist. I mean, totally insane. So we asked the American people a lot of simple questions about some of the major issues facing this country, Republicans, Democrats, Independents. So we said, do you think that the wealthy and large corporations should pay more in taxes? Shock of all shocks, over 70% of the American people said yes, including a majority of Republicans. Should we be surprised? No.
No.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
Question, should we raise Social Security benefits by lifting the cap on taxable income and extend life by 75 years? In other words, asking the wealthy to contribute more into Social Security. Over 70% of the people said yes. Should we raise the minimum wage to a living wage? American people overwhelmingly said yes. Should we expand Medicare? Right now, Medicare is a good program. It doesn't cover dental, hearing, and vision. Should we expand it? Over 70%. In all these instances, a majority of Republicans. So your question, I think, is, if the American people feel that way, why, A, haven't we done it? Why aren't people?
Yeah, why haven't they been implemented?
And the answer, the answer gets back to what I said a moment ago. It's money. The insurance companies don't like the idea. The rich don't like the idea of paying more in taxes. The insurance companies don't like the idea of expanding Medicare.
Is there a realistic path for my generation to remove money from politics? Is this something?
Goddamn right there is.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm
I mean, what
38.
you got to do.
Hopefully I have a long way to go.
All right. The answer is, of course, there is. Money has always played a role in politics, but it was greatly accentuated by this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. So we need legislation to get rid of Citizens United and to move to public funding of elections. If you do that, there will no more be super PACs. Billionaires will not be able to play the role they're playing right now. And again, not a radical idea. Mm-hmm. This exists in many other countries around the world.
I hope we do change it, and I hope we do remove money from politics, because we still don't have Medicare for all. Minimum wage is still at $7.15, which is crazy. When I worked at Safeway in 2003 in Davis, California, I think I was $7.25, and we are still paying other countries to bomb civilians. I want to ask you about your legacy and what you represent in American politics. Do you ever feel like you failed because these things haven't happened? No. Or do you feel like a success because these things are now part of the regular conversation?
Well, I'm sure you're familiar with people like Pramila Jayapal and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Maxwell Frost and many others. Look, what is, again, an untold story in the Congress right now, and I just saw Pramila this morning, actually, is there are almost 100 members of the Progressive Caucus, and a significant number of them are young, often women, people of color. That's a revolution. Never, ever, ever have you had more progressives who are fighting to transform this country in profound ways. Never before have there been that many in the House of Representatives. That isn't true in the Senate. We don't have that in the Senate. But in the House, that exists. And I'm proud that my two campaigns have gotten a lot of people to say, you know what, I think I can run. What Bernie is saying makes sense to me. That's an agenda that I think I'm going to run for office. Not only for
And how powerful is that?
Oh, my goodness.
How much can Congress change the fate of the country and the way money is moved through the country?
They can pass legislation which gets money out of politics. That's what I'm saying. You can pass legislation. Super PACs are not biblical. They're not inherent. You can get rid of them tomorrow if you had the legislation to do it, and that's what we've got to do.
I have so many friends that were Bernie or bust. And when you didn't win in 2016 or 2020, they bust. They checked out of politics, and then they hard pivoted into Bitcoins.
Wow, really?
Then they pivoted into ketamine and Zen. Let's see where that goes. But they are despondent. Jokes aside, they're despondent, Senator Sanders. Where does that leave your supporters that saw so much hope in the values you were espousing? And what do you say to my friends who now feel like you may be falling in line a little bit too much with the corporate Democratic establishment?
Well, look, at this particular moment in history, and perhaps in any moment in history, despair is not an option. To say, well, I supported Bernie, he didn't win, I'm going into Bitcoin. Sorry, not good enough. All right.
That's going to be your most controversial statement of this whole interview.
All right. There is a reality out there. And the reality is that Donald Trump is not only an authoritarian person, he is a xenophobe. He tries to divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born. You're familiar with the Muslim ban, to say the least, and so forth and so on. So I think, not to mention a dozen other issues. So I think if you are a human being who wants to live in a sane and decent society, who is concerned about your kids, you know what? Sorry, you don't have a right to check out. That's a privilege you don't have.
It's a massive Wukong update. You might want to get that started in the background. It's probably fixing that glitch. But it's not showing for me. There's a glitch that gives you like unlimited mana.
You're gonna have to do what people historically have done. You know, I just came from a meeting an hour ago with the trade unionists. There was a time in this city where union people, I'm talking 100 years ago, were beaten up because they wanted to join a union. They were denied food. They were thrown out when they went out on strike. And they stood up and they fought so that people can earn a decent standard of living. You know, women didn't have the right to vote. They didn't have property rights. They stood up and they fought back.
And it was great.
So now we have today a woman who rests on the shoulders of those women who struggled for 100 years. You have a civil rights movement. Dr. Martin Luther King was here in the city, you know, fighting for justice. Got shot trying to organize work with workers. So people say, oh my goodness, my candidate didn't win, I'm dropping out, even though the candidate was me. Sorry, I lost, I was there, I'm not dropping out. You gotta look at the world as it is and do the best you can. And people can disagree, Hasan, what is the best? How do we go forward? But dropping out is certainly not one of the options.
Feels crazy to have him. Feels crazy to have him keep saying my name.
So I'm 38. A lot of our viewers are around my age. You're 83. We have a long way to go to become your age and to have your wisdom. How should we apply the next decades of our life?
Things.
We're first generation. A lot of us are first generation kids.
Well, I'm first generation, not a kid. Also, first generation old.
I'm a man. I'm a man now.
So my father came from Poland. I think immediately we got to elect Kamala Harris. But second of all, we have got to keep our eyes on an agenda that speaks to the needs of working people. And by the way, not only is it not a radical agenda, we just discussed how American people support, this exists all over the world.
Right.
I live 50 miles away from Canada. You go in a hospital in Canada for 3 weeks. You know what the bill is when you come out? Do you know? Zero. It's zero. Yeah. It's publicly funded.
Nominal, yeah.
It's a human right. And by the way, they spend 50% of what we spend per capita on healthcare. All right. You go to Finland and countries. You know what childcare costs or college education? Virtually free. Because they understand they want a well-educated country. They want the kids to do well. These are not radical ideas. They really are common sense ideas supported by the majority of the American people. So what I'm asking your viewers and your listeners to do is to stay focused on the issue. Don't let politicians get off the hook saying, oh, well, yeah, I want to improve healthcare. Well, what do you mean? Can I go to any doctor that I want without taking out my wallet? Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not talking about that. What do you mean by that? Should we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs? Or should we pay what other countries are paying? So be thinking about what you want as the future of this country and demand the politicians deliver it.
Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much.
This was really great.
Yes, I will be watching the Kamala Harris interview at the top of the hour, okay, when there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you want to also watch it, and there's a Golden Kappa train happening right now as well, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. It's coming up. It's coming up right now with Dana Fash. Okay, here's a 3-minute ad break now. If you wanted that uninterrupted, juicy broadcast experience, that's what you need to do. On Twitch Prime, filthy capitalist. That's me. I love capitalism. The people are asking for you to interview Bernie. I mean, we can make it happen. I have their number. I'm not gonna lie, the interview kind of knocked the wind out of my sails a little bit. Like, I don't know why. It just made me kind of sad. Because, like, Kamala Harris's campaign is just not going to listen. Because, like, right after we watch this interview, we're going to dive into Dana Fash talking to Kamala Harris, where she's going to say, like, she wants to appoint Republicans into her cabinet and a bunch of other dumb shit. You know? Meanwhile, Trump is doing a town hall with Tulsi Gabbard. You got to get libbed up again, bro. Woo, neoliberalism, hell yeah, let's fucking go.
He will do it at the debate. Women who are running for executive offices just face a different level of scrutiny and a different challenge, and the weak label is often applied to them. It's going to be no different here. You are going to see him. I think that, frankly, his advisors would like him to do it more often than he is doing it.
Bro, he literally fucking sent out an email blast to his supporters being like, Kamala Harris is not more radical than me, which is crazy. It's like, bro, what are you doing? You know?
Positive he will have thoughts about this interview.
Do you think Kamala Harris is going to do more sit-down interviews? Or, I mean,
She absolutely should. She should be talking to local press at every stop. She needs to, she can't do it. She shouldn't be doing an interview and have it be like a Bigfoot sighting, the anticipation built around it. It gives bigger scrutiny to it. Donald Trump did a, by the way, tape interview with Dr. Phil just the other day. It's not really driving headlines. The more you do them and get in this pace, it makes you a sharper candidate. It'll make her better for the debate, and it will take away this really, actually, frankly, strong and fair attack line that she hasn't been as accessible.
And she could do interviews with local outlets in these battleground states. There are lots of ways to do it, but I quite agree that if you turn it into a remarkable event, then you actually raise the stakes for yourself. I also, I fundamentally challenge the idea that these things are minefields to be navigated. They are also opportunities to burnish your message. And the third thing is,
which, by the way, is what Donald Trump uses them for. I mean, for him, they are opportunities to burnish his message. It doesn't matter what questions you're asking him. He will answer whatever he wants.
They're often as collateral damage along the way. But he does not shy away from them. And I think, that is part of the test of running for president. There are lots of different, you can't just do one thing. Every time you do something well, and she's done everything very well, the bar gets raised, and you have to keep clearing the bar. Obviously, the debate is one of the biggest bars, and that's coming up.
I'm most interested in what she says about Biden. I mean, to me, her answering for this administration, the one that she's in, the one that she casts votes up in the Senate to promote its agenda, that is number one. And number two, I'm wondering if she has any comments about when she knew Joe Biden was on a downhill decline, because we didn't find that out until late, but I suspect she may have known it sooner.
I think that Donald Trump does this thing of she's weak, and then when she proves herself, she's nasty. And so there's this really fine line that women candidates, unfortunately, have to walk, and I think she's done it really well to date.
Yeah, everyone, thank you. Appreciate the conversation. Right now, Dana Bash's exclusive interview with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Tonight from Battleground, Georgia, a watershed moment in the 2024 campaign, and you will see it only here on CNN. Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris and vice presidential nominee Tim Walz.
Hello. Hi. Hi. How are you?
Tonight, the new Democratic ticket in their first interview.
Hi. Hi, crew.
In the final sprint to Election Day,
1, 2, 3.
Their top priorities for the country.
What would you do on day one in the White House?
The tough questions on their records.
The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already? What do you say to voters who aren't sure whether they can take you at your word?
Taking on Donald Trump.
People might be surprised to hear that you have never interacted with him, met him face to face.
That fateful phone call from Joe Biden.
I'll give you a little too much information.
And their take on those viral convention images.
It's very humbling. It's very humbling in many ways.
I don't know as a father I could have ever imagined that.
With just days until early voting begins, a defining moment in the race for the White House. CNN's exclusive interview of the Democratic nominees starts now.
Good evening. We're live from Savannah, Georgia. I'm Dana Bash, and this is a state very much up for grabs. In between a whirlwind series of stops, I sat down with the Democratic candidate for president and her running mate today at Kim's Cafe here in Savannah. Inside, nothing was off the table, and you will see our interview in its entirety. The vice president's first as her party's standard bearer, responding to her critics and answering our questions.
Judging by the clips that came up earlier, she's not gonna say anything crazy on Israel.
Well,
okay, Dana Bash is a massive Israel dick
Vice
rider.
President Harris thought she would be.
We're going to Georgia.
Yes. 7th trip there this year for me.
And it seemed
A surprise
very
nominee
positive.
for president just months from Election Day. Set in motion
No, you
after
can't have
a
subtitles.
stunning debate.
Look,
Unfortunately.
if we finally beat Medicare,
some within your own party are wondering if President Biden should even step aside. What do you say to that?
There was a slow start, but it was a strong finish.
And then an extraordinary decision.
I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
Oh, things were so good.
What usually takes years of planning, coming together in a matter of weeks.
Things were so good. Things were so good.
After a historic nomination at the convention in Chicago,
On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Then not so good.
the Harris-WALZ ticket is now pushing forward with the shortest presidential campaign in modern history.
What did you hear from voters here?
People are very optimistic.
We joined them on the trail as they visited the battleground of Georgia. Just 68 days from the election.
Madam Vice President, Governor WALZ, thank you so much for sitting down with me and bringing the bus. The bus tour is well underway here in Georgia. You have less time to make your case to voters than any candidate in modern American history. The voters are really eager to hear what your plans are. If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward, in a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by hope and by optimism. I think, sadly, in the last decade, we have had in the former president someone who has really been pushing an agenda and an environment that is about diminishing the character and the strength of who we are as Americans, really dividing our nation, and I think people are ready to turn the page on that.
So what would you do day one?
Day one, it's going to be about, one, implementing my plan for what I call an opportunity economy. I've already laid out a number of proposals in that regard, which include what we're going to do to bring down the cost of everyday goods, what we're going to do to invest in America's small businesses, what we're going to do to invest in families, For example, extending the child tax credit to $6,000 for families for the first year of their child's life to help them buy a car seat, to help them buy baby clothes, a crib. There's the work that we're going to do that is
it feels like she's playing catch up.
in the American family around affordable housing, a big issue in our country right now. So there are a number of things on day one. What about you?
Well, I'm excited about this agenda, too. As I said, the idea of inspiring America to what can be. And I think many of these things that the Vice President's proposing are things that we share in values. And the child tax credit is one we know that reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We did it in Minnesota to have a federal partner in this. Unbelievable, I think, in the impact that we can make.
You talked about, you call it the opportunity economy. You are well aware that right now many Americans are struggling. There's a crisis of affordability. One of your campaign themes is we're not going back. But I wonder what you say to voters who do want to go back when it comes to the economy specifically, because their groceries were less expensive, housing was more affordable when Donald Trump was president.
Well, let's start with the fact that when Joe Biden and I came in office, during the height of a pandemic, we saw over 10 million jobs were lost. People, I mean, literally, we were all tracking the numbers. Hundreds of people a day were dying because of COVID. The economy had crashed. In large part, all of that because of mismanagement by Donald Trump of that crisis. When we came in, our highest priority was to do what we could to rescue America. And today, we know that we have inflation at under 3%. A lot of our policies have led to the reality that America recovered faster than any wealthy nation around the world. But you are right. Prices, in particular for groceries, are still too high. The American people know it, I know it. Which is why my agenda includes what we need to do to bring down the price of groceries. For example, dealing with an issue like price gouging. What we need to do to extend the child tax credit to help young families be able to take care of their children in their most formative years. What we need to do to bring down the cost of housing. My proposal includes what would be a tax credit of $25,000 for first-time home buyers, so they can just have enough to put a down payment on a home, which is part of the American dream and their aspiration, but do it in a way that allows them to actually get on the path to achieving that goal and that dream.
So you have been vice president for 3.5 years.
Yeah.
The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%. The work that we have done to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. Donald Trump said he was going to do a number of things, including allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices. Never happened. We did it. So now, as I travel in the state of Georgia and around our country, the number of seniors that have benefited. I was in Nevada recently, a grandmother who showed me her receipts. And before we capped the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month, she was paying hundreds of dollars, up to thousands of dollars a month for her insulin. She's not doing that anymore.
You maintain Bidenomics is a success.
I maintain that when we do the work of bringing down prescription medication for the American people, including capping the cost of the annual cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000, when we do what we did in the first year of being in office to extend the child tax credit so that we cut child poverty in America by over 50%, when we do what we have done to invest in the American people and bringing manufacturing back to the United States so that we created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, bringing business back to America, what we have done to improve the supply chain so we're not relying on foreign governments to supply American families with their basic needs, I'll say that that's good work. There's more to do, but that's good work.
I want to get some clarity on where you stand on some key policy issues.
Yeah, it's a hard. These are hard questions. That's why she was avoiding interviews.
When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning
I consider this a populist ticket?
Fracking, as you
No.
know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
In 2019, I
Why is
believe,
fracking a big issue? Western Pennsylvania.
You said you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed.
She wants to win Pennsylvania.
I believe it is very important that we take seriously what we must do to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And to do that, we can do what we have accomplished thus far. The Inflation Reduction Act, what we have done to invest, by my calculation, over probably $1 trillion over the next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, I cast the tie-breaking vote that actually increased leases for fracking as vice president. So I'm very clear about where I stand.
And was there some policy or scientific data that you saw that you said, oh, okay, I get it now?
What I have seen is that we can grow and we can increase a thriving clean energy economy without banning fracking.
Okay. Another issue, big one, is immigration. As vice president, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern countries and
northern part of Central America.
The northern part of Central America that deals with, that affects the southern border of the U.S.
After all this, she's going to lose Pennsylvania. I'm going to die.
There were record numbers of illegal border crossings. Why did the Biden-Harris administration wait 3.5 years to implement sweeping asylum restrictions?
Well, first of all, the root causes work that I did as vice president, that I was asked to do by the president, has actually resulted in a number of benefits, including historic investments by American businesses in that region. The number of immigrants coming from that region has actually reduced since we began that work. But I will say this, that Joe Biden and I and our administration worked with members of the United States Congress on an immigration issue that is very significant to the American people and to our security, which is the border. And through bipartisan work, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, a bill was crafted, which we supported, which I support. And Donald Trump got word of this bill that would have contributed to securing our border, and because he believes that it would not have helped him politically, he told his folks in Congress, don't put it forward. He killed the bill. A border security bill that would have put 1,500 more agents on the border. And let me tell you something, the Border Patrol endorsed the bill. And I'm sure in large part because they knew they were working around the clock, and 1,500 more agents would help them. That bill would have allowed us to increase seizures of fentanyl. Ask any community in America that has been devastated by fentanyl what passing that bill would have done to address their concern and a pain that they've experienced.
So you would push that legislation
Dog,
again?
that link is from 2019. Shut up.
I will make sure that it comes to my desk and I would sign it.
Just one other question about something that you said in 2019 when you first ran. There was a debate. You raised your hand when asked whether or not the border should be decriminalized. Do you still believe that?
I believe there should be consequence. We have laws that have to be followed and enforced that address and deal with people who cross our border illegally, and there should be consequence. And let's be clear, in this race, I'm the only person who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations who traffic in guns, drugs, and human beings. I'm the only person in this race who actually served a border state as Attorney General to enforce our laws, and I would enforce our laws as president going forward.
Pro-fracking, pro-border.
Generally speaking,
welcome back.
How should voters
Republican candidates
look at
from 2020?
some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it because you were running for president in a Democratic primary? And should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
Dana, I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act. We have set goals for the United States of America and by extension the globe around when we should meet certain standards for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. As an example, that value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border. My values have not changed. So that is the reality of it. In 4 years of being vice president, I'll tell you, one of the aspects to your point is traveling the country extensively. I mean, I'm here in Georgia. I think somebody told me 17 times since I've been vice president in Georgia alone. I believe it is important to build consensus, and it is important to find a common place of understanding
he wants to give a MAGA hat
where
to
we
her.
can actually solve problems. On that note, you had a lot of Republican speakers at the convention. Will you appoint a Republican to your cabinet?
Yes, I would.
Anyone
yes,
in mind?
I would. No one in particular.
That's a bingo.
I got
3 for
68
3
days to go with this election, so I'm not putting the cart before the
Would
horse.
you like to
but I
drop
would.
out
I
and let a
think-
Republican win?
I think it's
Yes.
really important. I have spent my career inviting diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table when some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences. And I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
That was just the start of our wide-ranging conversation, and we have some never-before-shared details about the phone call that changed everything between President Joe Biden and Vice President
You
Kamala
paid the
Harris.
piper. There you go. I'm telling you.
I'm just curious, staying on
She
President
did the job.
Biden,
That's
when
why
he
this
called
interview
you and
was
said he
positive.
was pulling out of the race,
Okay.
what was that
Now
like?
the rest of it is like, oh, what do you think? What's happening between you and Biden? Like, this is spoilers. I'm not going to show you right now because I want to see the actual interview while it happens. So I'm cutting this. But yeah, she did the job. She was like, she paid the piper. She said all the fucking right-wing things.
Some of the controversies that have sprung up since Harris put him on the ticket.
Governor WALZ, the country is just starting to get to know you. I want to ask you a question.
Yeah,
about
okay,
how
listen
you
to me.
describe
Listen to
your
me,
service in
chat.
the National Guard.
Every single
You said
thing that she was asked, they were hard questions. She should have had infinitely better answers, okay? Deflect.
Campaign officials said that
She should have deflected. She should have fucking, and I'll tell you exactly how I would have answered some of these questions in a moment. Actually, right now that it's on break. Number one, the question about fracking, okay? What she has to say in that circumstance is, obviously she wants Pennsylvania. That's why she can't fucking see, she can't say she's anti-fracking, right? What you're supposed to say in this situation is, listen, the beautiful people of Pennsylvania are not like predisposed to fracking as a job. It's just a job, okay? These people deserve an honest living, okay? And what we attempt to solve in this circumstance, what we attempt to solve in the situation is to offer them a job. Currently, as it stands, 75 to 85% of subsidies on the energy front go to the fossil fuel industry. Those subsidies are what make these jobs available to people in Western Pennsylvania, okay? We should restructure said subsidies to ensure that we can, one, in the short term, not eviscerate fracking altogether because we do not want to destroy these communities and have them resemble, West Virginia. But the goal should be to move away from our reliance on a finite resource of energy. There is only a finite amount of fossils in the ground. Okay? Obviously, we're not going to fucking abolish fracking tomorrow, as my administration has not done. Having said that, however, the goal is so that we do not have to rely on China to make up for the energy crisis that is coming up. And it's not just me saying this. Obviously, British Petroleum, ExxonMobil, and many other oil giants recognize that, which is why they're hedging their bets by dumping a lot of the funds that they get from the subsidies that we offer them, taxpayer dollars offer them, directly into renewable energy companies. Because they too understand that this is not infinite. Okay? We don't want China stealing our lunch money as they have done so far. That's why I said we're not going back. We're not looking backwards. We're looking forward. That's number one. Number two, when she was asked about the border, okay, way too long left this response. What the fuck are you talking about? That response was almost identical to the same time frame that she had to respond to the questions. Okay? Number two, when she was asked about the fucking border bill, oh my Lord, dude. Listen. Completely ceded ground to Republican commentary at this point. It's just literally just fascism light. The idea that like, oh, I am super strong against, criminals, whatever. Nobody believes that. You're a fucking Democrat, okay? Nobody believes that. It's so stupid. If you're gonna have this, if you're gonna receive this question, the least you should do is to turn around and say something along the lines of, listen, a lot of Americans have been misguided by Republican hysteria on this issue of the border. America is a nation of immigrants. I am a descendant of immigrants. I myself am running for president. This is what makes this country great. Okay? Donald Trump's vitriolic rhetoric around migrants is genuinely devastating. And now they're waving mass deportation flags at the Republican National Convention. And not a single person is asked how that would happen. That means Border Patrol. That means SWAT, BORTAC, militarized Border Patrol at people's doors, doing dragnets on brown communities. This is fucking terrifying. This is not what America is about. He keeps talking about Eisenhower and the 1.3 million Mexicans and Mexican descendants, or American citizens of Mexican descent, that were forcibly extracted and deported from this country. This is a devastating prospect. That's precisely why I'm running against Joe Biden, against Donald Trump, to stop this from happening.
As voters are getting to know Kamala Harris, they want answers on how she will make their lives better. She heard that here at Sandfly Barbecue in Savannah.
What we're going to do to increase access to capital for small businesses, I'll be rolling out next week. Part of what we're going to be doing in terms of a tax credit.
On the trail, she talks about her experience, years in the courtroom as a district attorney and eventually California's attorney general. She wants to reframe the contest as the prosecutor versus the felon.
I know Donald Trump's type. I've been dealing with them my whole career.
The former president is turning to a well-defined playbook of personal attacks.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black.
Tim Walz hasn't said shit so far.
The nominees will meet face-to-face for the first time.
She's not a good debater. She's not a smart person. She doesn't want to debate.
If you've got something to say,
I want to ask you about your opponent, Donald Trump.
Okay.
I was a little bit surprised. People might be surprised to hear that you have never interacted with him, met him face to face. That's going to change soon. But what I want to ask you about is what he said last month. He suggested that you happened to turn black recently for political purposes, questioning a core part of your identity.
Yeah.
Any
same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. Let's talk about some foreign policy issues that would be on your plate if you become commander-in-chief. President Biden has tried unsuccessfully to end the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. He's been doing it for months and months, along with you. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. But let's take a step back. October 7, 1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And we have got to get a deal done. We were in Doha. We have to get a deal done. This war must end.
In the meantime,
and we must get a deal that is about getting the hostages out. I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
But no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
No, we have to get a deal done. Dana, we have to get a deal done. When you look at the significance of this to the families, to the people who are living in that region, a deal is not only the right thing to do to end this war, but will unlock so much of what must happen next. I remain committed since I've been on October 8 to what we must do to work toward a two-state solution, where Israel is secure and in equal measure, the Palestinians have security and self-determination and dignity.
Governor WALZ, the country is just starting to get to know you. I want to ask you a question about how you've described your service in the National Guard. You said that you carried weapons in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing the uniform of this country. Equally proud of my service in a public school classroom, whether it's Congress or the governor. My record speaks for itself, but I think people are coming to get to know me. I speak like they do. I speak candidly. I wear my emotions on my sleeves, and I speak especially passionately about our children being shot in schools and around guns. So I think people know me. They know who I am. They know where my heart is. And again, my record has been out there for over 40 years to speak for itself.
And the idea that you said that you were in war, did you misspeak as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar's not always correct. But again, if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me, or it's an attack on my dog. I'm not going to do that. And the one thing I'll never do is I'll never demean another member's service in any way. I never have, and I never will.
I just one other question, because again, this is all new.
Yeah.
I mean, this was not.
Why don't we give one
however
to the
many days
Palestinians?
ago. This was not on either of your bingo cards, especially yours. You had to clarify that you had said that you and your wife used IVF, but it turned out you used a different kind of fertility in order to have children. And then when you ran for Congress in 2006, your campaign repeatedly made false statements about a 1995 arrest for drunk and reckless driving. What do you say to voters who aren't sure whether they can take you at your word?
Well, I've been very public. I think they can see my students come out, former folks I've served with, and they vouch for me. I certainly own my mistakes when I make them. The one thing I'll tell you is I wished in this country wouldn't have to do this. I spoke about our infertility issues because it's hell, and families know this. And I spoke about the treatments that were available to us that had those beautiful children there. That's quite a contrast in folks that are trying to take those rights away from us. And so I think people know who I am. They know that record. They've seen that. I've taught thousands of students. I've been out there. And I won't apologize for speaking passionately, whether it's guns in schools or protecting of reproductive rights. The contrast could not be clearer between what we're running against the vice president's position on this.
The interview's looking real bad.
And I think most Americans get it if you've been through that. I don't think they're cutting hairs on IVF or IUI. I think what they're cutting hairs on is an abortion ban and the ability to be able to deny families the chance to have a beautiful child.
WALZ is kind of carrying, but it's still bad.
Up next, the moment that changed everything when Kamala Harris got a phone call from President Biden that he was dropping out of the race.
It was a Sunday, so here, I'll give you a little too much information.
Go for it. There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us, and including my baby nieces.
Speaking of those baby nieces, the Vice President also opens up about a viral picture from the convention that meant so much to so many. And Tim Walz talks about that convention moment with his son that brought many viewers to tears. You were speaking, the camera caught him, so incredibly proud of you, so emotional, saying, "That's my dad."
Yeah, I don't know as a father I could have ever imagined that.
Wow. The Kamala Harris Israel answer, disastrous, absolute disaster. Problem is she also doesn't have charisma to like carry it. You know what I mean? Remember what I told you? Like people will project their own opinions onto like their candidate if they like the candidate. And certainly plenty of people will project their own opinion. They'll be like, oh, what more do you want? She says she wants a ceasefire. The reality is, how many people will do that? Okay. And it is a very clear, to be clear, interviews bad on positions, but not really bad performance wise, like GOP is such what we're expecting. I mean, it's not great. What about saying we need a ceasefire is bad? You think that was my major point of contention with that? Okay, I'm not going to answer silly questions right now because we don't have enough time. Kamala Harris needs to separate herself from Joseph Robinette Brandon. Joseph Robinette Brandon is objectively unpopular on the issue of Israel. Kamala Harris currently is unpopular on Israel. She will only become less popular on Israel as time goes on, as she has moments like this one. Okay? Of course, Dana Bash is going to fucking ask an Israel-related question. So far, we got, she's pro-fracking, pro-border wall, she talked about how fucking prosecutorial she was as a cop. And on top of that, said that she wants a Republican cabinet. She's open to having a Republican member in her cabinet. And also, she is staying the course on Israel. Okay? She then turned her, she said this. There it is. So no change on policy. Dana specifically asked. So no weapons transfers, like no arms embargo or anything like that. Harris said no change of policy. She said no change of policy. No, we need to get a deal done. From a recent YouGov poll regarding military aid to Israel, America should decrease military aid 35%, maintain current level 25%, increase military aid 20%. Okay? She also then said, mass rapes were happening on young people by Hamas terrorists and yada, yada, yada. Once again, obviously, no shift in policy, no shift in tone. Oh, she is completely fucking cemented. So 65% don't want a decrease in military spending. I love that. That's one way to look at this fucking poll. The other way to look at it is the plurality wants no military, or a decrease in military aid in this situation means like we have to stop giving arms transfers to Israel, okay, until the fucking ceasefire proposal is done. I've seen this actual proposal. I've seen the actual YouGov poll, and I've seen all of these other fucking polls that have been conducted. People immediately responded to me on my tweet with this dumbass fucking CNN title. She would lose a lot of votes if she were to say she favors an arms embargo.
Welcome back.
And this is based on a CNN poll yesterday.
Georgia,
Thank God we spent 3 hours looking at that fucking CNN poll earlier, where we found that the majority of Americans want to stop weapons transfers to Israel. That same fucking poll shows that. They are lying about it.
His re-election bid, but before he tweeted the news, Biden called his vice president, and for the first time, we are hearing about that phone call and exactly what Kamala Harris was doing when she answered. But we started this discussion with the moment that set all of this in motion, CNN's presidential debate, and whether President Biden was strong enough to lead this nation again. Vice President Harris, you were a very staunch defender of President Biden's capacity to serve another 4 years. Right after the debate, you insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people?
No, not at all. Not at all. I have served with President Biden for almost 4 years now, and I'll tell you, it's one of the greatest honors of my career, truly. He cares so deeply about the American people. He is so smart and loyal to the American people. And I have spent hours upon hours with him, be it in the Oval Office or the Situation Room. He has the intelligence, the commitment, and the judgment and disposition that I think the American people rightly deserve in their president. By contrast, the former president has none of that. And so, one, I am so proud to have served as vice president to Joe Biden. And two, I am so proud to be running with Tim Walz for president of the United States and to bring America what I believe the American people deserve, which is a new way forward, and turn the page on the last decade of what I believe has been contrary to where the spirit of our country really lies.
But the last decade, of course, the last 3.5 years has been part of your administration.
I'm talking about an era that started about a decade ago, where there is some suggestion, warped I believe it to be, that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, instead of where I believe most Americans are, which is to believe that the true measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. That's what's at stake as much as any other detail that we could discuss in this election.
Because we haven't had a chance to talk, I'm just curious, staying on President Biden, when he called you and said he was pulling out of the race, what was that like? And did he offer to endorse you right away, or did you ask for it?
It was a Sunday, so here, I'll give you a little too much information.
Go for it. There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us, and including my baby nieces. And we had just had pancakes and, you know, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then we were sitting down to do a puzzle. And the phone rang, and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said yes. And that's how I learned about it.
And what about the endorsement? Did you ask for it?
He was very clear that he was going to support me.
So when he called to tell you, he said, "I'm pulling out of the race and I'm going to support you."
Well, my first thought was not about me, to be honest with you. My first thought was about him, to be honest. I think history is going to show a number of things about Joe Biden's presidency. I think history is going to show that in so many ways it was transformative.
Oh, so boring.
Be it on what we have accomplished around finally investing in America's infrastructure, investing in new economies, in new industries, what we have done to bring our allies back together and have confidence in who we are as America and grow that alliance, what we have done to stand true to our principles, including one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I think history is going to show not only has Joe Biden led an administration that has achieved those extraordinary successes, but the character of the man is one that he has been in his life and career, including as a president, quite selfless and puts the American people first.
A passionate defense of the man who chose her to be his running mate 4 years ago. 4 years later, Harris made a choice of her own. And with Governor WALZ's rise to national prominence, a star was born at the convention, Gus WALZ. We'll hear about that moment between father and son, and the woman who could make history in the Oval Office on this iconic photo. Madam Vice President, the photograph that has gone viral. You were speaking, one of your grandnieces that you were just talking about was watching you accept the nomination. You didn't explicitly talk about gender or race in your speech, but it obviously means a lot to a lot of people, and that viral picture really says it. What does it mean to you?
Bro, I swear to fucking God, like, people just don't understand. Like, the Democratic Party doesn't understand that, like, a big part of the reason why people were excited was because she wasn't Biden, which meant that she was going to be more dynamic and potentially even change some of these policies that Biden was running on. Okay, one of those policies was Israel, Palestine as well. They're banking on the idea that people just simply aesthetically are excited that it's no longer Biden. And also simultaneously banking on the idea that Republicans don't have enough oppo on Kamala Harris and were caught with their dicks out in the fucking wind, pissing against the goddamn wind, and they don't have enough time to develop enough attacks against Kamala Harris, which to a certain degree is true. And therefore, her approval ratings will just soften from this point on, and she will skirt by. Okay? The problem is they expect progressives won't vote for Trump. I mean, it's true. And progressives won't vote for Trump. So they're just literally banking on picking up as many like Trump, never Trumpers as they possibly can pick up, and hope that like her zero swag candidacy will be enough to you know, get a bunch of young people of color to go out and vote. I mean, so far polls show that, you know, she's getting there. But if you think that this interview is good, you have to be Aaron Rupar. I don't think it's good at all. I think she does not have the oomph necessary to carry across tepid neoliberal policies, okay? Like, you need to be Barack Obama to be able to do that. Barack Obama 2012, okay? Right now, Kamala Harris, at the very least, needs to be Barack Obama 2008. Because if she doesn't have the rhetorical skills, like the skills of an expert orator, she at the very least needs to make up for it by being like, I'm going to do things that are going to help people, okay? Instead, she's cutting away at the momentum that she has by just being like, I'm going to be exactly like Biden, except I'm not old. To be fair, several progressive groups, uncommitted leaders in Detroit, Muslim Women for Harris, have recently said they want people to support and vote for Harris because they feel they can move her in office. I mean, I disagree with them. I don't think they will be able to move her in office at all. I think it's fucking ridiculous. There's no, they said that about Biden too, okay? I mean, who knows? Good luck to them, okay? I wish him the best. I wish those people the very best. I hope what they are doing is not a fruitless endeavor. Do I believe that you will be able to move her? Fuck no, okay? Do I believe that we will be able to move her more than Trump? Again, fuck no. Like, the equation is, oh, well, you can't move Trump as well. Yeah, I know. Okay, but neither can you move the Democratic Party. And the equation is becoming clear that it is like nearly identical to the Biden situation in front of us, where it's like, you know, they're just firmly committed to these positions. They don't care. They don't want to like make any sort of bold proclamations that might actually captivate a larger voter base. They're not going to do that. They're just going to go with the safe route, what they perceive as the safe route.
But it is a little-known guy outside of his home state, where Minnesota nice is a source of pride. But behind all of that folksy humor and flannel, Tim Walz is far from just being Mr. Nice Guy when it comes to needling Donald Trump.
Governor, you obviously have spoken to voters all over your state for years.
Yeah.
What are you learning in a place like Georgia?
We're seeing explosion in small business growth. The one thing is workforce and child care, because workers have to have child care.
Campaigning with Tim Walz.
Don't do it.
I'll just tell you, like, this, I'm sorry, guys. If you want me to be lived up about this shit, like, I can't lie to you. It's just, it just hurts to see something so obvious.
With this word.
These guys are just weird.
Known as a folksy father of two from rural America, now a running mate.
All my enthusiasm is fucking gone. Like, I'm so fucking deflated. Not that it matters. I mean, I'm one guy who gives a shit.
Whatever crazy thing pops into his mind.
And finding his own rhythm with his new boss.
What'd you order? Brisket and greens and mac and cheese.
What about you?
I had the brisket and coleslaw on this.
And what about the spice situation, the Tabasco? What's happening with that?
I'm going to let him speak for himself.
The vice president's growing peppers at her residence, so she's trying to, like, bring me along on this. You know, Minnesotans.
It's okay.
Like, it honestly feels like they saw a crumb of momentum and then thought, oh my God, like, we have this in the bag. Let's not change anything.
Moments, aside, of course, from the addresses that you both gave, but standout moments that were perhaps unexpected during the convention. You mentioned one of them, Governor. A moment that you shared, that the world shared with your son, Gus. You were speaking, the camera caught him, so incredibly proud of you, so emotional, saying, "That's my dad."
Yeah, I don't know as a father I could have ever imagined that. I'm grateful for so many reasons to be on this ticket, but that moment, to understand what was really important, to have my son feel a sense of pride in me, that I was trying to do the right thing. And it was, you know, you try and protect your kids, you know, it brings notoriety and things, but it was just such a visceral, emotional moment that I'm grateful I got to experience it, and I'm so proud of him. I'm proud of him, I'm proud of Hope, I'm proud of Gwen. She's a wonderful mother, and these are great kids. And I think the one thing is, talking about the era we're in, is our politics can be better. It can be different. We can show some of these things, and we can have families involved in this. And I hope that there was, I hope people felt that out there, and I hope they hug their kids a little tighter, because you just never know, and life can be kind of hard.
And last question, Madam Vice President, the photograph that has gone viral. You were speaking, one of your grandnieces that you were just talking about was watching you accept the nomination. You didn't explicitly talk about gender or race in your speech, but it obviously means a lot to a lot of people, and that viral picture really says it. What does it mean to you?
You know, I am running because I believe that I am the best person to do this job at this moment, for all Americans, regardless of race and gender. But I did see that photograph, and I was
the one thing that she's
deeply
nailing.
touched by it. And you're right, it's the back of her head, her two little braids, and then I'm in the front of the photograph, obviously speaking. And it's very humbling. It's very humbling in many ways.
Did she talk to you about it afterwards?
Oh, she had a lot to talk about. She had a lot. She listened to everything, and she listens to everything.
She gave you your hot takes?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Madam Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dana. Thank you.
This was Vice President Harris's first real unscripted setting where voters could see and hear her explain some of her policy positions now and how they differ from before she became vice president, and why. And this was the first we heard those details about an extraordinary phone call from a president dropping out of the race.
Austin is a great example of this, because he's going to vote for Kamala Harris no matter what. You know what I mean? He doesn't give a shit. But he recognizes that this doesn't look well to maybe a broader audience.
Sit down with us. We hope to bring that interview to you as well. We have plenty of CNN special coverage ahead. I want to go to my friend and colleague, Abby Phillip, who is standing by with some of the best political minds in the business. Abby?
We have them all here, Dana. You've given us a lot to chew on. Our hats off to you. Thank you very much.
Seemed fine. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a fucking disaster, but like, think about that, dude. Oh, wow, it wasn't a disaster? Like, what are we doing here? This isn't Joe Biden, chat. Even that is like a very Brandonian attitude to have about a fucking interview that was like a little contentious in the beginning, but then was mostly a puff piece. The fuck do you mean? Are we back? Is she just Joe Biden reskinned? Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Comfortable comfort that we haven't seen before from her. We didn't see certainly the last time she ran. She was very connected to her word. She seemed strong. She seemed competent. She seemed like someone who could be president of the United States. That was the first test. One thing, because I know we got a lot of.
They're gonna do Glaze now. They're gonna give her props because she went moderate.
Well, two things then. I think that she handled the issue of her changes or perceived changes.
Honestly, it's just this literally is because Donald Trump is so ass. It doesn't matter. Like, that's it. Donald Trump is so ass. She still has a chance of winning this election. Overall, though, like, the bar for our politics has been set so low that Kamala not physically crapping herself during an interview is now considered a brilliant performance, but in reality, she's a mess. Platitudes mixed with lies, mixed with nonsense, with saccharine slathered on by Dana Bash. I mean, who gives a fuck what Ben Shapiro has to say? He should worry about his own candidate. But, like, overall, to be fair, I think her lame duck campaign is enough to get across the finish line. I think so, too. If you're, like, worried, chatters, about nothing other than, making sure that Trump is not president, fear not. The Trump campaign has been bouldering towards death and destruction at a rapid clip, okay? But this, and I repeat myself, like I said, with Joseph Robinette Brandon, and I will repeat myself now with Joseph Robinette Brandon, but in a younger woman's body, should not be a close race at all, okay? Trump got fucking shot and almost killed, and it didn't do anything for his candidacy, okay? Like, that is crazy. That's how fucking unpopular he is. People are that committed to hating him. Meanwhile, you can look forward to tepid neoliberalism in our near future. KAMALA, thank you for the $5. Get this us. Why don't you support Harris on these newfound partisan ideals that might uplift people as much as you uplift non-subs when you announce that at the top of the hour, ad break after every hour? Fucking, I'm so done. I'm so fucking done. I mean, it's just like I read that. I'm done. Like, you can get me with the silliest shit right now. Okay? You can that's it. You got me. Okay? 3-minute ad break is here. I don't even care. Okay? Fuck. Ne yapıyorsun? Eyvallah. I've accepted my fate, dude. Do you think the flip-flopping is a problem? It should be under normal circumstances, but the Trump campaign is so bad at, like, messaging anything, really, that they can't even fucking get that right. I think this interview was very useful as a mask-off moment of what liberals say they are. She admitted that Israel is violating international law, which means that under the Leahy Act, it is illegal to give them weapons, and yet they still are. Laws are nothing but a paper shield to serve the interests of capital. I mean, we already knew that. This really does feel like Hillary 2016. Yeah, except if Hillary didn't have the fucking same level of baggage that she does, she would have defeated Donald Trump. So yes, in that regard, it's like Hillary with, like, no 30 years of opposition research and, like, entire fields of conspiracy theories dedicated to her, and with no, like her generic Democrat status saves her in this circumstance. She's not like a figure specifically pointed to as, like, American military might and vengeance and like a technocratic sociopath. Like, nobody points to her as that. Now, of course, if she keeps doing interviews like this, more people will point to her as that. But overall, overall, I would say it just really fucking shitty interview. It was basically her stump speech reiterated over and over again. Nothing new there. I told you guys already that she wasn't gonna fucking change direction on Gaza. You know, I mean, Hillary was also running on her positive vibes of Obama, whereas Kamala is bringing baggage from Biden's presidency. No, I still think she has a pretty solid shot of winning. Aren't we as progressives a bit of guilty of glazing and overly wish casting the past few weeks? No, I still fucking said we'll wait and see. I haven't seen anything from her. I reiterated that her progressive championing of causes under the Trump administration as a senator was meaningless overall. What was meaningful is what she would do now. Oh, here, the clip that Chatter wanted me to play earlier. This is me from 2021. If it's purely defensive, why don't we give one to the Palestinians? Shit, dude, they get bombed more than fucking Israel. By Israel. Like, I don't understand. It's purely defensive. I think we should give Hamas an Iron Dome straight up. I actually I'm not even joking about that. I think the Gaza Strip deserves its own Iron Dome. Make no mistake, I'm being 100% serious. Don't think that I'm joking about that. How much of the poor direction do you think is a result of Kamala's direction for the campaign versus Hillary Biden staffers composing a significant portion of her campaign? I don't fucking know. Do you think she will pivot her message away from the center in a meaningful way in the near future? Are we cucked to a Joe Biden reskin? No, you are cucked to a Joe Biden reskin. Hopefully she'll carry on some of the good policies of Joe Biden in terms of like being pro-labor and shit. Maybe not like taking out Lena Khan. But at this point, I don't even fucking know. Okay? I don't even know. Maybe she'll fucking fire Lena Khan too. Fuck it. YOLO, you know?
Inflation over a period of years has been a heavy toll on people here and around the world, but around the world is not relevant here. And so to the degree that they can say she is going to continue doing exactly what Joe Biden was doing for people who don't have confidence in Biden's policies, that is a prospective problem. I don't think the thing about, this whole thing about, you didn't say it tonight, but you've said before, and I just disagree with this notion that Dan actually asked a question. Well, you've been there for 3.5 years. No vice president makes policy. Okay, let's just make that clear. Well, nobody has said this before. Nobody talks about the Pence years. Okay, well, nobody talks about the Biden years when Obama was. Nobody does that. So, but it is a challenge for her.
False. Actually,
the things that are good,
Biden was a prominent figure in the Obama administration in the worst ways possible.
She did make policy, though. I mean, she said, I was the last person in the room on Afghanistan, and she cast many tie-breaking votes in the Senate.
That's different than saying that she made the decision.
Yeah. She claimed to be his last and most principled
advisor. Why'd you act like it mattered who she picked for VP if you were going to be so uncharitable regardless of picking your preferred candidate? What? Are you fucking stupid? Why are you talking like you're Kamala Harris's best friend or some shit? You're an American citizen, jackass. Do you not have any fucking demands of your goddamn elected representatives? Fuck is wrong with you? Peasant brain fucking loser. It's just pure team sports for you, huh? Like you don't really care. You don't have any expectations. Like you have no policies that you want. You have no demands from your elected representative. Like the fuck? Not saying she's good on everything. What is she good on then in this interview? The right-wing border bill? Is that what you want? Why don't you go vote for the Republicans then? They're even better on the border, Chatter. They're the best on the border. They're the border guys. The fuck? Is it because you're pro-fracking? Once again, Republicans better on fracking. Drill, baby, drill. That's what Donald Trump said. That's a good one. Okay. Or is it a Republican cabinet member that you wanted from Kamala Harris? Okay, well, if you get a Republican in office, every cabinet member will be a Republican. What is the good economics that she's advocating for? Child tax credits, expanding the child tax credits? Fine, that's good. You're right. I agree. That is good. That's it? That's what you're voting for Kamala Harris? The expansion of fucking child tax credits? Is that what we're doing? Got it. That seems like a good reason.
Done it more. We know what his habits are.
So like if JD Vance came out and was like, I'm going to expand the child tax credits by fucking $8,000, you would vote for the Republicans then? Is that what you're going to say?
I think she is willing to let others do that work for her and thinks that, I mean, and I think this is backed up in both evidence and reporting. People come to her when Trump attacks her in that way, that is a good thing for her. I think it rallies people around her. I mean, but I think we should think about the difference in context between 2019 and now. It wasn't just that it was off the cuff that was the problem. It was that the 2019 primary was one that had so many litmus tests about very specific kind of progressive, moderate policy questions that I think really caused her to feel torn between a lot of situations. And we had a lot of things that she ended up having to roll back the next day. Against Donald Trump, there is an ability for her to be focused on kind of consistent Democratic messaging. And I think that allows a greater comfort and ease that we saw play out today.
Let's not be mistaken. I mean, Donald Trump is tall and very loud.
Yes.
And he is very persistent. It's not going to be so easy to just say, okay, let's move on. He's going to be right there.
Yes, but I think you have to play your
If Trump would place an arms embargo on Israel, but all of his other policies remain, would you vote for him? Fuck no. What are you, fucking stupid? One, because he would never do that anyway. He's in the pocket of Miriam Madelson. And two, of course I wouldn't fucking vote for him. What an idiotic statement. The fuck?
She didn't answer the question about race.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna fuck, like, I'm angry at Kamala Harris for her closeness to Trump's other policies, and you're over here being like, well, you must be a single issue voter on Gaza. You're a fucking idiot. You don't understand anything I'm saying if that's a genuine question that you're asking. I'm not angry at Kamala Harris because she's a black woman or whatever. I'm angry at Kamala Harris because she has a right-wing border bill that she proposed, that she's actively campaigning on, that she's literally fucking also, oh, I'm so super pro-fracking, as a matter of fact. These are all things that Republicans are better on, okay? All things that Republicans are fucking better on. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, the only thing we have are tax credits, okay, which is fine, whatever, but it's, again, deregulation and tax credits are the only thing this goddamn neoliberal party will ever advocate for, okay? What the fuck is happening? I'm losing my goddamn mind. We are far right on these issues. Now that we have like immigration wrapped up too, how is this any different than any fucking right-wing party in Europe? Oh, we're pro-trans. That's it. Okay, got it. Well, wait for the next election cycle until they drop trans from the agenda as well, okay? How is everything so conditional? Like they just negotiate how much further right they're going to go every fucking 4 years? Like, what are you talking about? It's crazy. But hey, the media will favor this and they will give her her flowers because she went right-wing enough, okay? They're not going to fucking rip her.
Sound disorienting to the people in Pennsylvania
who had to live with it. Actually, let me play that sound just so people who may have missed it. This is what she said.
Generally speaking, how should voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it because you were running for president in a Democratic primary? And should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
Dana, I think the most important and most significant aspect of my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed. You mentioned the Green New Deal. I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real.
Yeah, the funniest part is like, ain't nobody's gonna stop calling her a fucking radical communist, by the way. Okay? Nobody is stopping. Like, It's like when Nancy Pelosi wrote on that fucking messaging bill where she was like, oh, we're anti-communist. It's like, oh, yeah, that really stopped the Republicans from calling you a fucking communist.
Certain standards for reduction of greenhouse
It was
gas
pointless.
emissions.
It's
as an
always
example.
pointless.
That value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the passage, illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border. My values have not changed.
My values have not changed. I mean, actually, interestingly, as I listened to that soundbite, I was thinking to myself, well,
I mean, it's just a hypothetical. I wasn't trying to insult you, bro. Okay, everybody calm down. Stop attacking people that ask me questions, okay? All right, it's fine. I understand, chatter. I apologize for all the other chatters yelling at you. Okay? Everybody calm down. Not everyone is a fucking disingenuous asshole, okay? The vid of the Dems from the DNC screaming la la la, holding their fingers in their ear. The whole thing describes the Dems in general. Listening to its base of the fucking Republicans' base, like, huh? Yeah. It's crazy. This is so chalk, dude. Again, this race will be lost by Donald Trump, okay? That's it. That's it. Because it is literally Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, but this time it's not Joe Biden. It's a younger black woman. So they're hoping that will carry on enough like excitement. Anyway. Americans have a problem choosing people to be president. Is there anything Kamala could say and do that would fuck up the bag and have Trump win? What? As an independent, you might not like me saying this, but I was happy to hear of her say a few of those items in the beginning. What? As an independent, like you're a Twitch watcher and you're excited that. Wait, what do you mean? What do you? I'm confused. Are you hating this? Chad, I think he does not like this. He pivoted. He's not answering the question. He did not answer the question. Go to Fox. Bet you Fox is having fun with this. What do you mean? Like, I don't understand. What, you're an independent, but you like all the Republican policies? Like, how does that work? Like, I genuinely don't understand that at all. Abortion is a good policy that, I mean, it's a good issue to talk about for the Democrats. It is, because it is harming a shit ton of women, okay? It's harming a shit ton of people in this country. Overall, though, 40 plus Facebook checking. The overall opinion is that it was fine, but kind of boring. No one here cares about fracking, so that was seen as a waste of time asking so much. Everyone universally loved her support for border in Israel, and especially how much she wants to ceasefire without abandoning our allies. Big on lowering prices and future lifting people up, not putting them down. Yeah. I mean, exactly. But HasanAbi, isn't abortion murder? Yes, and we like that sort of thing. How are people in your community seriously asking if there's anything Kamala could do to lose, as though she's so far ahead? I mean, if she keeps being boring and uncharismatic and keeps leaning into like right-wing policies, and the Trump campaign actually fucking turns around and like gets their shit in order, then you could genuinely see an issue. The problem is, like I said, Donald Trump has lost, like, Donald Trump already has all of the fucking people that will vote for him ready to go. Okay? It's very difficult for him to pick up extra votes at this point. Very, very difficult. If not fucking impossible. That's why he's going the crank route. Because, like, ain't nobody out here voting for this man, okay? So overall, it's just like if Kamala ends up depressing her own voter turnout, then she's cooked. That's copium. What? Aborting born babies, bad sexual decisions. What are you saying, bro? You're fucking deluded. Like, you are a delusional person. Aborting born babies. Yes, dude, we love aborting born babies here, okay? 10-month abortion. You should get whatever fucking, you should get the 1,000-month abortion, honestly. Anyway, I'm starting to get even more worried that if she's pushing on the border policy, she might even go further right wing on that. Yeah. Yeah, she kind of came out of the gate swinging with that border shit. There was no reason for her to do so, but she still did it, huh? Do you believe she's a strong candidate? Fuck no. And what were your overall thoughts on the interview? Sorry if I missed you saying. I don't believe she's a strong candidate. I never believed she was a strong candidate to begin with. I thought that her malleable positions actually made it an interesting race, depending on which direction she went with. But it turns out the direction is just regular old Democratic Party bullshit. Overall though, it is obvious that, you know, half of the fucking, I mean, think about it this way, dude. Think about it this way. What's carrying her right now is literally Republican success in terms of carrying out their restrictive agenda on abortion. That is the only thing that's carrying her. If the Republicans were not stupid and fucking did not repeal Roe v. Wade, this would be a Reagan-style landslide victory for fucking the Republican Party at this point, okay? Because it's unimaginably, like, there is nothing motivating the Democrats to fucking go out. Also, trans issues. Yeah, dude, Americans really are voting on trans issues. Yeah. Trans issues? The fuck do you mean? Americans are probably more likely to fucking be anti-trans to vote on that basis than fucking pro-trans and voting on that basis. What are we talking about? Like, that's just a talking point for the Democrats to be like, you want trans people to be murdered, sweetie. Okay? Like, trans people are not like magical, mystical deities. Also, trans issues, I'm in Florida as hell. I'm sorry to hear that chatter. It's just like, trans people are not magical, mystical deities. Like, they are not outside of like the regular economic pressures. You know what I mean? Like, they still need to eat, you know? They still need to eat. They still need to fucking pay rent. These are all problems that trans people face as well. Oh. You don't think there's a ton of women that have been uninspired and disenfranchised by the process that aren't going to come out in droves and vote for the first female president? The women's marches were massive. Yo, you know a woman ran for president, right? In 2016. The fuck are you talking about? And white women still voted for the fucking the grab him by the pussy guy. Hello? No, the only reason why women are actually fucking galvanized and more interested in voting is because that grab him by the pussy guy turned around and was like, actually, we are removing a medical procedure that you could go and get normally, okay, through the most undemocratic process possible, the Supreme Court of the United fucking States. So, of course, not great, you know, not great. Sorry, 55% of women. That's the second time was 52%. White women. Anyway. That was the Biden administration? No, dude, the Biden administration didn't fucking make abortion illegal, okay? It was obviously Trump's Supreme Court. Like, come on. Ain't nobody thinks it's the Biden administration unless you're Aiden Ross. Like Aiden Ross is the only man in America who thinks that abortion was Biden's fault. Okay. To be honest, most women don't care about abortion because they believe they will never need one. You are insane for saying such an insane thing. Most women don't care about abortion rights? Are you insane? That's craziness. Anyway. Chatter lives on Mars. There is not a fucking, it can't be this planet. I feel like I see why now Bernie and AOC were trying to hop on the Biden train and keep him in the race. They knew Kamala would just run whatever Dem machine wanted. And they thought they could maybe get some leverage to get progressive policies passed with Biden if they supported him. Feels bad, man. Yeah, but Biden was going to lose. So it wouldn't have fucking mattered what progressive policies they could have gotten with Biden. So that was bad political instincts too. I love that Chatter said, most women don't care about bodily autonomy. Just like casually drop that. That was sick. Yeah, JD Vance in the chat. Anyway. Can anyone tell me the point of Tim Walz? I thought his whole thing was we did progressive stuff in our state and we want to translate it to national politics. Yeah, I was just... I don't know what happened. I think it was a fluke. Bro, you know there are pro-life women, right? Wait, what? You live in Southern California, you have no clue? Dog, you elderly lady, I think you live on not this planet, okay? You think only women in Southern California don't give, like, or care about abortion? Are you insane? Yeah, I know there are pro-life women. I know. Just like there are pro-choice men. Please look at one singular poll, elderly lady, before coming in here and saying this. Oh my God. Elderly lady, please, please, I beg you. There is not a single red state in this country right now that is not overwhelmingly voting to codify abortion protections. Okay? This includes motherfucking Missouri. In Missouri, there is a ballot measure that will protect abortion. That is polling at 54%. In Missouri, you are crazy. What are you saying? Yes, they do support it enough to go out to vote. What is happening? Yo, I'm 10 minutes from Missouri. What? I know. Okay. My parents are alt-right, Q in Missouri, and definitely wild to have it on the ballot law. I mean, Missouri is not going to go blue. That's not what I'm saying at all. But like the idea that women don't give a shit about abortion is crazy, okay? They definitely do. All right? I agree with the policy position, but it seems so negative from your commentary. That's why I stray away from watching you during the Israel coverage. Wait, what? Shame on you for abusing an elder. No, it's not touching Hawley's seat. The Democrat on that ticket is at like polling at like 38% or something. No. These places are fucking locked in, okay? Oh, Missouri was purple in 2008, Hasan. Missouri is not going to go blue or purple. You guys are fucking insane. Missouri, just like every other fucking stupid ass nation in this state, especially southern states, will literally go and fucking vote for the possibly most unimaginably progressive policy position, as long as it is just a ballot measure, and then they will go straight down ticket Republican. They will vote for Adolf Hitler reincarnated and will love it. Okay. Missouri, not Southern. No, I'm thinking of Florida in that situation. Missouri and all these other fucking Midwestern states, all these Southern states, you have all of these initiatives that are incredibly progressive. As long as it is a ballot measure and not associated with a Democrat, they will go out and they will vote for it by wider margins than they even vote for the Adolf Hitler reincarnate. And then they'll turn around and vote for Adolf Hitler reincarnate on the motherfucking same ticket. Okay? Yeah. That's how it is in Florida, too. Another state with an abortion ballot measure, which Trump just said he will be voting for, by the way, earlier today. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. That's all I got for today. I'm tired. I will dive further in. Okay. I will dive further in to this interview tomorrow. Okay. My Lord, I am fucking tired. Really, really deflated. Sorry for no WUKONG today. Obviously, I had, other things going on. I don't want to hear you guys talk shit, okay? I've been fucking cooking on WUKONG. I've been giving the gaming frogs way too much. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. We'll do WUKONG tomorrow, obviously. Peace from the Middle East.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. suck you in a line. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.